Oh, wow. Time just goes by so quick when it goes like that. Okay. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. Happy to be here with you. I was just making sure that everyone would be able to see the channel and see that we are live. It is Memorial Day. I thank everyone who is taking time out of their holiday to be here with us and to spend some time. If this is the first time that you are seeing the channel, we want you to know we thank you for being part of our audience. We do every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We do a live stream with you. We reach out across all the internet to hear what you have to say about all the issues that affect us from anywhere in the world. And we really love to hear your interaction, not only with chats and tweets and sending us messages, but also being able to call into the program at 607-242-9247. You'll see it scrolling across the screen at the top of the channel. You'll see it there right now, as a matter of fact. And we ask you to please take the opportunity, call in from anywhere in the world. Tell us what you think about what's going on. That's what this is about, to have the conversations that really aren't happening throughout the rest of the news media that isn't happening around the world. Hello, Graham. Thank you for being the first one to mention anything. Happy Memorial Day. And my move is in process. We're in the process. For those who may be wondering and looking at our channel, you may say, well, Mike, we haven't seen a lot of content in the last 2 weeks. What's been going on? For people who don't know, I'm leaving. I will be moving out of the southern tier of New York for a lot of reasons. Part of it is because of consequences of the pandemic. Part of it is because of business decisions. We lost a lot. I lost a lot. And so I will be moving out of the southern tier. And in that process, I lost my home. And that means that 90% of all the possessions that I have, I will be losing everything. And so it's trying to condense down all of the things that are essential and trying to get that to somewhere that I will at least temporarily be staying. But I will not stop doing this Sunday live stream. I will continue to do that in some form going forward until I get to somewhere that I can settle. It's hard to talk about personal things. It really is. As much as I talk on this channel and the things I talk about, it's not one of the best things I like to talk about. But
I'm honest with you guys. I tell you the truth because it's important. And I'm not the only one who's been dealing with the consequences of what happened because of the pandemic and the impact it's had on business, the impact it's had on people's emotional lives. It's one of the reasons why you often see at the beginning of every single episode, we have a suicide hotline, we have a domestic abuse hotline, we have a connection to the substance abuse hotline. We have that at the beginning of every episode, and we've done that since February or March of 2020 in every video that we do, because this has had consequences, long-term consequences that have affected people's lives. And so please reach out if you are having emotional problems, if you are having financial difficulties. Reach out to people around the world, your friends on social media. Reach out and say, I'm having a problem. And it's difficult for a lot of people. And especially during the holidays, whether it's Christmas or Thanksgiving, whether it's Memorial Day, Veterans Day, Mother's Day, Father's Day, it's difficult to say, I have a problem, or I've made a mistake, or things didn't work the way I wanted it to, or this is affecting me. And if I can say anything, especially during this holiday week when so many people are trying to have fun, we're going to picnics, we're going to movies. There's a lot of people who can't afford to go and see a movie. There are a lot of people who can't afford to go out and have a picnic because they can barely fill their refrigerator. They're struggling to pay their electric bill, their mortgage, their rent, just to live. And let's take a moment to remember those people who are struggling and say, hey, if we can, we will help you. If we can. I believe strongly. I do not believe in the government cradle to grave trying to take care of you and micromanaging your life. But I absolutely believe in generosity, in helping each other, lifting up our hands. This is one of the reasons why for over a decade now, I believe, I've been talking about homelessness. I'm an advocate to help people who are homeless. I've been homeless twice. I'm kind of homeless shortly in the near term. And I'm doing these things not because I want someone to take care of them, to take care of the homeless, or to cradle to grave micromanage your life, but to say, hey, I will give you that hand up so that you can restart your life, because we can. And I can tell you from my personal experience in the past and going into the future, you can survive you can survive everything. You can restart your life no matter how bad the problem has been. And I have helped many people, and I will continue to help people who are homeless. I've helped people who are recovering from drugs and provided them safe places to stay. I've had friends who have lost everything because of a divorce or a bad choice in their life, and I've given them opportunities to say, hey, here is a safe haven for you, and you can rebuild your life. And I have watched people do that in my personal life, not only for me, but for others. You can do the same thing. And if you are one of those people who is having that time where you are having difficulties, you are having doubt, you're having trouble reintegrating back into society because you've been isolated for so long, don't worry. You too can improve. You too can restart your life. You too will be successful. You just have to start. Take the step, get outside your house, call up your friends, go somewhere where there are people. Make the effort. Put yourself in that position to give yourself the opportunity to do better. Because that is what America is known for. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. You must pursue it. You have to do it. You are accountable for yourself. And that means that when you reach out and you try, you make the effort. The great thing is America is filled over brimming with people who will say, oh, I'm right here on the other side. Give me your hand and I will help you stand up and stand tall. I will help you to restart your life because you want to restart your life. Not because they want to control your life, not because they want to tell you how to live your life, but because you are just saying, I want to live my life. I want to do better. And I don't care if you're a drug addict. I don't care if you're an ex-con. I don't care if you've had a bad life, a good life, rich, poor. You can do it. And people will be happy to help you. They're not there to step on you and use you. They will help you. And this is something I've seen around the world. People will say, I will help you. It reminds me, and it's a little off the subject, and a little different than what I normally do on the show, but let me take a moment to remember. I remember in California. I was in California during the Northridge earthquake, and it was a scary time. And I remember after the Northridge earthquake, for those who don't remember, it was in the 90s. You can look it up and see for yourself a little bit about that. And massive, devastating earthquake. We believe it was a 8.0, but the news media has it about a 6.7, 7.2, somewhere in there. A devastating earthquake in California. And I was living about 5 miles from the epicenter of it. And the thing I remember the most is that the entire community, I was living in Fallbrook, West Fallbrook, which is just outside of LA, and in the valley. And we had every single house, every single one of our neighbors, people that we rarely ever even saw or talked to. Everyone had a tent out in their yard. Everyone who had a grill would bring it out into the yard. When the stores reopened, the entire neighborhood went together. We pooled our money together. We went out and we got hot dogs and hamburgers and steak, and we went out and we shared it amongst all of the families, and everybody had a grill, and we all grilled hot dogs and hamburgers. The kids from everywhere in the neighborhood and all the parents would come on by to whichever grill was nearby, and here's a hamburger, here's some hot dogs, go ahead and eat. And everyone ate to their fill. Everyone was fed. Everyone was taking care of everyone, making sure the kids, they were running up and down the street, and we were all watching the kids, making sure that they're fine, and the kids were able to have fun. Every one of the adults was out, and we were talking to each other, sharing beers. We got through that process, and everyone had gone through this traumatic event. And I know a lot of people say, well, what's an earthquake? I mean, there was an earthquake in upstate New York, Northeast America, about 2 weeks ago. It was a 2.2, and everyone's like, well, it's nothing. There is nothing like a 2.2 versus an 8.0 or a 7.2. There is a devastating difference. I mean, to give you an idea of what the earthquake was like for me, because I remember I woke up in the middle of the night. It's about 4:30, 5:30 in the morning, pitch dark. And all of a sudden, imagine you wake up and suddenly a jackhammer goes off, and it sounds like, and it feels like it's 2 inches away from your face. And then the earth just moves. The entire earth, the building, your bed, everything is moving back and forth, up and down, back and forth. And you literally have the feeling that the house is about to fall on your head, because it might just fall on your head. And for many people, it did fall on their head. That was that moment. And everyone went through that. Transformers were exploding all over the place. All the lights were blown out. There was no electricity. Gas leaks were happening. Fish tanks were knocked over. Glass was all over the place. Pictures fell off of walls. And I'm talking about, that's just in the house that I was living in. And that glass was everywhere. And running around barefoot for hours, for 2-3 hours. I was running in and out of the house in between the aftershocks, trying to get my roommates out, making sure the dogs were okay, was trying to grab a couple of essential items like a t-shirt, and just trying to make sure everyone was okay, before I realized in the morning, when I finally got my boots on, I had been doing this all barefoot. The first time the dawn came out, we could actually see the devastation. There's still aftershocks that were happening. They're all about 6.0, 6.5. And I stepped into the front doorway, walking into the entrance of the house, and I heard crunch. It was all the glass that I had been running across for hours, not noticing that there was any glass, couldn't even conceive of it. And somehow I didn't shred my feet. And yeah, everyone had PTSD. It was a shock. And this is what happened to the entire neighborhood. But we came together and everyone lifted each other up. And we fed each other and we talked with each other. And we got through that together as a community. That's just one example in my lifetime. And it's not the only one, where people lifted each other up. When I was homeless, I remember I was on the church steps in L.A., in the heart of L.A., right outside of, and actually it was in Hollywood, the city of Hollywood. And I was on the church steps, and I remember the recovering addict who took the time. We had a conversation. I've talked about this many times in speeches and on this program, and how we had a conversation and he helped me to find a safe space that I could sleep at so that I could actually have a full sleep, a restful, peaceful sleep for the first time in weeks. And how he helped me to get back onto my feet just by that little thing of giving me a place where I could sleep so that I could then go back out, have the energy to try and find a job, to be able to restart my life. It's the little things we do. And on Memorial Day, and I'm going to go to the comments in a moment, but it's these little things we do for each other that we need to remember, because that's what America is about. It's about lifting each other up, not tearing each other down. And the things that we're doing today forget that we are here to lift each other up. Not the government to lift you up, but the community, your friends, your family, the people that you meet, strangers walking around. Help each other, lift each other up. And that is a beautiful thing to remember on Memorial Day. That's what people died for. That's what America's about lifting each other up, and we all succeed. All boats float in a rising tide. That's what we need. And I think that's very important. And that's one of the messages that goes out around the world to all the other nations, and why they look at America as the shining beacon of hope and success and freedom. Because they see over and over again, America is the most generous nation in the world. We're the most giving people. We are the most helpful people. We volunteer so much for everyone else in the world and for each other. And no matter how much we are angry about the progressives or the Democrats or the conservatives or the Republicans or the libertarians, as much as we are angry with them from time to time to time, when it comes to need, when someone needs a hand to help them up, America always puts that hand out. The people lift each other up more often than not in every single case. And that's why they want to be American. That's why they want to live like Americans. Because we do something that the rest of the world seriously does not do. We don't have genocides like in the Sudan, where they try and, like Darfur, where they just genocide people, or like in Iran, which is poisoning schoolgirls. Literally, the government of Iran is killing girls for learning how to read. Iran is going out and they are killing women for not covering their hair. They are killing men and women for daring to say that the government shouldn't kill schoolgirls for learning how to read, that they shouldn't kill women just because you could see her hair. That's what we see in other parts of the world. And here in America, people go, I could live with that, or I could be like Americans and lift each other up. Not because I absolutely agree with every word everyone else says, not because the government told me to do this and I have to walk lockstep in that authoritarian mode. It's because it's just something good to do. That's Memorial Day to me. That's Memorial Day to me. It's a different way of looking at Memorial Day. Not a lot of people look at it in that way, but I think it's very important. That's what I remember about Memorial Day. One of the things that I remember, that the people who died gave us the opportunity to always have that hand to lift up someone else. It's a very serious thought. I don't know that a lot of people think of it that way. They think of the movies nowadays. They think of the holiday. They're going out and they can have a beer. They go out and have fun with their friends, watch a TV show, play games. But it's really about having that opportunity to lift up your neighbor, not because you're told to do so, but because that you want to, because you can. And hopefully, that other person will be there to lift you up when you need it. And we do that better than everyone in the world. And that's what people died for. That's what people bled for. That's what they suffered for. Around the world, throughout our history, is to be able to say, I am free to help someone. So that if they make a choice and it doesn't work the way they wanted to, if life doesn't work out the way they expected it to, there's always someone there to say, and I will help you try again. You just have to want it. At least that's the way I see it. Not everyone agrees. Not everyone will find that of interest, but I do. And I think that's a good message to start the show off with. Jan, thank you for also being here with us. Good afternoon. Jan says, I can totally relate to what you're saying. I've had many struggles in my life, and if certain people weren't there to lend a hand, I know I wouldn't be here. And I've also been on the other side and helped people. I've done the same thing. I think it's important. And Jan also goes on to say, yes, the Northridge earthquake was bad. I remember it and the destruction. It was, she was living in San Diego at the time. Yeah, it was a horrible, terrible time for many, many people. But it was also an uplifting time when we realize how much the country came together to help. It's like after 9/11, the nation unified. We came together. And we sometimes forget that. And I think that's where we have the low points in our nation, is when we forget that we will come together and that we do come together more often than not. We remember the pain far more than we remember the good times, far more than we remember the positives, the things that bring us together. We have sensationalized the negative because it draws eyeballs. The news media focuses on the negative and not really the positive. And I think that's important. Graham mentions, I've been thinking a lot about resiliency and productivity and what it takes for an individual to become a better citizen with each passing day. The biggest thing it takes is the willingness to be accountable, to say, I made a mistake, or I have an opportunity. And then it takes action. And that's whether it means going out and voting, telling people what you think, disagreeing with whatever politician, local, state, federal. It's part of being your neighbor and saying, you know what, let me say hello to my neighbor today, just because. Graham says, from your time in the military, is it fair to say, in order for every Marine to contribute their best, they each were provided food, shelter, education, training, transportation, and healthcare? The military is very different. So let me explain. A military lives and dies on its troops. So you have to feed your troops. Otherwise, they won't be able to perform. They won't have the energy or the capability. You have to train them. Otherwise, they won't know how to use the materials or achieve the objective that's in front of them. You need to be able to get them to the objective to complete their mission. And they have to be healthy to be able to complete the mission. So the military operates in a different system. And then remember, the military isn't a democracy. It isn't free. If you are in the military, you are property of the United States. That is a fact. You swear the oath and you become property of the United States. You don't have rights. that you give up all of your rights under the Constitution to become part of the military. And so it's very, very different. And but it's supposed to be, because you are giving up your rights, your freedom, to protect the rights and freedom of others, of the rest of the nation, so that people can sleep well at night without having to fear or think about it. That's what you do. So for every Marine to contribute their best, the key thing that they need to provide, what every Marine puts in, is they are there for every Marine. I'm there for the Marines with me and for the nation. Everything we do is to sacrifice for the people who aren't Marines, who aren't in the Army or the military, for the people, the mom and dads and the kids who go about their life every day and never think about what it takes to let them go about their day without any concerns. I'm only able to be on this program today, to be able to speak with you, to be able to have this conversation, because there is a Marine, there is a soldier, there is a Navy sailor, there is an airman somewhere in many places around the world in harm's way. And thank God for them. And because there were so many hundreds of thousands that died. That's the only reason why I can be here today, to have this conversation with you, to be able to have the freedom to share my thoughts, to share my concerns, to talk about the issues that are affecting us all. That's the only reason. And because I've been in the military, I am aware of them, and I understand the sacrifice, the ultimate sacrifice in some cases, that they have provided. And so it's very important to understand that. It's very different. It has nothing to do with what civilians go through every day, because civilians every day aren't sacrificing 24/7. Think about it. The military is a 24/7 job. There is no downtime. You are always, when you are active, you are always on call. You are always available at any time of any second of night, day, anywhere. No matter what you may be doing, you are about to go to war, potentially. You give up all your rights and freedoms so that everyone else gets to do whatever they want, including saying that they hate the military. They get that right because someone is standing in harm's way saying, you have that right, because someone died to let you have that right. It's a very important thing to remember, because someone said, I want you to have the opportunity to think about nothing else but being able to help lift up that other American, to lift up that other person, to be able to be generous and to give charity to the people in Sudan, to be able to give help and aid to the people in Ukraine, to be able to help nations around the world to improve themselves, so that you don't have to worry about staying alive and staying protected and making sure that you're going to be able to live your life. There's someone else in harm's way who's making sure you don't ever have to think about that. All you have to do is be charitable, to be generous, to live the best life you can, to make the choices that are in front of you. That's what they're there for. You make the choices you want to make. And there's that other person in harm's way who's saying, don't worry, I've got you. I'm watching your back. No one's going to stop you from being as generous and kind and helpful as you want to be. That's really important, I think. And we don't hear enough about that. No, user has been banned says, well, the military sounds like socialism or fascism in its most ultimate way. No, the military isn't government. The military is exactly what it sounds like. It's the military. And the military isn't a social experiment. It's not about going in there because you want to be warm and fuzzy. The military doesn't care if you have two moms or a mom and a dad. The military isn't there to make you feel good about what your sexual preference is. Sorry, you don't have a sexual preference when you're in the military. It's not about how you want to individually want to be identified. It doesn't matter. You don't have an individual identity. You have a rank. That's it. You are part of a machine. And you do that on purpose. That because the military works as a unit. You are an entity. You are property. You have a purpose. And that is all you are there for. It isn't about who you feel like you are. It's you have the role of a corporal, of a sergeant, of a major, of a captain. And you have a function. And that is it. And the more that we step away from that and say, well, no, the military is about, being LGBT. It's about being trans. It's about having a self-identity, they, them. No, that's not the military. That's not their job. The military could care less what you personally think, because what you personally think doesn't matter. You gave up that right. That's what you swore the oath about. You don't have that right. You aren't an individual anymore. You don't have personal feelings anymore. You gave up that right. That was your constitutional rights. You gave that up to be in the military so that other people could have that right without ever having to fear that the government or any other government will try and take that away from them. That's what people died for. They gave up their rights so that you could do whatever you want with your freedom. Whatever is your pursuit of happiness, you can live it because someone else said, I give up that right. I am no longer a person. I am a corporal. I am a private. I am a lieutenant. I am a general. You are military and you have a role, and that's it. And whether you are gay or straight or you want to be identified as a toaster doesn't really matter because no one cares. Because you're there to protect so that someone else can say, oh, I want to be identified as a puppy. Fantastic. Live your, that's your life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. You knock yourself out because you couldn't do that in Iran. And because Iran doesn't want you to do that, that's what we have the military for, so that you can be whatever you want to be. And no one will ever stop you. That's the way I see it. Maybe not everyone agrees. No, I understand what you mean, user has been banned. And I'm not, I'm not attacking anyone. That's never what I want to do. I'm just clarifying my thoughts about it and how I see it. Not everyone will agree. And I know sometimes people misunderstand the way that I see America, and I think many people see America. They see it as something entirely different. They think, the militaries are bad guys. No, the military isn't bad. The military is incredibly good. It's one of the most generous things that I could possibly do, to give up your life for someone you don't even know, that you will never know the name of, so that they can live their life. People died so that someone else can say that they're gay or they're bi, they're trans, they're queer, whatever the hell it is they want to call themselves. Someone died so a black guy can work next to a white guy, next to an Asian guy, next to a Hispanic guy. Someone died so that you can live whatever life it is you want to live. Someone died for that. That's what Memorial Day is about, to remember. Someone died so that you could do whatever it is you do, whether it's play video games or whether it's go and become an engineer, whether it's trying to go to be a teacher and to try and push minor attracted people. People abuse the freedom, but they could only do that because someone else died, so you have freedom. And not too many people are willing to say that, honestly. You don't hear that from the BLMs, the Antifas out there. They're trying to tell you, oh, America's so evil, it's so bad. You have no freedom, you're a slave. No, go to Africa. There are plenty of slaves over there. Go to South America. There's plenty of slaves over there. That's not America. You have the freedom. They're like, oh, you're being oppressed. Yeah, we're so oppressed that there are tens of millions of people who are in America and trying to get to America to be as free as you are. Well, what BLM would like you to believe is oppression is the ultimate pinnacle of freedom in the world. Yeah, you're right, Dan. That's exactly it. Someone died so that people can say this is a horrible country. Because you couldn't say that in another country. Go to North Korea and try and say they're a terrible country. Go to Venezuela and try and say that country is a horrible country. Go to Cuba. Go to Russia. Go to all these wonderful socialist nations. Go to China and try and say that they have a terrible country and see what the impact will be. You won't like what's going to be the result. Even in England or Canada, even in the European Union, even there you are restricted in being able to say the things you want to say. We'll talk about it a little bit later in the show, but they now have a ministry of truth in the United Kingdom. Remember, they tried that here in the United States, and we said, no, you cannot restrict our words. The government cannot say what I can and can't talk about. In the United Kingdom, they're doing it. And in the United Kingdom, they don't have the freedom of speech. So the government can tell them what they can and cannot say. That's the difference. Graham asked a question. Would you agree that liberal democratic capitalism relies on an authority/government that provides a safe, secure environment in which to trade? Let me read that again. Would you agree that liberal democratic capitalism relies on an authority that provides a safe, secure environment in which to trade? No, I wouldn't agree with that. Every government provides a relatively safe, relatively secure environment, and trade is a function of economics. Every government has to have an economy. And to be able to have an economy, you need a relatively safe, secure environment to do that. Every government does that. America does it better, and we're not a democratic capitalist nation. We are a constitutional republic, which is different. So we're not a liberal democracy. We are a constitutional republic. Very different. We call it a democracy because that simplifies it. It oversimplifies it. But we're not a democracy. Nor are we overly liberal either. That's not what America is. And capitalism is just a function of the economics. You can be a socialist nation. It wouldn't work. It hasn't worked ever in the history of the world, but you could do it. You can be a monarchy. Capitalism is a function of economics, not government. And every government can have different forms and different degrees of their economic policies, being more or less capitalist or socialist or communist. So the ideas aren't quite the same. You want which shirt? Oh, John, you like my shirt? Yeah, it's paisley. It's a nice paisley. I've only seen it once. I got 3 shirts that are like this: the black and gray, the gold and brown, and then this is my red and black. And I can't find it. Found it once, can't find it again. Who knows? Thank you for joining us, John, and thank you for the compliment. So let's get into the show itself. And I wanted to start off the show kind of in the vein of what we were talking about here. Is I want to mention one of the reasons why we should remember this. And I'm going to play just a small part of this, but when we talk about Memorial Day, that means those who are missing in action. It means the POWs as well as those who died that we want to remember. And I'm just going to play a little bit of this. This is from 2012.
And welcome. As you entered the field this evening, you may have noticed a small table in a place of honor. It is set for one. This table is our way of symbolizing the fact that members of our profession of arms are missing from our midst. They are commonly called POWs, or MIAs, We call them brothers and sisters. They are unable to be with us this evening, so we remember them. This table is set for one is small, symbolizing the frailty of one prisoner alone against his oppressors. Remember. The tablecloth is white, symbolizing the purity of their intentions to respond to their nation's call to arms. Remember. The single red rose displayed in a vase reminds us of the families and loved ones, comrades in arms, who keep the faith awaiting their return. Remember. The red ribbon tied so prominently on the vase is reminiscent of the red ribbon worn upon the lapel and breasts of thousands who bear witness to their unyielding determination to demand a proper accounting of our missing. Remember, the candle is lit. Symbolizing the upward reach of their unconquerable spirit. Remember, a slice of lemon is on the bread plate to remind us of their bitter fate. Remember, there is salt upon the bread plate, symbolic of the family's tears as they wait. Remember, the glass is inverted. They cannot toast with us this night. Remember, the chair is empty. They are not here. Remember, all of you who served with them and called them comrades, who depended upon their might and aid and relied upon them, for surely they have not forsaken you. Remember. Now Corporal Finn will place a flag upon the table, symbolizing the legacy that they have passed on to us, to continue to account for those who are missing from our ranks. Remember, until the day they come home, remember. Please remain standing for the playing of Amazing Grace.
I'm just going to stop and pause right there. Those are wonderful things to remember. And I don't think we talk about that enough. And please, let me remind you, it's not just the military. I know Memorial Day, we often think about just the military. It's not just those that died, the POWs, the MIAs, those who have been injured, like in Afghanistan, like in Iraq, like those in Sudan that are fighting as we speak. It's also about the civilians. It's about 9/11. It's about that fireman who is there on the rubble trying to clear the way, to try and find as many people as possible to help the survivors. It's about the people like I lived through in the Northridge earthquake, banding together to make sure that the kids are fed and that everyone could feel safe in their homes. It's about that policeman right now who is in Chicago trying to protect the lives of everyone. Black, white, Hispanic, Asian, male, female, gay, straight, it doesn't matter. It's about that. It's about remembering those who are giving so much so that you can live the life you want to lead, so that everyone can live in freedom. That's what this day is about, and we must not forget that. And I think that's very important. So I wanted to start off the show with those messages, with those thoughts, because that's what Memorial Day is about. And it is solemn, it is serious, it isn't fun, and it's not political. It has nothing to do with politics, left, right, or indifferent. I don't care if you're in the middle, you're on the left or right. I don't care if you don't think politics is all that important. It is. And I want you to remember that the rest of the world, while they may not be celebrating Memorial Day, they celebrate America. Because while they may not understand, they understand the consequences. Because the beacon of America is bright. Because freedom is such a reality in America as compared to anywhere else in the world. That's why millions are coming here today. It is the consequence of those that died for the freedom of America is why there are tens of millions trying to come to America right now, legally and illegally. It is because of that freedom. It is because the blood and sweat and tears that so many have shed, whether in war or in natural disaster, or every day as policemen and law enforcement trying to follow the Constitution to protect our lives. That is why the rest of the world wants to be like America. Or at least that's what they have classically always been. And I think it's important to remember that. Because when we forget these things, history repeats itself. That's when we get things like the Hitler Youth, and how children were used as a tool to try and propagate hate. That it was the idea of the 1930s Germans that if they could twist the youth, if they could make them believe that they didn't have any freedom, if they programmed them, that they would never forget the horrors of what was the 1930s Germany. And we see that, and we know it's very easy to slip into that. There was a thing called the third wave. A lot of people don't remember that. This is how easy it is to lose our path. The moment we forget, we fall into these traps, these authoritarian traps, the lapse of freedom, the loss of freedom. It's very simple. In 1967, it took 5 days. Let me say that again. It took 5 days for an entire community to fall into the trap of authoritarianism, to lose the understanding of freedom, to deny others the life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It took 5 days. That was in 1967. That was during the Vietnam War. That was right after the Korean War. It was within a generation of World War II, where so many had died, where it was still fresh in our memory and actively happening in our nation, that women, men and women were losing their lives, were bleeding for freedom. And in that environment, where it was omnipresent, where the sons and daughters of moms and dads that died in World War II, that gave so much in World War II for freedom, completely forgot it. It was 1967, and it took 5 days. And I would tell you that today, we are now over 70 years away from World War II. We have people who are telling us actively that we should hate America. There are people who are telling us that we have a horrible nation. We had a president, Obama, who ran around the world apologizing for the greatness of America. Apologizing. We have college teachers who are trying to convince kids today, much like we saw in the 1930s, that are trying to convince kids today that America is a horrible place. And how many days would it take for the third wave to happen again? In 1967, it happened by accident, and it took 5 days. Imagine if they tried that today. How many days would it take now? And I would tell you that it is happening today. I truly believe it is happening today, because too many people are forgetting. That's what I believe. And I think it's an important thing to keep in mind. But let's talk about the things that are happening right now. Let's talk about what else is going on in the world. And by the way, if you disagree with anything that I've said, you are more than welcome to call into 607-242-9247. The phone line is on. Our phone is connected. You can call in and tell us what you think. If you think I'm wrong, tell me why. If you think that we haven't forgotten, if we're not forgetting, if you think that America isn't great for some reason, then tell me why. I really would love to hear that. If you don't believe in life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, tell me why. If you think we should get rid of the freedom of speech, tell me why. Tell me how you think that we don't need those things. I know Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the Squad, Anna Presley, Cory Bush, Ilhan Omar, Hakeem Jeffries. They keep trying to tell us that there's a better answer than being free, than having free speech, from being able to live our lives. That if we just give up our rights and our freedoms and follow them, we'll have a better life. And I would say to each and every one of them, how? How could we have a better life? By being automatons, from being robots, from only being able to do what they tell us to do. You know, think about it. In America today, we often say, reach for the stars because maybe you'll get the clouds. They're telling us today, don't reach for anything at all. Just be satisfied with what you're given. Don't reach for anything. Just accept what you're given. I disagree with that. I think that's absolutely wrong. But let's look at something else. Let's look at what's happening overseas, because we are in danger as we speak. The world is a dangerous place, and it is getting more dangerous by the day. Because we have weak leadership, because some people are trying to tell us that freedom isn't free, that we do not have a right to speak or to act, we're seeing Iran and Russia are stepping up. They are becoming more militarized. We are seeing that Iran is directly sending weapons to Russia, that they are building up their power in the Middle East and in Western Europe. Because this is important. We know, and this is coming from CNN, this is from the left, we know that Iran has no fear of America. We know that because they are violating already UN statutes that say they cannot arm Russia. They're sending out drones that are being used in the Ukraine as we speak, violating all the sanctions that Joe Biden said would crush Russia. Guess what? It isn't working. The sanctions that were there to crush Iran aren't working. And they are sending out blatantly in our face, they are arming Russia because they do not fear Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Hakeem Jeffries. They do not fear progressivism. They believe that they can beat that. Not America, but they can beat socialist progressive ideology. They can beat a presidency, an administration that is focused on just getting to the next election, to just win the next election, not considering the consequences of what they are doing. And I think that's very important. I think that's critically important to understand. Because the more that we're worried about that next election, the more that they are happy to just try and take over more. Again, this is coming from CNN, and they're telling us they are actively flaunting the will of the United States. They are actively saying they don't care. They're not afraid. And they're not afraid because look at what the Biden-Harris administration has done. There are 31,000 Americans in harm's way right now. 31,000. That is at least 5,000 in Afghanistan, at least 10,000 Americans in the Ukraine. That is at least 15,000 Americans in the Sudan right this second. And Joe Biden doesn't even want to mention their names. He doesn't want to mention those countries. He doesn't want you to think about the people he forgot about. It's Memorial Day. And Joe Biden's going to tell you about the great history of America and how we all came together. And he's a great leader. And this is why you should be thinking about 2024. And he won't mention the people that he has forgotten. 31,000, about 10,000 Americans per year. 10,000 in 2021, 10,000 in 2022, 10,000 in 2023. God help us, there'll be another 10,000 in 2024. He just isn't caring. And he doesn't want you to think about that. It's okay. Those people are gone. We don't know who those people are. Don't think about those people. Could be your neighbor, could be your brother, your sister, your mom, your dad, your uncle. Doesn't matter. You don't need to think about them. Forget about them. They don't exist anymore. Is that what Memorial Day is about now? That we forget about tens of thousands of Americans because it's not politically advantageous? That we can't mention the plight of these Americans in the Sudan, in Afghanistan, in the Ukraine? We can't talk about that? That we can't think about the consequence? Because we got to go out and see the latest mermaid movie. We got to see Disney Plus. Let's see Disney movies. Let's go out and watch The Flash. Let's go out and have a picnic. Look, I'm not saying you can't go out and enjoy yourself. Please do. But we're so busy trying to enjoy ourselves, we're not thinking about the consequences. And there is very few, if almost no one, who's saying, oh, but what about those Americans who are in harm's way and they don't get to go and see a Disney movie this weekend because they're busy trying to hide from the Taliban or ISIS or Al-Qaeda. They're busy trying to duck down from missiles and bombs and Iranian drones in the Ukraine. They're trying to run away from the warlords in Africa who are being prompted by ISIS to fight in the Sudan. They're trying to survive. And Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are too busy trying to raise up money for 2024's election to really care. No one wants to talk about that because it's serious and it's sad and it's devastating. And next time it could be you. Go on a vacation, go to Europe. Go on a vacation, go to Southeast Asia. Go on a vacation outside of the United States, and it could be you the next time. They might forget about you. Go on a business trip overseas, and you might be the next person that the Biden-Harris administration says, we don't want to talk about them anymore. They don't exist. Forget about them. This is what Memorial Day is about. Let's not forget about them. User has been banned says, on a positive note, Poland is giving the Ukraine their old Soviet garbage and buying new American military hardware, increasing their military budget to 4% of GDP, more than France. Yes, because Poland is terrified, because they see that Iran is building up their military, which means the Middle East is in danger. They notice that Russia will not stop at just the Ukraine, that Poland is one of the next targets, that Estonia, Lithuania, Moldavia, that they're all, Western Europe is in danger, and Poland has lived under this kind of authoritarian rule, and they will never go back. They've seen the freedom that America has, and they've learned from it, and they took the steps to get their own freedom. They fought for it. They bled for it. And they do not forget. They have not forgotten. I know the youth in Poland don't remember as well. They're starting to forget. But I know in talking to people in Poland all around the world, I've had these conversations and texts and chats where people are telling me, no, the older generation still remember the fights that they had in the 1980s, how they have fought against Russia and the Soviet Union and authoritarianism, and they will not go back. So I'm not surprised that they're increasing their military as we are seeing Europe vacillate and we see the United States failing to lead. They're going to step up where we will not because they want to protect. They have not forgotten. Graham says, do you know if France is still rioting? France is always rioting. France is always rioting. The French are rioting because the French need something to do. Yeah, the French are always rioting. There's always something for the French to riot about because, well, they're French. Sorry, I don't have a huge opinion of the French. But we have to remember, this is how bad it is. And remember, I was mentioning earlier, even we are seeing currently that the BBC in the United Kingdom, when the flame of freedom is weak, we see the rest of the world falls towards authoritarianism. The rest of the world becomes less free, not more free. No one else steps up and says, well, if America won't do it, we'll do it instead. We really don't see that. The United Kingdom, the closest ally to the United States in the entire world, people that we have the most in common with. The BBC the United Kingdom just saw that the United States said, we do not want a ministry of truth. Remember the Department of, what was it? The Department of Misinformation in the United States. They decided, they're going to have their BBC verify that they in the United Kingdom are now going to do something that the United States rejected, that we said you cannot do. The government must not try and determine what I can and cannot say, that the First Amendment protects us, and you can't say, we don't like that, it's misinformation. And what is the BBC doing? The BBC, the government. This isn't like Channel 2 News. This isn't like HBO. This isn't like MSNBC or CNN. Those are our private businesses. Yes, they have deep ties to political ideology, but they're not the government. Although sometimes it's confusing because we see Twitter and Facebook and Google working hand in hand with the FBI and the CIA. And there are many agents of the government in those companies, but they're not strictly government operations, at least not entirely. But the BBC is the United Kingdom's government. They are government itself. And they are putting together 60 journalists. So they are going to counter misinformation. They're going to address mistruths. What does that mean? It's the same thing that they tried here in the United States. The DHS, Department of Homeland Security, tried to put together an organization to get rid of mistruths. What does that mean? They never explained that. What they're trying to do is to make you forget what is freedom. They're trying to define your freedom as something that the government controls. And why are they doing that? Because the United States is weak. And when the United States is weak, when we are not burning the flame of freedom brightly, the rest of the world falls towards authoritarianism. That's why you see Iran militarizing and trying to take over the Middle East. And they are doing that. That's why we see Southeast Asia as militarizing. We've been covering that for 9 months now. And they are militarizing, getting ready for war, because China doesn't believe in freedom. Because we see in Russia, they are threatening Western Europe, because they don't believe in freedom. They don't believe in free speech. They don't believe in what we have here in America. And because America is so preoccupied under the Biden-Harris administration, that we are so preoccupied about getting the next election, we are so preoccupied about politicians remaining in power, that we are corrupting ourselves, that we are letting freedom fade. And that is the danger. Graham says, starting off, user has been banned says, yeah, will it go anywhere though? Will this go anywhere? Well, I don't know. They're talking about the French. I'm sorry. See, there's misinformation, malinformation, disinformation, mistrust. These are the words they use. When the government wants to suppress something, when they want you to obey, they use these words to say, we're going to protect you. I can protect myself. If I don't agree, if CNN is on and I don't like what they're saying, I can click the channel and watch something else. If I'm watching someone on YouTube and I don't agree with what they say, I can type a comment. You can call into this program if you do not agree. You can voice yourself, or you can choose to support something else. I don't need a government. The only reason why the government would say we need a ministry of truth, as it is stated in 1984, the only reason why the government needs to say we're going to protect you, is because they're telling you you don't have a right to protect yourself. That you're not smart enough to be able to figure out that you can just change the channel. That you can just go and search for a different YouTube or TikTok or Twitter. You can go and write a different tweet. That you can make a comment. That your voice can be heard. That you can call in. They want you to think that you have no agency in your life unless they are directing your life. That's the insidious thing about this. The ministry of truth isn't dangerous because they're protecting you. It's because they're telling you you can't protect yourself. They're telling you that government is more powerful in your life than you are, that you don't have a life without them deciding everything for you. That's the danger of the ministry of truth. That's the true ultimate goal of having a ministry of truth, of having some government agency say what is and is not capable of being heard by you. I don't need the government, whether in the United Kingdom or the United States, to tell me that I don't believe that white supremacy or black supremacy are bad things, that they are evil. I don't need the government to say that. I understand good and evil. I can make that choice myself. And if I'm questioning that, if I'm not sure if white supremacy or black supremacy are good ideas, if I can't think that they're bad ideas, if I'm not sure, I can go into Google and I can find all kinds of things for myself. I don't need the government to be able to tell me. I can go straight to the History Channel and find out about the Hitler Youth. I can go into Google and Wikipedia and I can find out about the third wave. I don't need the government to tell me. I can find it for myself. You can too. So the only reason why they are there is because they're telling you, we did the work for you. Don't think, obey. Don't listen to anyone else. Don't make up your own mind. Don't be free. Be a slave. Don't remember why people bled and died for this nation, for you to be able to have the right, the freedom to go down to a library, to pick up your cell phone, to go and do a search, to do the research, to read the books, to find out for yourself. No, just obey. Just obey. That's not what Memorial Day is about. That's not what freedom is about. We don't need government, whether in the UK, Europe, the United States, or any other part of the world. We don't need a government telling us what we can and cannot think for ourselves. Not if we want to have a good and true and beneficial government. It is terrifying to me. User has been banned mentions. Malinformation is a term coined by the media researcher Hossein Derkashian in a Council of Europe co-authored report titled Information Disorder and later adopted by UNESCO. It refers to a piece of information that is true and factual but is intentionally conveyed in order to inflict actual harm or cause imminent threat of actual harm. All information, here's the thing, all information can be considered dangerous to someone. Doesn't matter what it is. If I have an instruction manual teaching you how to make a fire, that could be used to create arson. It could also be something from the Boy Scouts or the Girl Scouts teaching you about survival skills. It is the intent of the individual based on the information. There is no such thing as bad information. There is a such thing as bad use of information. When the government, when any government is telling you, you can't know that you can't talk about that, they're not telling you this for your own good. They're doing it for their good because it takes away your power. If I learn, one of the best ways to learn about why people should be free, why black supremacy or white supremacy are bad things, is to see what they did, to look at the history, to remember that the black supremacists, like the Waukesha driver who ran over people in a parade because of black supremacy, the New York City subway shooter who shot people on the subway just last year because of black supremacy, that's information. I don't need the government to tell me that black supremacy is a good thing or a bad thing. I can see what they did, and I can tell you, black supremacy led to people dying, innocent people. Autonomous zones are bad and evil because they break every law at the local, state, and federal level. I don't need the government to tell me well, sometimes autonomous zones are good or we're going to ignore them. No, they're breaking every law. That is chaos. And as a net result, what does every autonomous zone in America result in? Every single time they create arson, they create riots, they create, in most cases, death, including children. Like in Atlanta, an 8-year-old died. Like in, the Chaz, Seattle Chaz, it resulted in the death of a 14-year-old. We've seen people like David Dorn and Jessica Dottie Whitaker, who is a 22-year-old mom of an infant who is killed because of an autonomous zone riot for daring to say all lives matter. That's all she said. And now her child is growing up without a mom. Think about that. I don't need the government to tell me that these things are bad. I can just look up the actual information. I can look at the news, the reports, and I can see the details. It is a fact. I don't need the government to tell me that when CNN says it's mostly peaceful, as there is an arson fire in the background of their live stream, I don't need the government to tell me, well, let me put that in context for you. I can see the context. They're lying to our faces. When MSNBC is showing that there are riots going on and people are being attacked behind them, as they are live streaming telling me it's a peaceful protest, even though someone's getting beaten to death right behind the reporter in the camera view. When they are attacking police, they're attacking fire departments who are only trying to save people's lives. I don't need the government to tell me, let me give you a context so that you can better understand that. I can see for myself. I'm able to make my own decision. If the government's telling me, no, but you don't need to think about that, we have the answer for you. We've already thought about it for you. I'm sorry, then that means you are telling me to be a slave. If you're afraid of me thinking about it, then that means you're trying to protect something for yourself. They have a political agenda. They want a certain interpretation. User has been banned says, the media are not there to inform us, but the craft to craft a narrative for the ruling party. We don't have journalists working in media anymore. No, we don't. We have editors. They're like what this channel is. Okay? We're commentators. I go through the news. I show you the information so that you can have context of what I'm talking about. But I also, at the end of the show, always provide links to everything that I've shown so that you can go back and you can read all of the information for yourself and make your own decision. And I've seen many a time where people will stop even though I'm doing the live stream, they'll see the link and they'll say, I want to read that story. And they'll go right over and they'll bring up that story. They'll track it down and they'll, even while we're live, and we'll read the article that I'm talking about to get more of that information for themselves and make their own decision, which is fantastic. That's why we do this program. I don't expect you to agree with me 100%. I want you to check the sources. I want you to read the information and make your own decision about whether I'm right or wrong, whether you think my consequences that I'm speaking about are possible or not. Decide for yourself, because I believe you are free enough and you are intelligent enough and you are an individual and you will come up with your own decision. Whether you agree with me or not, it's immaterial. Doesn't matter. But now you've made the choice for yourself. That's freedom. And that means that maybe you will disagree with me and you'll never watch the channel again. Or maybe it means that you'll disagree and you'll watch it just to argue with me. Or maybe it means you'll agree with me to a little bit or a lot. But that's up to you. I believe in the freedom of speech and allow you to say whatever it is you think. And the government is terrified of that. There are political organizations that are terrified of that because you might not agree with them. And that means they don't have power. And they want power. They don't want you to remember Memorial Day. They want you to think it's about having a day off from work, that you're able to go out and drink a beer, and maybe certain beers anyway, and to go out and spend money. They don't want you to think about, oh, but this is about the sacrifice that allows you to think. It's about the sacrifice, about you pursuing happiness. They want you to obey, not to be independent. And I keep saying that, but I think it's very, very important because it affects not just the United States, it affects the rest of the world. Because the less that Americans are focused on pursuing happiness of life and liberty, about free speech, the less Americans are focused on that, the less the world gets to have that. If America isn't focused on life, liberty, and the pursuit of freedom, and also the ability to freely speak, then no one in the world gets to do these things. No one in the world gets it. Because if we're not the ones that are championing it, there is no reason for any other government to do it, because it doesn't give other countries power. It gives the people power. And there are many, many governments that are terrified of people having power. Iran is terrified of women being able to read, to be able to write, to be able to drive a car down the street, to be able to express themselves. They are terrified of that. They are so scared of that that they will kill girls in schools with poison rather than let them learn to read and write and grow up and be part of Iran. That's how terrifying it is to other governments around the world. That's how bad it is. China will make the Uyghurs disappear. In other words, they're dead. China will kill the Uyghurs because they don't obey. They have a religion. They believe in something other than the Chinese government. And that isn't good for Chinese government. That's not good for communism. That's not good for socialism. They have to obey the government first and foremost, not their religion, not their individual beliefs. So they have to kill them. That's what happens around the world. When America isn't focused on this, if we're not trying to encourage people to be more free and governments to be less robotic, to be less of slave drivers, then we get to see these atrocities around the world. Maybe you think I'm wrong. I don't think I am. Of course, if you think I'm wrong, well, share in the freedom of America. Call in 607-242-9247 from anywhere in the world. Tell me why I'm wrong. If you think the communist system is fantastic, tell me why. Let's have that conversation. You will be treated with respect on this channel. If you have a respectful conversation, I will have a respectful one back with you. If you have points that you want to tell me about, you want to explain to me how I misunderstand communism, fantastic. Let's have that conversation. I've lived in communism. I understand it. Let's have that conversation. If you want to talk about black supremacy, white supremacy, let's have that conversation. If you want to talk about freedom, you want to talk about BLM and Antifa and autonomous zones, and you want to try and tell me that those are good things, fantastic. Let's have that conversation. Call on in. If you are an elected official anywhere in the United States at the local, state, or federal level, I will give you as much time as is needed to explain your point of view. Unlike CNBC, unlike MSNBC, unlike Fox or any of the other major news media, I don't have a time limit. I will give any elected official as much time as they need to try and tell me why I am wrong in what I understand about America. Why we need... I want to hear these progressives come on. Hakeem Jeffries, call on in. Tell me why it is better for Americans to have less freedom of speech and being more of an obedient slave to progressivism. Please call in. I would love to have that conversation. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Ilhan Omar, Anna Presley. You guys want to call in? I'll give you as much time as you need. Prove me wrong. Let's have that discussion. And we get back silence. Happens over and over again. members of BLM, Antifa, Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, the far left organizations out there. If you think I'm misrepresenting your organizations, call in. Call in. Tell me how I misunderstand BLM or Antifa or Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, Indivisible New York. Let's talk about these organizations. Let's call in. Let's have this conversation. They don't, because it's not about having free thought. It's about obey. You're not supposed to think about it. You're just supposed to say, they thought it through for you. They did the thinking for you, and you get to obey. It's truly terrifying to me. And the news media is just another piece of propaganda at this point. They don't ask questions. They push an agenda over and over again. And let me give you an example of what I mean when I say they push an agenda. Let's talk about the United States. Let's talk about the debt ceiling, okay? This is from the Financial Times. This came out, I believe it was today. This came out from the Financial Times 15 hours ago, today, okay? And they're talking about the United States debt deal. We just had the debt crisis. We have a deal in principle with the United States. So Joe Biden and McCarthy came together. They made a deal. The United States is going to have a debt ceiling of $35 trillion. Let me say that again. The United States is about to have a debt ceiling of $35 trillion. That is a stupid amount of money. That is more money than half of the world's GDP. Half the countries in the world, about 80 countries in the world combined, can't hit $35 trillion in debt. They don't make $35 trillion in a year. Think about that. We're talking about 1/5 the total money in the world. There's about $180 trillion. If you took every dollar, every dime, every peso, every ruble, you took all the money in the world, put it together, there is about $180 trillion in the world, on the planet at this moment. America has about 1/6 of that money in the world as debt. Think about that. 1/6 of all the money in the world is our debt at $35 trillion. And it's going higher. Within the next 5 years, we'll be at $50 trillion, almost half of the entire money supply in the world. And that's not even counting the unfunded liabilities. The true debt of the United States is about $130 trillion. This is not sustainable, folks. This is how we become a banana republic. And looking at the Financial Times, the thing that really caught me in this article, and you have to go all the way down, almost to the end of the article, and why is the debt ceiling, why is there a deal now, today, May 28th? Biden might not be strong enough politically to withstand a hit, to allow a deal not to be made, for America to not have a debt deal. They go on to say, in previous fiscal standoffs, Democratic administrations successfully portrayed Republicans as fiscal extremists. But mixed polls in recent weeks suggest Biden has no clear edge this time around. This is about politics. This is about politics. This is about votes. This is about the 2024 election. Why are we increasing the debt ceiling to $35 trillion? Why is there a deal going forward? Because Biden wants votes, and he can't make anyone the bad guy. He can't say Republicans are the bad guy. If he could say Republicans are the bad guy, he wouldn't do the deal. This is about politics. It doesn't matter whether you need your check for Social Security. It doesn't matter if you need your any of your disability checks, if you need food stamps. It doesn't matter if you have a retirement, a pension. That's not important to him. It's about the election. If he could blame Republicans and take away your Social Security check, if he could take away your retirement pension, if he could hurt the U.S. economy and blame Republicans so that he could win in 2024, he would do it. But he can't. So that's why he made a deal. You are meaningless. Your life, your livelihood, your ability to pursue happiness is immaterial to his political agenda. This is coming from the Financial Times. They're telling you right there. You have to look for it. You actually have to read through the article and look through them talking about the politics of the left, look at them talking about the politics of the right before they finally get to the point that this is about politics. The quote from Jay Campbell, a pollster at Hart Research, says, quote, if there's a recession as a result of this, the president will receive substantial blame, as will Republicans. That what happens politically at this point is really anybody's guess. So they're trying to, mind you, we're already in a recession. And I'm going to get to the comments in just one moment, folks. There is already a recession. We fell into a recession in the summer of 2022, just as this channel predicted back in February of 2021. We are in a recession. They changed the definition of a recession. Again, they expect you to be too ignorant to know. They expect you not to look up the history to actually know the facts. They told you to obey. They said the definition changed, so the consequences don't matter. Sorry, the fact is, under economic theory, we already fell into a recession in 2022. We've been in a recession. It's not politically advantageous to tell you the truth because they want to win an election. That's truly terrifying. Let me go back to some of the comments here because I see there's a few. I see Kevin C. has made a comment as well. Hey, Kevin, thank you for commenting. I'm going to get to your comment in just 1 second. Mike Bowie says, what's the debt now? $32 trillion, $31.7 trillion is the current debt at this moment. It is ridiculous. This is Banana Republic levels of debt. We are almost incapable of paying off the debt, which means that if we are forced to pay off the debt, if the petrodollar, the oil-based dollar, if they're not using dollars to pay for oil around the world, then we'll become a banana republic overnight. And the quality of life, if you think people are poor today, wait until we become a banana republic and our quality of life sinks to the level of Ethiopia. If America becomes a banana republic, then we would be living the same quality of life as Haiti. Tell me you think you're poor now and then live as if the United States was Haiti. We'll have a brand new definition of what poverty truly is. Graham says he's going to do it. Biden will default on the debt. No, he's not going to default on the debt. Supposedly, we have a deal. But is that in the best interest of the nation? No, I truly don't believe so. We shouldn't be increasing the debt ceiling to $35 trillion. We should be cutting the size of the government. We should be shrinking what our government does. We spend too much for the wrong things. And because we're spending money on things that are wasteful, that we don't need, for a government to tell us what we can and cannot do, like the ATF, telling us that a pistol brace that for a decade they said is perfectly safe, fine, and legal, that they're now telling us, nope, you can't do that. We're spending money for the FBI to investigate the PTA, for parents caring about their local school and what they are teaching their kids. That's where our money is going. We spent money for 6 years under the Durham report. That was $6 million, maybe $10 million, to find out what we already knew. that there was no Russia collusion, that it was a lie, that it was a political lie that was promoted by political agents and propagandists like MSNBC, like CNN, like the New York Times, telling us that there was a problem that really didn't exist, that the FBI was actively involved in trying to shift an election. These are all things that we knew, but they told us, no, you just don't understand. Adam Schiff told us he had the proof every night for 3 years in a row. He has the proof, and yet never provided it to American people, and then we found out it was never true. We spent money, and we're wasting money proving to again say the proof, we already have it. We already know that Hunter Biden's laptop is real. We knew that for years. And then we had to spend money, millions of dollars wasted to confirm what was already confirmed. That we know that the FBI already had the laptop, that the FBI already verified all the documents, that they knew it was real. We already knew that. But it wasn't politically advantageous. And you aren't supposed to think about it, you're only supposed to obey. So we wasted the money. That's why we have a $35 trillion deficit. We're wasting money on stupid things to protect politics, to protect political ideologies, rather than help American people. We need to shrink the government. That's what I truly believe. I could be wrong. Maybe you think I'm wrong. Let me go on. So Kevin C., hello, Kevin. I don't think, Kevin, I've seen you make comments before, and so thank you. Welcome to the channel, and thank you for your comment. Kevin says, let's move to another country. No, I don't need to go to another country. What I need to do, what we need to do, isn't to leave America, not to break up America, but to take control of our right. We have the right as Americans to speak. 6 out of 10 Americans aren't involved in politics. 6 out of 10 of Americans don't speak up. 6 out of 10 Americans blindly obey. That's the problem. We don't need to go to another country. We just need Americans to speak up. We need a majority of Americans, 6 out of 10, 7 out of 10, 8 out of 10 Americans to be involved in their government. I'm not telling you that everyone's going to agree with me, or we're all going to become Republicans, or we're all going to be conservatives, or we're all going to be libertarians. I'm not telling you that. What I am saying is we need to be involved. We need to do more than just obey what some news media publication, what some social media company with political ideologies, what political organizations are telling us to obey. That's what I'm saying. We don't need to move to another country. We just need to do what our country already allows us to do. Speak and make decisions. That's it. That's what Memorial Day is about. We speak and we make decisions. And that's something the rest of the world can't do. That's what the rest of the world wants. That's why they're trying to come to America, legally and illegally. That's what I believe, Kevin. You may disagree, but that's okay. User has been banned says, we could take over Canada. They disarmed their population. Well, again, another country that doesn't believe in the people being able to do anything for themselves. And truly, if I was a Canadian, I've said this to, it's simply Aless, who's on YouTube. She has a wonderful channel. I would recommend anyone checking that out. It's simply Aless. She's Canadian. She's talked about it. What they did, and when Canada disarmed its people, saying that you don't have a right to protect yourself, they said that they don't care about women. Because they said, in saying to the women of Canada, you can't protect yourself, the government says they don't care. They don't care what happens to those women. That's a direct consequence of not letting women be able to protect themselves. They said to people, your property isn't important because you no longer have a right to protect your property. The government doesn't care. That's telling you, and more importantly, Canada is doing what we saw in Venezuela, in Cuba, in North Korea, in China, in every socialist nation around the world. What do? What's the first thing that every dictatorship does in the history of mankind? They disarm the public. They arm the military, they arm the government, and they disarm the public. Because if the public doesn't have the ability to fight back, they have to obey. It's a fear tactic. It is a tactic of war. You disarm your enemy so that you can control the enemy. Well, in the case of Trudeau and Canada, he's taking away their ability for women to defend themselves, for property owners to defend themselves, for the people to defend themselves from the government. They are fearful that the government's military will harm them. It's terrifying, I believe. Kevin C. Also comments, how and why is America able to amass such debt, knowing the U.S. dollar is the current reserve currency? Does the U.S. military back the value of American debt? That's a good question, Kevin. Thank you for asking it. And let me try and, it's a difficult question, but let me try and sum it up if I can. How is America able to amass this debt? Because we keep increasing the debt ceiling. We've done this we're about to do this for the 79th time. That we just keep increasing the debt ceiling. We just keep saying the credit card is still open, and we just keep spending more money. And traditionally, Democrats spend more than Republicans. Mind you, Republicans spend money too. I'm not saying that it's just Democrats that do this. Republicans do it too. And both parties are saying just spend more money, because both parties in part are saying, okay, let's take some of that money and give our friends, our supporters, free stuff. Whether it's eliminating college loan debt or trying to get rid of credit card debt, whether it's more food stamps, whether it's more programs to help the poor, fighting poverty. We spent $15 trillion to fight poverty, and there's more people in poverty today than in the 1970s. True fact. Look it up. Don't trust me. Look it up. There's more people in poverty in America today than in the 1970s. But we spent $15 trillion fighting poverty. Obviously, the government's been wrong. The government's been wrong for 40 years, 4 decades. But we still do it. We're still wasting money on a program that has never worked. It has never reduced the amount of poverty in America. It is a failure. But yet Democrats keep saying, we just need to spend more money. Money isn't the reason why there's poverty. The government spending money is, in fact, the government, by spending more money, is increasing the amount of inflation, which is worse for poor people. It actually increases the number of poor people in America by the government spending more money, by printing more money forever. It creates more poverty. So we're actually doing the exact opposite of what we should be doing. So that's how we created this debt. We keep spending more money that we don't have to be able to give free stuff to try and convince people to vote and keep people in power. And that's the problem. So that's how we got here. Does the U.S. military back the value of American debt? Indirectly, yes. The fear of the United States military is one factor. It's also the fact that America is the technological leader of the world, or has been. We created many of from the 1930s till about almost modern day, the United States has led almost all the technological advances of the world, going to the moon, creating computers, shrinking the size of computers. We've been leading changes and advances in pharmacology, changes in farming. We've been leading the world. And as long as we've been doing that, and with the backup of, and we have a military, so no one can take the resources away from America. No one can come and take our coal. No one can take our natural gas. No one can take our oil reserves, because the United States will protect that. We protect Europe. We protect our allies and friends, or at least we used to. So because we have a strong military that no one can take the intellectual and natural resources of America, we have the leadership, and therefore the dollar is worth something. So in that way, yes, the military is backing it up because it's ensuring no one can take our resources. The things that are providing the value that has led the world into a higher quality of life. But as the military shrinks and gets less and less, there is more opportunity for people to take our resources, and therefore we become a banana republic. That's an oversimplification of it, but I hope that answers your question, Kevin. User has been banned, says maybe Biden will pull a Maduro and pull an ice cream from his desk. That's funny. Okay. Graham says Biden is a Chinese Communist Party asset, was installed by the globalists. His purpose is to weaken America through chaos and disorder. He failed in Afghanistan. He failed at the border, and he will default on the debt. Well, no, he won't default on the debt because, again, we just increased the debt ceiling. He can't default on the debt, assuming that this deal goes through. He has failed in Afghanistan, and there's 5,000 Americans to this day still in Afghanistan. He failed in Ukraine, 10,000 Americans there, 15,000 Americans in the Sudan right now. He has failed America. There is no redefinition of that. He failed with the southern border. We have had 6 million illegal aliens enter the United States since February of 2021. It is the largest number ever in the history of America. He failed. He's not stopping illegal immigration. And it's actually going to get worse very, very soon. We know that there is another wave of illegal immigrants that are coming. We know that, as we said last week, Mexico has actually, the reason why we don't see the wave of immigrants crossing our border right now, Mexico went and took all the illegal aliens and they moved them away from the border. They actually gave us a buffer because it's politically advantageous. Because Americans were getting so angry about the border. Americans were so upset that so many people were ready to walk into America illegally, that the Biden administration wasn't stopping illegal immigration. They were just organizing it. They were saying, okay, here's your cell phone, here's your ticket, go into America, and by the way, in 2 years, you'll have a meeting to decide whether you can actually be here. But you're illegally in America. Here's your cell phone paid for by American citizens. See you in 2 years to tell you whether or not you can continue to break the law. People were upset about that. And Mexico makes a ton of money off of these illegal aliens. They make a ton of money off the cartels, the illegal drugs, the sex slavery, the child slavery. That is illegal immigration. These are direct consequences of that. So Mexico, rather than having America actually shut down the southern border, put up a wall, bring in troops to actually watch the border, rather than have America actually shut down illegal immigration, for the most part. I mean, there would always still be some, but to stem the wave that we have seen since 2021 and deprive Mexico and the Mexican corrupt politicians from getting all the money they've been getting, they said, oh, no, let's grab those illegal aliens and let's pull them back for a little while until people forget, until Americans give it a week, give it 2 weeks, give it a month, so that Americans forget about this story and they start paying attention to something else, like the debt ceiling, like the Little Mermaid, like the Flash movie. So when Americans are distracted and talking about something totally different, when they talk about Target and the protest there, when they're busy talking about that, then we can let those illegal aliens go back in. It's a tactic. It's a misdistraction, a distraction tactic. It seems Kevin did agree. Well, thank you, Kevin. I'm happy to answer your questions. I always want to answer. And by the way, people can call in 607-242-9247. If you don't agree or are not clear about something, please just call in, ask. I'm happy to explain. Because you don't have to agree. If you don't think I'm right, tell me why. I'm happy to hear that discussion. So these are the things that are affecting us right now. And it's really, truly troubling. And we can see this. And especially when these are all consequences, as the Financial Times is highlighting here, that this is about politics. It's not about whether or not it helps you or me. This is about keeping people in power. This is about power. And you are not a consequence. You know, it's really interesting that we have seen there's this claim that's been going around about the RNC. This is the power play we keep seeing out there. Did Ronna McDaniel, who's the chair of the Republican National Committee, say that the possible debt default bodes very well? They want to say, well, see, it's the Republicans, the GOP, they're playing politics with this. This is about politics to them. It's not about people. It's not about making the right choice for Americans. Mind you, the Financial Times already told us, the Democrats, Biden-Harris, they're doing this because of politics. That the Democratic Party, the DNC, they're doing this for politics. This is what the world realizes. The world can see this and recognize it, but instead, we see that there are certain organizations out there, Twitter and others, they're trying to say, no, but it's the Republicans that are doing that. It's the Republicans are making it political. It's not the Democrats. It's not their fault. Except even when you look at Snopes, a left-leaning organization, a propaganda organization, even they have to admit that's not true. That's not what the Republicans are saying. That's not what the conservative voice in America is saying. That they are lying. What's the exact statement? This is Joe Biden. Defaulting on the debt, including trillions incurred under Donald Trump, could mean, and tens of millions under President Obama. Remember, Obama doubled the national debt in his 8 years. So if we want to talk about the debt, including other presidents, yes, Trump increased it and Obama doubled it. Could mean seniors missing Social Security checks and millions of jobs lost. Yes, we understand that. It's not that you care about that. You care about the politics. It's obvious to everyone in the world. It sounds like the head of the Republican Party thinks that's worth a price. It bodes very well. That's not what she said. That isn't what was actually said. And even Snopes has to say that is a lie. That the public is being lied to. Because this is about politics. And in particular, the people who are playing the most politics about this are in fact Biden, Harris, and the Democrats in America. Snopes is known. Hal mentions that Snopes is only left-leaning when they show you what you want to be true isn't actually true. No, Snopes is known to have a bias. I'm not telling you that the bias is good or bad. I have a right-leaning bias. I'm just honest about it. I'll tell you up front, I am a Republican. I'm a conservative Republican. I have great conversations with my libertarian friends. I don't have such great conversations with the Democrats and progressives because we disagree. I'm honest about that. I'm more than willing to have that disagreement and have that conversation. I'm willing to hear the other side. But I have a bias walking in. There's nothing wrong with that. Here's the problem. They don't say the same thing. That's not the honest truth from their side. And so that's the problem. Now, you may agree with or not with that, but that's up to you. But, and I'm just checking something here. Give me 1 second, folks. I just want to check. Hold on. Is it playing? Why is it not doing this? Sorry, I'm just trying to check the Rumble channel. Okay, yeah, it is playing on Rumble. Okay. Sorry about that little channel. Just making sure that we're live on Rumble and we can see this. But Snopes is known for lying to the American people. They have a left-leaning spin. Like CNN, like MSNBC, they're not neutral. Like the BBC, they're not neutral. They have a political agenda. They admit it. We've seen it. Look at the laptop on Hunter Biden. I mean, it's one of the most obvious and blatant examples. Look at what we saw from Rachel Maddow talking about the pandemic. Lied to our faces on a regular basis. And Snopes is like, oh, see, it's all perfectly fine. Let's be honest. They have an agenda. I don't mind it. They have an agenda. I wish they would be honest about their agenda. But sometimes they can't even lie about something that is absolutely blatantly obvious internationally. So let's call it what it is. And I want you to remember, they're not helping us. The debt, increasing the debt isn't going to bring, this is from, as you can see, from the St. Louis Fed, the Federal Reserve. Electricity isn't coming down. By the way, look at this. This is where the arrow is. That's when we saw Biden take over. Electricity has skyrocketed. They're telling you, oh, the price of electricity is down, inflation is down. No, it's not. They're trying to tell you that if you look at it from here, a month or two ago, yes, it looks like it's down. If you look at when we saw the policies change under the Biden administration, it skyrocketed up. That's inflation. That's why we're in a recession. If you look at, this is cookies, chocolate chip cookies, as an example. This is when the Biden administration took over. It skyrocketed. Oh, look, it went down. So there is no problem. Inflation is down. They have it under control because they want you to look at this little dot right over here where it tips down. They don't want you to remember, no, but the policy changed back in 2021 and it skyrocketed. They want you to think about things like, this is bread, regular white bread, Wonder Bread. Look at the skyrocket here. Look how it skyrockets up. And they're telling you, don't worry, there's no problem. You just don't understand. Things are fantastic. We're going to spend more money. We're going to inflate the economy. Well, let's see. We inflated the economy. This is, I forget what was happening here. This is under the Trump administration. This is the pandemic where we gave people free money. Yeah, and it came back down. And then Biden came in. And look at the inflation that we've seen during that time. That wasn't a spike. That wasn't the pandemic. That wasn't shutting down America temporarily. This has been a continuous effect of the policies. This is, right now, we're looking at ground beef, the cost of beef. And they'll tell you, well, the price is down since, back in January. Yeah, but the price is up since 2021, consistently. And again, I'm showing you just different things. This is milk. Milk is down since, January. Yeah, but milk is up since 2021. It skyrocketed. You're not supposed to think about that. Oh, this is all from the United States Department of Labor Statistics. This is from the Federal Reserve. Look at this. The only thing that actually came down is eggs because everyone stopped buying eggs. Everyone stopped buying eggs, so no one noticed. There's no demand for it. But otherwise, everything is skyrocketed. This is because we keep printing money, and the inflation is driving prices up. Poor people are being hurt. It's not the only reason, but it is absolutely a major part of that. The more money you print, the less money is worth, the more inflation we have. We've seen this with the banana republics in the 1980s. We saw it with the Weimar Republic in the 1930s. It's historically always the same story with the same result. And if it weren't for the military of the United States and the resources that we have in the United States, we'd already be a banana republic. And we are forgetting this. We have to remember this. Now, let me go back to some of the comments. Hal, I keep telling you, call in. Hal says, again, Snopes only has an agenda when they don't confirm the narrative you want to be true. No, it is well recognized amongst many media sources that Snopes is a left-leaning organization. The New York Times is a left-leaning organization. CNN, MSNBC are left-leaning organizations. It is empirical. The data is clear. Now, you may not like that Snopes is a left-leaning organization, that they have a bias. That's fine. You can enjoy that bias, but that doesn't mean the bias doesn't exist. The bias is there. They're just not honest about it. They say, well, no, we're neutral. The New York Times says we're neutral. The BBC says they're neutral. And empirically, that's not correct. That isn't true. And we see that. And it's been studied. And there have been reviews from other news media sources. It's a fact. You don't have to like it, but it's true. Yes, and user has been banned is mentioning, as I'm showing you, about what's happening with the economy and what's the impact of increasing the debt ceiling is inflation. And yeah, and the common thing that we keep hearing is it's down from the peak. Oh, it's gone down from the peak. They keep, when you hear Biden, when you hear Kamala Harris, you hear the press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre, when she talks about this and she's asking questions, it came down, the price is down, we're seeing it reduce from the peak. They leave out from the peak. A key set of words, 3 words, from the peak, because they don't want you to think, they want you to feel, they want you to obey. And if they say it's down, then you think, oh, it's all down. It must be back to where it was in 2019 or even 2020 or even the beginning of 2021. They're playing with you psychologically to make you think it's better than it is. No, it's up. It's up from the day that Biden took over. It's up since 2021. It has skyrocketed, and it is still up. Even with the decrease from the peak, it is still a skyrocketing of the cost of the things that the poor need every day. I showed you just a selection of the basics. These are basic items. And we're not talking about buying TVs or buying Lamborghinis. These are things that the poor are buying every day. And they don't want you to think about that. So Hal goes on, and Hal has a few comments here, which is why I would say, Hal, you should call in, because you have a couple of thoughts here. But in 2020, everything was locked down, and people were given a bunch of money to stay home, extra $600 a week. Yeah, I did mention that, Hal. I did say it was during the pandemic when everything locked down. That's why we saw the spike, and we saw it come back down. It was an artificial infusion, which is bad, but it was temporary. And then we saw that Biden has spent more and more and more and more money, and that has caused more and more sustained inflation. Rather than a temporary peak, because we locked everything down, we had sustained increasing inflation under the Biden administration. The charts are very clear. It's not something that's like, ooh, I don't understand. It's clear. It's empirical. We came out of the lockdowns and everyone was cooped up with cash in hand. Not really true. That's not correct. People still paid their bills, and people made purchases throughout the lockdowns. That's why Amazon is making so much money, because people were buying things and having them shipped to them. And we had all the shipping happening. So no, people didn't just save cash. That didn't happen. The majority of people spent the money that they got. They paid their bills and they bought extra things like TVs and various goods, having food delivered from the store. People spent money. They didn't save the money. They didn't pay off their debt. They just spent it. So that's not empirically correct, Hal. Hal goes, this isn't the cause of just Biden's policies. It's the accumulation of cash handouts in 2020 under Donald and 2021 under President Biden. Well, that's not really correct, Hal. And that's why the charts don't show that as being correct. Because it isn't just because we had a cash infusion. Yes, that didn't help. And yes, there is some inflation from that. But the skyrocketing came under Biden and Biden's policies, in part because we kept printing money, in part because we lost our energy independence, which was a major factor in spiking inflation. So you're not really correct. You're trying to conflate two very different things that happen economically, and you're trying to say they're the same thing. It's not true. It's just like when we saw under Obama during the recession in 2008, 2009, when Obama came in, and he said, oh yeah, he's got the answer, and he was going to infuse more cash into what happened? He increased the recession, it was a recession at the time, the 2008, 2009 recession. It's why the summer of recovery failed in 2010. It's why we had extreme problems in the country because of his bad financial policies. So that's not correct. You may not like what the charts are telling us. You may not like what the data is saying and what independent economists have pointed out consistently, but that's okay. You don't have to. There are some economists that will agree with you, Hal. Most don't. The charts don't, but that's okay. Again, you can feel however you want to feel about this. You don't have to agree, but the data, you don't have to trust me. Go to the U.S. Department of Labor statistics, pull up the chart just like I did, and you'll see the data. Mike Bowie mentions inflation. Banks failing by design is to usher in the CBDC. Well, not everyone agrees with that. Centralized banking is a problem all its own. That's a different thing. Users Ban says the predatory lending to companies who fail through diversity feels like a repeat of 2008. To an extent, it is. Hal says, you don't like that 2020 was the major igniter for inflation because Donald was president. No, I don't care about that. That's a misunderstanding. When have I ever said that? I didn't say there was no inflation under President Donald Trump. I didn't say that the increase in the debt ceiling under Republicans is just as bad as the debt ceiling increases under Democrats. You've never heard me say that. I said, we keep increasing the debt ceiling. That is a problem, period, point blank. Doesn't matter. It's not political. I am telling you that the economic policies, in addition to the increase in the debt ceiling and the overspending that we are currently seeing, is the reason why the current inflation is skyrocketing. There's a big difference. I didn't say that there was no one. Whoops. Oh, I turned that off. Damn. There it is. I've never said that Donald Trump didn't cause any inflation. That would be factually incorrect. I never said that. But his inflation was temporary, and it was caused because of the lockdown. That's why we see the spike in every single case. When did the spike happen? When the lockdowns happened. Didn't happen before. It's because of and what happened immediately afterwards, once the government started opening up, once businesses started opening up, we saw a decrease in the inflation because it was an artificial increase. Now, was there inflation in there? Absolutely. But it's not the same thing as what we have seen since 2021. You cannot compare the two. They are not the same. And the data is factual. You can disagree with me all you want. The data is in front of you. This is the data from the federal government. I didn't make it up. This is the government's data. This is what the government's data is telling us. So you don't have to like what I'm saying. This is the data. This is the fact. It's just that simple. It's not about politics. People want it to be about politics so that they can push for what they like. It makes you feel better to say Donald Trump's the bad guy. But it isn't true. It's an excuse. I'd rather people just say, yeah, but I just like Biden better and I don't care. Just tell me you don't care that Biden is hurting the nation worse than that his policies are literally increasing the amount of poor people in America. Just tell me you don't care about the poor people. Tell me that you don't care that inflation is hurting America, not helping America. I'd rather have that discussion. I'd rather have that argument. I'd rather hear someone tell me, well, no, it's okay because I don't, at least Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren are very clear. They don't care. Andrew Yang, they don't care. They all believe in modern monetary theory. For people who've never heard of that, it means that you can just print money forever and it will never catch up to you, that no one will ever call on the debt, that you can just print money forever and it doesn't matter. That's what's modern monetary theory. I'm summarizing it for you. And people like the socialists, the Democratic Socialists of America, Andrew Yang, AOC, Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, they all believe this idea that you can just print money forever and it has no impact. It doesn't matter. They totally ignore the impact on inflation. They totally ignore the fact that it hurts poor people and makes more people poor. I'm sorry, I don't ignore that consequence. And that's not political, it's just the fact. User Band says all the phony green BS policies aren't helping. Fuel is how everything moves and drives costs. Yes, when America became less energy independent, that drove up the cost of everything. That's just a fact. It is not disputable. It is not a guess. It is a fact of economics. And so these are the things that are hurting us. And we need to remember, when we are less free, when we have less independence, when the government says, well, we have the answer, it's going to be green energy, and you must change. You cannot use a stove unless it's an electric stove. When you see California say, you can't have electric stoves, you can't have you can't have gas stoves, you can't have oil heat, you have to switch to electric at the same time that they don't have enough electricity to run the state, that they're having brownouts as we speak. And California, New York State, Illinois, these states are telling us that they don't know where they're going to get the electricity they need within 7 years. Literally, if you ask New York State, they will tell you that in 7 years, they don't have enough electricity to cover the needs of the population, even though they are demanding that everyone switch over to electric heat, electric stoves, that you have to have electric vehicles. But we don't know where we're going to get the electricity. Same thing in California. They don't know where they're going to get the electricity. That's not thinking. That's short-sighted. That's political. That's pushing an agenda. And that's hurting our economy. It is a fact. It is not an opinion. It is not a guess. It is a fact. You may tell me that you think the consequences won't be as severe, and that's fine. And we can have that conversation. But you cannot deny that is a fact. That is documented. It is documented by the government. I'm not making it up. That's what the government will tell you. Graham says, from what I've been hearing, the current inflation is due primarily to the rise in the price of oil. Biden reduced American oil production and supply chain disruptions caused by the war in Ukraine. Actually, that's not correct, Graham. Not entirely. Let's be very clear. That part of the problem is that Joe Biden, killed American oil independence, natural gas independence, energy independence. So whether it's oil or natural gas, Biden killed that. And so we started competing with our neighbors, the United Kingdom, Europe, and the rest of the world, for the oil that was coming out of OPEC, which means that the price of oil increased and the supply of oil that was available for each nation decreased, which meant that Germany, as an example, became more dependent on Russian natural gas, which means that they are less capable of fighting the military advances of Russia because they're supplying them the energy in the winter that keeps their people warm, that provides their people the energy in the summer to keep their people cool, to have hospitals run. They can't completely fight against Russia because Russia will just turn off their energy and they can't get any. The United States, when we were energy independent, was able to export. We had excess. We could sell oil and natural gas to Germany to help them, and they would not have to be as dependent. By the way, Germany, France, Europe already have green energy. They have windmills. They already have solar plants. They have a lot of them, and it doesn't work. They turned off their nuclear power plants that was providing most of their energy, and and green energy isn't working. So that's another problem there. So that's a big push. If energy costs more, everything costs more. It costs more because you have to make all the things. Manufacturing is more expensive. But at the same time, it also increases the competition for oil and gas, which drives the prices up even more. It also endangers our allies. So all the goods that are being made in Germany, in Europe, are now increasing their cost, not only because of the energy, but they have to have an excess so that they can compete with America going forward. They have to try and buy a surplus so that they can protect themselves against Russia turning off the valves at any given day, at any given moment. So that's also increasing demand, increasing the need for extra profits, and Germany has to make a decision. What do we make? Instead of making all of the range of products that they make, they now have to isolate because they have less energy. They can't just spend money on everything. They don't have the excess money. They have to whittle down what are the products they can make, which cuts down on the supply chain. At the other side of the world, we also have China. China is 40% of the market for the United States. China doesn't like America. China routinely cuts into our supply chain. They're the manufacturers. We're not. Europe isn't. China's making everything. And China is allied with Russia. So the more pressure we put on Russia, the more that we see China have problems with their supply chain, just delaying sending things over to us, which increases inflation because there's more demand for the products that they are not putting through, and the supply chain is delayed. So that also brings it up. There's a lot of factors to this. I'm trying to summarize it for you, Graham. So it's not because of the war in the Ukraine. It's because of the policies of the Biden administration and the empowerment of nations, whether it be Russia, whether it be China, whether it be Iran, which is trying to slow down the shipment of oil around the world, that are all coming together to increase the cost. There's many factors to that. Hal says, what do you define as energy independence? The ability to create enough energy for the United States and to have an excess which can be sold to other nations. Energy independence. It is a surplus of energy. That means a surplus of oil, natural gas, energy that we can ship out, like we can sell natural gas, which we used to do in 2019, but we no longer do when we sold oil. And we were able to have the national emergency, the domestic emergency oil supply, which was created in the 1970s because of the OPEC embargo of the 1970s under President Carter, which we depleted under President Biden. We have the lowest levels of our emergency supply ever. We don't have a surplus. We are at a deficit. We don't have our emergency supply, nor can we sell excess to around the world. That's a problem. We are in a deficit. We are buying energy. We are not selling energy. Net. So that's energy independence. It's pretty simple to define. User has been banned, says energy is the biggest factor. Also silly things California did with their policies at the ports. There's several factors. So there's a lot of little things. Energy is the big umbrella, and then there's all the other little factors. So there's a lot of it to it. But energy is the number one thing that everyone can point to and say, that's the main trigger. And that is because of energy independence. Hello, Miss K. Miss K, we have not seen you for quite some time. I thank you for joining us. I know you're overseas, and I'm happy to have you back with us. Thank you for that. So let's go forward. Because we're talking about a memory, we have to think about the things that we are remembering, what we should remember about America, what freedom is about. And when we see more and more government intervention in every aspect of our lives, how that is betraying what people died for, how it's betraying life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It is impeding our freedom, not helping it. It is not increasing it. Joe Biden, the Democrats, the progressives have not increased freedom in America. They have not increased independence in America. They are creating more slavery. They're pushing America towards authoritarianism, I believe. And we're seeing that in all of their policies. And it's destabilizing the rest of the world. Well, let's take an example of that. We now see that the NAACP, a left-leaning organization, there is no question about that. They are left-leaning. They are part of the progressive ideology. And they are upset. And they are telling black people not to go to Florida because of politics. This isn't because black people are being hurt. It's not because black people don't own businesses, that they're not able to vote. It's not because they're not free. It's not because of white supremacy. It's because of politics. The NAACP wants more black people to vote progressive. They want more black people to support Democrats. They don't want Ron DeSantis to be able to compete and possibly be president in 2024. This is about an election. They want kids to be taught critical race theory, that white people are evil because of the color of their skin, and black people are victims, and the only thing that could help you is the government, a select group of elite people coming in and deciding who has priority, picking categories of people and putting them above each other, in competition with each other. None of this is uniting America. None of this is to the benefit of America, least of all black people. This isn't a benefit. This is what they said. Oh, we want to do this. So you're black, and now not only are you expected to vote Democrat, but you're being told where you can live because of the color of your skin. Does that remind you of the 1950s? Didn't we have a civil rights movement so that I didn't have to sit in the back of a bus because I'm free, I'm an American? Because there is no difference between the NAACP saying you can't go to Florida as opposed to someone saying you can't sit in the front of the bus. It's the same logic. Because of the color of your skin, you can't do this. You are not capable of doing this. And the government and some agencies, political agendas have to who have to think for you and make the decisions for you. Because the NAACP doesn't like Ron DeSantis and his political ambition. They're saying black people can't make a decision for themselves. What about the black people that are already in Florida? What about the black people who are already voting, who own businesses in Florida? Is this helping them? I've not heard anyone in the news media say, hey, how does this help black people? How about the black business owners that are in Florida right now? You're telling them a part of their customer base cannot ever give them money, that their business cannot be supported. You're actually hurting small businesses. Some of them are black businesses. Some of them are women. Some of them are Hispanic. And you're telling all of those businesses their customer base is going to be cut down because the NAACP doesn't like Ron DeSantis. They don't like his options in 2024. How is that beneficial to anyone? Who is that helping? It helps progressives. It helps make black people slaves. It takes away independence and individuality from black people. Is that what Memorial Day is about? Is that why people died, whether it's from the Civil War, Vietnam, Afghanistan? Did people die so that the NAACP could say, you can't go to a state? You don't have the freedom to make a choice about your life. Nope, you got to stay. You got to stay in California. You have to stay in New York State. By the way, what's one of the biggest influxes? People moving into Florida from New York State. So they're telling black people, you have to stay in New York State, a state that is massively in debt, a state that is failing the public, a state that is more preoccupied with putting illegal aliens in 3- and 4-star hotels, spending $60,000 per illegal alien, rather than helping its constituents. And because you're black, you have to stay there, and you have to vote progressive or Democrat. You can't go to Florida, where the white people are going, where Hispanics are going, where women are going. Everyone else can go to Florida. Everyone else can open a business in Florida. Everyone else can spend less on property and have more property and more a cost-effective life. In Florida, everyone else can go there, but you're black, so you can't do that. Tell me how that is not racist. Tell me how that isn't racist. Because it is blatantly racist. It is the same thing as what we saw in the 1950s before the Civil Rights Movement. Rosa Parks this is the Rosa Parks moment. And the NAACP isn't supporting Rosa Parks. They're supporting the racism. They're supporting and pushing the segregation. Think about that, folks. The news media doesn't want you to think about that. They want you to feel like, well, the NAACP they're black. They're doing the right thing for black people. Are they? Because when you think about it, how does this help black people? Oh, they want critical race theory. Well, critical race theory is inherently racist. And their answer is, if you don't believe in critical race theory, well, you're a racist. Well, you haven't told me how it's not racist in the first place. Critical race theory divides people by color and assigns a value to the people based on the color of skin they were born with. That's critical race theory. That's racist. That's what they did in the 1950s. It doesn't matter who's the one who benefits from that, whether white people are good or bad in that equation, it is still racism. And they are pushing racism. And we're supposed to say that's a good thing. We're supposed to support that because the organization says they're for black people. So the Democratic Party says they're for poor people. And yet we're seeing inflation skyrocket and poor people are increasing. Democrats have said that they're here to end poverty. $15 trillion later, 40 years later, there's more people in poverty than ever before. Just because you say you're for something doesn't mean that you're actually helping anyone. That's not what Memorial Day is about. That's not what freedom is about. That's not what life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness is about. If the NAACP truly wanted to help black people and they think that the policies in Florida are incorrect, they should be telling black people to flood into Florida. They should say that if you're a Democrat and if you're Democrats, flood into Florida, get involved in Florida politics, and elect a bunch of Democrats to change the policies. If they truly believed that that was the problem in Florida, they would be encouraging you to move to Florida, to change the elections. Except they have no faith that when you go to Florida and you are presented with policies that aren't progressive, that aren't Democrat, that aren't promising you the empty promise of free stuff, that when you actually have the opportunity to live your life and pursue freedom and happiness, that you will like what you see and you might not vote Democrat. When given the taste of freedom, when given the taste of options, you might not choose what they have selected for you, and therefore they lose power. They lose money. And they are terrified of that. This is about politics. It's not about freedom. Now, let me go back to the comments. Let me see here. User has been banned says, are they saying black people are the most trans? Pretty sure all the stuff they complain about is the stuff with Disney. No, what they're complaining about is about critical race theory. They're also talking about the LGBTQ community, which is part of the intersectionality. But they've been making these arguments since Don't Say Gay. They've been talking about the book ban. They've been talking about the LGBTQ and Disney. They don't like any of that, but somehow that's supposed to be against black people. Now, critical race theory is the big thing that the NAACP supports that Florida doesn't. But whether or not you agree with trans has nothing to do with whether you're black or white or anything else. That's not a black issue. That's a human issue. It doesn't affect black people. All black people aren't LGBT. But this is the problem that they're trying to assign there. So I'm trying to be clear about that. It's more than just one issue. The issue that they're touting this on is on the backs of trans people. But they have been making for a year now, year and a half now, they've been talking about the critical race theory, about the books that have been banned. Just look at Representative Byron's when he's been talking about the book bans. Remember that? Where we have seen critical race theory and intersectionality decided that you should have books that are going to teach children not only about sexuality, but also about divisions of people and racism, and saying that white people are evil and authority is bad and black people are victims in their math classes because math is racist. Most people may forget about that. I don't. I've been doing this for 17 years. I remember the things that they assume you forgot about because it's more than 3 months ago. Well, go back a year ago and look at Representative Byron's talking about the book bans in California and what books were actually being banned. Look at the whole argument about math is racist, which is very popular in Florida, California, New York, and Illinois. So that's what they're talking about. But even if you want to look at the trans issue, what does that have to do with black people? Why, again, saying that that schools cannot teach 8-year-olds to chop off their genitals, how does that affect black people? Why is that a black issue? It's a parent issue, I'll give you that. It's about parents, but why is it a black issue? Why can't I, as a single black man, go to Florida? Because the NAACP is saying, I'm black Hispanic. I can't go to Florida. I don't have the freedom. They made the choice for me because they don't agree with a political ideology that's involved in 2024. Because what does the trans issue have to do with me? Whether or not an 8-year-old gets to chop off their genitals. I'm a single man with no kids. Why can't I go to Florida? Because they don't want me to. Because, again, I might go to Florida, I might like the policies and how it helps or benefits my life, and I might vote to support continuing the policies in Florida that have helped people to live a better quality of life than in New York State. That's what it's really about. House says, I just fear the day when government officials use the authority to retaliate against companies and people because they disagree with their policies. Hal, that day is today. It's happening on the left on a regular basis. It happens on the right, too. I'm not telling you that it's just a Republican-Democrat thing, although I think Democrats are explicitly using that as leverage, as we see with the NAACP, as we have seen with the Biden administration. But the Republicans do it to an extent, too. They're just not as good as Democrats are doing it. They're not nearly as good as progressives are doing it. And so that's why my emphasis why am I emphasizing progressives and Democrats? Because they're the ones leading the charge. They're the ones who have the majority of control in pushing this across the nation. That's why. Because they're the ones trying to convince children to chop off their genitals. The left are the ones that are telling black people where they can and cannot live. You're saying you fear the day. The day is today. User has been banned says this is a two-edged sword problem, and common sense is the thing that has not been available for the public. Hal says, can you pull up the NAACP travel advisory so we can see where they tell people they can't travel to Florida and they want CRT to be taught? They're not in the same thing. Now, again, I am showing you the travel advisory. This is Tampa Mayor speaking about it. I also have, do I have another part of that? Give me a second. Nope. And I advise people, go and look it up for yourself. This is coming from WFLA. This is news channel NBC. This is coming from NBC. This is a Democrat mayor, the NAACP, and NBC News talking about this. You can look this up for yourself. If you think I'm wrong, go ahead. The travel advisory is in reference to intersectionality. I'm pointing out what's part of intersectionality, CRT. What have they been saying over the last year about DeSantis? Not just what they're saying at this moment, not the popular propaganda at the moment. They're using the trans movement right now, but what have they've been saying? Look at what they've said about Byron's. Look at what they said about the book bans. Look at what they said about the math books, that math is racist. You want to focus on what's the issue today. Yes, because they want you to forget about what was the issue yesterday. Because they will keep changing the story as long as they get the impact. And when we hear that there is a travel advisory from a organization, that's the same thing as banning. That's a ban. They're saying don't go there. Now, you can make your own mind up. They don't have the power to stop you from going from New York to Florida, but they're telling you don't do it. That's a ban. Is it the force of law? No, because the NAACP isn't a government organization, but they have influence. And they're trying to use politicians and they're using entertainers and the influence in the name of the NAACP to influence people to not be able to better their lives. That's an abuse of power. So the fact that they don't literally say the NAACP has forbidden black people to go to Florida. No, they didn't say they forbid black people to do that. They're just telling black people that you're not black if you go to Florida. You know, kind of like how Joe Biden said you're not black if you don't vote Democrat. You don't have to vote Democrat, but you're just not black anymore. You lose the right to be black. And I've heard that from Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow. I've heard that from Antifa. I've heard that from BLM. They love to tell people you aren't black unless you do what we say. Am I wrong? Have they not been saying that for years? And we have example after example after example in history. It's already been documented that they have been saying that. Are you telling me that Joe Biden didn't say to Charlemagne on national TV and said, hey, you're not black if you don't vote Democrat? Did not Kamala Harris go on to Charlemagne and say, oh, come on, don't be like a Republican. You're a black man. The answers are very obvious and very in front of us. And they are not part of what Memorial Day is about. It isn't about life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It's about obedience to a political organization that has a political agenda. If the NAACP is so worried about black people and how well they're going to do in Florida, why didn't they make an announcement beforehand? Why have they never said anything? Black people have been in Florida for a long time. Black people have businesses in Florida very successfully for a long time. Black people have been voting in Florida for a long time. Why do they now, just now, why are they now saying, you may not want to move? What changed now? Oh, CRT is there are people who are saying they don't want critical race theory in their schools. They are saying they don't want sexuality being taught to their 8-year-olds. They don't want their children at 8 to be told to chop off their genitals. They don't believe in blind affirmation. That's what changed. Those are political issues. Those are leftist political issues. That's the only thing that's changed. Ron DeSantis hasn't changed his positions. Ron DeSantis hasn't changed his ideology. The state of Florida hasn't changed its ideology. The politics changed. And the leftists are losing power. That's what changed. Let's call it what it is. I know they didn't even ban the books, but that's just the argument that was being made there. And let's be honest about it. And by the way, when we're talking about the NAACP, remember, the NAACP, I love this. This is a tweet from Dave Rubin. He made it, this was made on May 23rd, 5 days ago. The NAACP doesn't have a problem with if you're worried about black people, where's the warning about Chicago or Detroit or Baltimore, LA, New York, St. Louis? Where's the warnings? Where our black on black crime is responsible for 83% of black homicides in America every year for over 40 years. That is a fact. That is a documented fact. Just look up the FBI's Crime in the USA report. Just look at any data report that's out there. The number one thing that kills black people in America in homicides is black on black crime. And one of the biggest areas, some of the largest centers of black on black crime, Chicago, Baltimore, Detroit, LA, New York, St. Louis, Washington, D.C. I don't see the NAACP saying, don't go to Chicago, don't go to Washington, D.C., don't go to New York City, don't go to L.A. if you're black, because these are some of the highest levels of black on black crime in America. Dave Rubin called it. He nailed it. Why aren't they saying that? If they're so concerned about the safety of black people, why aren't they telling black people, get out of Chicago? Get out of Detroit. Leave Baltimore. Why aren't they saying that? Why aren't they saying leave St. Louis? Get out of Austin. Why are they not telling black people to leave those Democrat centers, those major cities of Democrat control for decades in most cases, that have been around for at least half a century of Democrat control? Why aren't they telling them get out of those cities and go somewhere else? If they're so concerned about the well-being of black people, why aren't they saying we need to get out of these areas where 83% or more of the victims of violent and homicides, of not just violent crime, but homicides, get out of the cities? Go to somewhere else. Go to a small town. Go to the farms. Why don't they say that? Why is that something that's impossible for them to say? If they're so concerned, don't go to Florida because we don't like the politics, but you can go to Chicago where you stand a greater chance of dying than almost anywhere in the world. Your chances of dying as a bystander are some of the highest in the world in Chicago, and they're perfectly fine. Go there. Go to Baltimore. Go to Detroit. Go to Austin. Yeah, that's right. Your chances of dying as a black person increases astronomically if you go to those places. But you know what? But you can't go to Florida. Florida, we don't like those politics. We don't like what they're doing with the politics there. You might not vote Democrat in 2024. So don't go to Florida. But you can go and die. Go and move and die to any of the major cities. That's perfectly okay. Isn't that hypocritical? Isn't that a slap in the face? Doesn't that point out how much racism there is in this statement? Did you remember when there was Ice Cube? Remember the Democrats? Whatever happened when Ice Cube said he has a plan to help black people? And the Democrats said after the election, "Oh, tell us after the election, and we will do something. We will hear you out, and we will try and help." It was the Platinum Plan for America. What happened? What did the Democrats do? Oh, they won. They didn't care. Because they didn't care about black people. They weren't trying to help black people. That wasn't their intent to help black people. They wanted the vote. That was it. They didn't care. And they threw Ice Cube under a bus, threw him away, and you're not supposed to remember that Ice Cube had a plan and he was trying to make a change. And the Democrats didn't care. Just like they don't care if you move to Chicago. But they care if you go to Florida because Florida is important to the election, and you might not vote the way they want you to. Yes, Kevin. The NAACP does have a political bias towards blue states. This is not a new shock to anyone, but it should be called out for what it is. That this is about turning people into slaves. And it's not the slavery of what we saw in the 1800s, okay? But it's no less slavery. There is more slavery in the world today than there was at the time of the Civil War in America in 1865. More slavery today in the world. We have people who are being illegal immigration, Those are sex slaves that are being shipped into America. Those are child slaves that are being shipped into America. Not every single one of them, but a lot of them. Africa is filled with slavery. Filled with slavery. It is rampant in the world. But you don't hear the NAACP, you don't hear the left talking about that. They don't care. They don't care about African slaves. They don't care what Boko Haram is doing. They put out a tweet and they forgot about it. And you're not supposed to remember it. They have a political bias. It is about control. It is about emotional control. You're not supposed to think about this. By the way, let me show you some of the data. Number of black homicide victims and rates by state in 2020. This is coming from Violence Policy Center, the Violence Policy Center. And their answer is Missouri, Wisconsin, Indiana, Tennessee, Illinois. Did you notice these are all Democrat states almost entirely? Arkansas, Michigan, Louisiana, Kentucky. There's a Republican. Oh, there's one Republican, Iowa. Okay. Almost, this is majority. This is going by Democrats. And what are the major cities there? Oh, you should ask that question, right? But what's their answer? Support BLM. Remember? You were supposed to give all your money to BLM. And what did BLM do with the money? BLM, Black Lives Matter. You're going to support us. You gave them $90 million. And BLM bought themselves mansions. They gave millions to their family. Millions were spent on their family, and it is going bankrupt. They are going bankrupt. So what did they do? How did they help anyone? Because they were essential. They're the good guys. They're BLM. And you can look around the world. The Telegraph is also another one. Accounts show protest group pays 7-figure salaries, even though they're losing $8.5 million. This is exactly what the government does. They're losing money, but they're spending money like crazy. They're spending money on their family members. But they're the good guys. You can't say anything bad about BLM because they're the good guys. They're looking out for you. That's why they bought mansions for themselves. 6 mansions for themselves. That's why they gave their family members a couple $1 million of your money that you donated to them because you support BLM. And BLM doesn't support you. BLM doesn't support black people. I know it's a harsh lesson to learn. I know it's terrible to have to tell this to people. I know people will not like this, but BLM doesn't like you. It's like the NAACP doesn't care about black people. They care about politics. They care about elections. They care about having more power and more money. They want more, and this is something that I truly believe. You may disagree with me. I believe the NAACP, BLM, Antifa, progressives in general, they want more racial division. They want the problem. They don't want the solution. We already had the solution. The 1980s, early 1990s, we had the solution. America had virtually, there's always room for improvement, but we fixed the problem with racism overwhelmingly. We didn't need someone to mandate that every TV show, every movie had to have black people in it. They just were. We had the Cosbys. No one had to regulate that. You didn't see the Oscars and Hollywood. They didn't have to pass rules and regulations to create the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air or Moesha. They didn't have to make the movies. You didn't have to pay someone. You didn't have to mandate that there would be Bad Boys would be made as a movie, or Independence Day, or The Wild West, or any of the movies with Denzel Washington. Virtuosity is another one. You didn't have to mandate that. It just happened. We were doing that in the 80s, in the 90s, Carl Weathers. You didn't have to tell people that they must have black people. They just added black people because they wanted to. They had black-centric films like Blade because they wanted to. They didn't have to. No one had to force them to do it. But today they're forcing you. Today they're telling you you have to. And who is benefiting from these things? Are you benefiting? Are you getting better programs? Are you getting better quality entertainment? Are you getting better options for your life? Are you being improved? No. No, you're not. In fact, you're getting worse. Because if you're black, you're not as high in rank and equity as someone who's gay. And they're not as high and ranked as important as someone who's trans. And tomorrow it'll be someone who's skinny. And the day after that, it'll be someone who's fat. Oh, wait, right, we have body positivity. That's already in there. Okay. Because it's not about you. It's not about your color of skin. It's about power. It's about constantly keeping you divided, always having a competition. Black people constantly have to be angry at white people. Gay people have to be constantly angry at straight people. Trans people have to be constantly angry against everybody. Fat people have to be angry about anybody who's not fat. You have to. And you have to change the rules for every single one of them. And they all have to be the best of the best of the best at all times in every aspect of life. Even though they all can't be the best of the best of the best at the same time. It has to happen. Because they don't believe in America. They don't believe in life and liberty and the pursuit of happiness. They don't believe in that. They don't want you to believe in that. They want you to obey. They want power. Just like the deficit deal is about the 2024 election. Florida, NAACP banning Florida is about elections. Critical race theory is about the next election. Trans movement, the trans political movement, not the people, the political movement is about elections. And BLM is about the elections. Hell, think about this. Did you know, according to The Guardian, left-leaning organization, May 25th of this year, there have been $80 million. I want you to look this up. Please look up this article. This is from The Guardian newspaper, May 25th of 2023. I want people to look this up for yourselves. U.S. cities to pay record $80 million to people injured in the 2020 racial justice protests. Okay, those aren't racial justice protests. They were riots. Let's call it what they were. When they had arson on CNN, there were these mostly peaceful riots that burned down Minneapolis, cost $2 billion in damages, destroyed the infrastructure of the city forever. We're talking about Portland. We're talking about Seattle. Destroyed their cities, destroyed the infrastructure. Brooklyn, New York, Austin, Houston, Boulder, LA. Let's go through the cities. Now, here's the thing about this article that no one wants to talk about, and you probably didn't notice it. And if you read this article, what you will see is at no point in this article do they mention the people that were killed. They don't mention the people that were hurt, the people that were attacked by the insurrectionists, by BLM, the people that were murdered. They don't mention it. They don't talk about Atlanta and the 8-year-old that was killed there. They don't talk about the Chaz or CHOP, the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone, where a 16-year-old was killed. They don't talk about Jessica Dottie Whitaker. They don't talk about David Dorn. They don't talk about all the people that you saw in video after video after video that were attacked by BLM mobs that burned down their cities and just attacked people for being white, kicking them in the head as they sat on the ground. Yeah, those people, they didn't mention any of those people. They're not the people they're talking about. They're telling you, oh, but the police were bad guys. As they tried to stop people from burning down Minneapolis, they tried to stop people from burning down Portland, they tried to stop people from burning down Brooklyn, but they're the bad guys. The police were the bad guys. People trying to stop them from burning down their neighborhoods, those are the bad guys. The autonomous zones were the good guys. In this article, at no point do they mention that a single person that was attacked by BLM, attacked by Antifa, attacked by the radical far left. They don't mention a single person. George Floyd was a saint. Everyone who supported the riots and the autonomous zones, breaking all the laws, the insurrectionists that were part of the BLM movement, they don't mention a single one of them. By the way, it cost $80 million. Why didn't BLM pay any of that? BLM doesn't have to go through the courts. BLM is supposed to help black people. BLM is supposed to be helping to rebuild the cities. Why didn't BLM, that is now going bankrupt, use their money to go into the very cities that the Guardian's talking about? Why didn't they rebuild those cities? Why didn't they spend their money helping the people who were hurt? BLM had the money. They have spent $80 million. That's what BLM had. BLM had the money. They could have done this. BLM, who's supposed to be protecting black people in America, they're supposed to be protecting the black interests in America, they're supposed to be eating the plane. Why didn't they put their money up? Because they didn't care about you. Because it was never about protecting you. It was never about fairness. It's not about equality. It's not about making sure the rules are even for everyone. It's about making sure that Patrice Cullors has a mansion to live in and her brother has a couple $1 million for protecting her. That's what that's about. Does that have anything to do with life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness? Is that why people bled and died in the Civil War, in the Korean War, in Vietnam, in Afghanistan, in Iraq? Is that why people are dying right now? So that BLM can get fat and live like kings, and you can have more inflation as your city is trying to pay $80 million or whatever portion thereof to pay for people who burn down your city. You're paying people to burn down your city. Does that make any sense? Seriously, folks, if you think I'm wrong about this, if you think I don't understand what I'm talking about, I would love to hear your conversation. Please call in. 607-242-9247. Please tell me, how am I wrong about this? How is this not correct? Because this is what they're saying. BLM, you should give money to BLM. BLM is going to spend the money on giving their people a higher quality of life, to turn them into multi-millionaires. And you are going to then spend more of your money to give it to through taxes in your city to pay to rebuild the cities, the part of the city that was burned down by the very same BLM people. The same BLMers that you just donated to, you're now going to pay for the destruction they did to your city, destroying people's lives, poor people's lives, to take away poor people's homes and jobs and businesses. You're going to pay for that. And somehow that's a good thing? Does that make sense to anyone? And you're the bad guy if you say, some of that doesn't make sense. Why am I paying 2, 3, 4 times for all of this? Why am I paying the people who burned down my city? I got to pay to rebuild my city. I've got to pay the people who burned down my city. And then I've got to donate to an organization that's just sitting in a mansion getting fat? Why are you doing that? Oh, it's because critical race theory, because white people are evil and black people are victims. And BLM, well, they're the only ones who can answer that. But they're not answering it. They're living in a mansion. And you're just paying out the ass for all of this. Because life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness has nothing to do with what they're trying to tell you to do. It's about obey. Obey. Give, give, give. Give your rights, give your freedom, give your money, give everything to them, and you get nothing in return. It's a harsh lesson. It's a harsh conversation, but we need to have it. People have not died. People in the military, people in 9/11, people in when they were dealing with the Pentagon being bombed. Just think about all the natural disasters, the Northridge earthquake, the Hurricane Katrina. People didn't die trying to save lives to give us BLM and burning down cities in autonomous zones. That's not what America's about. That's never. There is no way. I would love to hear anyone who would like to explain to me how an autonomous zone that breaks every single local, state, and federal law is somehow supporting life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I would love to hear anyone who can tell me how in Atlanta, the autonomous zone, defenders of the Atlanta forest, BLM, Antifa, that's who they are, from overseas, from other countries, in Atlanta, breaking every local, state, and federal law. Please tell me how that is helping people in America have more life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Please explain that to me. I'd love to hear that answer. Because I don't think there is one. Because you're not supposed to think about that. You're just supposed to say, well, NAACP says it's great. Must be great for black people. BLM said it's good. Must be good for black people. Oh, I gotta vote black. I have to vote Democrat because I'm black. I don't have a choice. You don't have that freedom. And you can't go to Florida. And what happens? What, they're going to tell you can't go to Texas next? Where did we vote for the NAACP to tell American citizens you can only live here because of the color of your skin? How is that not the 1950s? How is that not racist? Because no one wants to answer that question, because they can't answer the question without admitting it is absolutely racist, it is absolutely sexist, it is absolutely treating you like a slave. And they don't want you to remember. That's what Memorial Day is for. Let us remember. People died so that no one could ever tell a black, a Hispanic, a woman, Asians, to tell them you can't move wherever you want in America. People died for this. And you're not supposed to think about it. It really pisses me off. It is so absolutely goddamn racist. It really is. And it's absolutely aggravating to me. They are more concerned, think about it, they are more concerned about the life, liberty, and happiness of illegal aliens instead of American citizens. In New York State, Mount Pleasant is yet another. There are 36 counties out of 65 in New York State that have said they do not want illegal aliens. That New York State is is actively trying to ship out illegal aliens, criminals from New York City, where they asked them to come. The progressives in New York City, like Eric Adams, the mayor of New York City, a practical progressive, asked the illegal immigrants, said, New York City is a sanctuary city. Kathy Hochul and the disgrace Andrew Cuomo before her, said that New York State is a sanctuary state, that they invited illegal aliens, criminals, to come into New York State and into New York City. They asked for them. The illegal aliens, the criminals, went to New York City, and New York City can't handle it. They don't have enough 3-star hotels. So they're sending those illegal aliens, those criminals, to other cities and other counties that don't want them, that can't handle them, that never said that they were a sanctuary city, that never said that they want to break the law. And the bad guys, like you can see in this article that says Well, the problem is, in the Rockland Westchester Journal News, the bad guy is the county. The bad guy are the people who said, we don't want the illegal aliens. That we didn't ask for the illegal aliens. We didn't ask for criminals to come into our community. We don't want them. And New York City can't force them on us. They can't push the problem, their problem, New York City's problem, can't be pushed over to someone else. But you're not supposed to think like that. You're not supposed to think of it. You're supposed to say it's okay. They're more concerned about the life, liberty, and happiness of criminals who forced their way into this nation than they are concerned about black people, black Americans. They're more concerned about that than they are about black Americans. Because they're not trying to save you from black homicides. They're not trying to save you. No, but they're trying to save the illegal aliens. That's terrifying to me. Let's look at it from a different way. Let's think about it from a different point of view. Remember, 2 weeks ago, we were talking about the New York City subway. Actually, before I go further, if at any point you disagree, fantastic. Call into 607-242-9247. If you agree, you can call in as well. But if you disagree, call in to 607-242-9247. And if you're watching this when it's not live, leave your comment. I read every single comment. I try to answer all the comments. Leave a comment and say, hey, Mike, I disagree. And here's why. Don't tell me I'm ugly. Don't tell me I'm old. Don't tell me you think I'm evil. I could care less. Those are your feelings. I don't care about feelings. But if you think I'm wrong, please explain to me how it's a benefit. Tell me how it's so important. Tell me how the same progressives that are saying that you're black so you can't go to Florida, that are telling this illegal aliens, but come to New York City. And by the way, we can't have you in New York City, so we're going to send you somewhere else. Those illegal aliens can go anywhere they want. Black people can't. That doesn't make sense to me. It just doesn't make sense to me. And it sounds incredibly racist, absolutely racist. And it's all because of political motivations. But let's think about it. Go back a little bit in time. Remember there was Dan Penny, the New York City subway. We covered that on this program. We had a live stream about that. We were talking about Dan Penny, the New York subway, because Jordan, the homeless man, I forget his last name now. He died because he was angry. He was an aggressor because he was intimidating people and threatening to harm people in the New York subway, even though he was homeless, because he's black. So they would like you to think. And you heard all the people. You heard Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. You heard all the Democrats come out and go, oh my God, this is racism. It's sexist. It's racist. How dare you? You can't stop homeless people from attacking people on the subway. That's just not right. It's evil. It was a lynching to protect people. Okay, and so what happens? Well, then a woman gets pushed in front of a train. Same New York City subway. A woman gets pushed in front of a train and she gets paralyzed. Because you're not supposed to do anything. You're not supposed to protect people. You're not supposed to help people. You're supposed to let crazed individuals harm you. You're not supposed to defend yourself. You're not supposed to defend those around you. You're just supposed to obey. And they told you, you can't do anything. You can't protect yourself. You can't protect others. So this woman gets paralyzed. Where's the left on that? Where are those same people saying, hey, don't worry about it. It's not a problem. You can't take the law into your own head. You can't protect yourself. Just sit there and take the abuse. Where are those people? Where are the people saying, hey, it's okay. The woman got paralyzed, but that's all right. Where's AOC saying that? Where's Eric Adams? Where are the Democrats that are telling us that you can't protect yourself? The Dan Penny was a lynching, but they don't want to talk about this woman who got paralyzed, where someone tried to attempt to kill her life, throwing her in front of a subway car. They don't want to talk about that story. That story is not a big story. That's not the story we want to talk about. We want to talk about the debt ceiling. Don't talk about New York City subway. That's not important anymore. We're not talking about the New York City subways anymore. Notice they stopped talking about Dan Penny. Why? Dan Penny was protecting life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That's what he was doing. He was protecting people's life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. And when people started to notice, when every single person, every witness on that subway car said he was protecting life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, which is perfectly allowed by the Constitution and the amendments, when they saw that it wasn't racist because there was a black man who was right there with Dan Penny holding down Jordan, holding down that crazed and deranged homeless man, because the racism didn't stick, they stopped talking about that. And then when the consequence of their lawlessness, lack of policing, of the justice, the social justice, letting these crazed individuals roam rampant in our subways, a woman is paralyzed, and that's not story. That's not a news story. We don't want to talk about that. You're not supposed to think about that because it's a direct consequence of what they have done. Less police. They want to redistribute the police. They want to reallocate funding for the police. They want to defund the police. They want you to be defenseless. And you're not empowered to defend yourself. Because you're not supposed to remember that people died, people bled for Americans to be able to have life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. You're not supposed to think about that. Does anyone disagree with me on that? Does anyone think I got that wrong? And I know that the social media is suppressing the hell out of this show today. They don't want you to hear these things. They don't want you to think about this. They do not want you to discuss this at all. You are not supposed to be able to have this conversation. It's a holiday. You're supposed to talk about the Flash. You're supposed to talk about The Little Mermaid. You're supposed to love The Little Mermaid. Why? Because Ariel is black and they destroyed the story. You're supposed to love it. Blind affirmation. You're supposed to support 8-year-olds chopping off their genitals. Blind affirmation. You're supposed to support BLM even though they aren't helping any of the people they said they're supposed to help. Blind affirmation. You're supposed to support Biden and cheer him on as he increases the amount of the national debt, increasing inflation, hurting poor people. Blind affirmation. Where in the Declaration of Independence, where in the Constitution, where in the amendments does it say blind affirmation? Blindly follow the politicians, political organizations. Where does it say just blindly affirm whatever they say? Obey. Do what you are told. Where does it say that in any of those documents? Tell me, please. I'd like to know. But they want you to just ignore this. You're not supposed to pay attention to it. You're just supposed to go and forget about it. Don't think about it. It's Memorial Day. That means you get a day off from work. That means you go out and watch a movie that they told you to watch. Otherwise, you're a racist. You're a racist if you didn't see Little Mermaid. You're a racist. No, you're against the MAP, the Minor Attracted People. If you don't support Ezra Miller, who doesn't like women, who attacks women, what happened to the Me Too movement? Where is the Me Too movement saying, don't go see The Flash? Why isn't Me Too screaming at the top of their lungs that Ezra Miller, who attacks, who steals children, allegedly steals children, allegedly, as we can see on video, attacks women without provocation? There's video of that. Yeah. They're not saying, oh yeah, don't see this movie. They're not telling you not to see The Flash. It's okay to watch The Flash. Why? Their own rule set says that's not right. And I will tell you, why spend your money over this holiday season, over this summer? Why would you want to support this? Why in the world would you want to support this? It doesn't support life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. People didn't bleed. People didn't die. People aren't maimed in the history of America so that Ezra Miller can go around beating women, so that we could see BLM get rich, fat, and rich off of your taxes, so that autonomous zones can flaunt every local, state, and federal law. That's not what they died for. Am I wrong somehow? Did I misunderstand? I don't think I did. I don't think you think I did. And I don't care if you're a progressive, a Democrat. I don't care if you're far left or you're far right or you're in between. I don't care if you pay attention to politics or not. I don't think you think I'm wrong. I am sure that you agree with me. That's not life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Not even close. But you're not supposed to think about it. You're just supposed to obey. Look, I know that they're telling you right now, you're a bad person if you support that Target. Target lost $9 billion in a week. This is after the billions that we have seen lost by Bud Light. They've lost billions of dollars. Disney has lost half of its value. Half its value. Because they're telling you that you have to believe in this political agenda that doesn't support life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It has nothing to do with life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It has to do with politics. It has to do with dividing people, separating you, putting categories on you. You're not an individual anymore. You're a category, and you have to support them or else. But let me ask you, why wouldn't we do the same thing that the left has done? The left loves to protest and cancel people. Why is it a bad thing to say, Target, I don't agree, and you don't deserve my money? Bud Light, you don't deserve my money. That these organizations that are out there saying, you don't get to have life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That you don't get to make choices for yourself. Because that's what Target is saying. Target is saying, no, we support the trans political movement. We support 8-year-olds chopping off their genitals. And if you don't agree, you're the bad guy. I'm the bad guy somehow. Because I don't want 8-year-olds to chop off their genitals. I don't want anyone under 18 being told that they should chop off their genitals. Because I will not blindly affirm doing that. I'm the bad guy somehow. Somehow that's a bad thing. Really? How? How is that a bad thing? Because there are hundreds of thousands of people who have died so that people have the right to express their opinion. Because they don't have to just blindly affirm, blindly obey. That's why people have died for 2 centuries, almost 3. Am I wrong? I'm not saying that everyone has to agree with the Target protest. I'm not telling you that you have to agree with the Dylan Mulvaney Bud Light protest. You don't have to. You can tell me, Mike, I don't think those protests are good protests. Fantastic. Tell me why. Tell me why you think it's a bad protest. Because I can point to dozens of protests from the left that don't even have that much justification behind them. But fantastic. Tell me why. Why should we support telling our children, the next generation, that they should cut off their genitals before they're a grown adult? Why do we have to blindly affirm someone else's feelings and disregard your own feelings? Why must my feelings not count and someone else's feelings count more? You notice they never answer that part of the conversation. They never even discuss that. It doesn't even come into their mind that you have feelings too, that you have reasons too. They never ever address that. They never assume that you have a reason, that you have feelings. They tell you, here is the feeling you should have. They didn't tell you why you should have it. They told you this is what you should have, and you must obey. They assume you don't have any. But why should I give up my feelings? Why should I give up my reasons to adopt theirs? How does that support life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness? How does that fall into and justify the hundreds of thousands that have died, whether in the military or trying to save lives, like at 9/11, like in the fire department every single day, like in the police department every single day? They don't ever have an answer for that. They never have an answer for that. In fact, they don't want you to think about it. You're not supposed to ask that. Do I think that the Target protest is going to last for a long time? No. Do I think the Target protest is going to be massively successful? I don't know how you define that. I mean, the protest has already cost Target $9 billion. And Target has already backed off. They've capitulated to an extent. They've taken the trans-friendly products and put that in the back of their stores. And some of the stores have removed it completely because their constituents in the towns and cities that they have them in don't want it. They don't want to support that. They don't want their money to go and support 8-year-olds and 10-year-olds and 12-year-olds chopping off their genitals. They don't want to support that. And that's their right. And they have the freedom to say, I don't want to support that. I don't want my money going towards that. I don't want to support a business that thinks my money should go there. Perfectly fine. Isn't that what every left cancel culture protest is all about? Telling us where the money should go and what they should support? So why does this change now? But do I think Target's going to hit some kind of massive... They've done $9 billion in damage. Do I think it gets much, much worse than this? Probably not. Because Target, people need to buy food. Target's a store. People need to buy food. They need to buy essentials. So there's only so far that can go. People still have to go to the store. So I think there's a limit to that. Now, people don't need Bud Light. You can buy another beer. You might not be able to go to another store. So there is a difference there. And I think that's important to understand. But that doesn't change the fact that I think there's been a massive success. I apologize because I didn't see this on Rumble, but we have a comment from Rumble. I want to bring this in. This came from a little while ago. Psychiatric says all nations of the world are in debt except the Vatican. Who is the lender? Well, the Vatican, I think, has some debt too. Debt is a function of leverage. And so every country leverages their money, including the Vatican. Now, the Vatican is the largest landowner in the world. Banks are doing a lot of the lending, but it's not lending. Nations aren't in debt because of borrowing money from banks. It's because they print money. And the more money you print, the more inflation you create. It is the leading factor in inflation is that they keep printing money. Then comes things like energy and cost of goods, supply chain, a few other factors. But one of the leading factors is you keep printing money. And so the money you have is worth less and less and less. It's inflationary. So it's not banks. It isn't that there's a lender. It isn't driven by the central banks. It's driven by the governments who keep printing money. It's driven by the political ideologies that say, let's increase the debt ceiling. So psychiatric, I apologize that it took me a little while to answer your question. I apologize for that. But the answer is, it's the nations. It's the fact that the nations are printing money. And let me show everybody what I'm talking about here. So, come on. So this is the comment. You can see it here. Hang on. So that's the comment from psychiatric. And so let me just respond to the comment here. So psychiatric, I wanted to just reply to you there. And again, I apologize that there was a delay in reaching out to you. I'm not always seeing the comments immediately on Rumble, so I apologize for that. But I did want to respond to you, and I thank you, psychiatric. I didn't see you make comments before. I thank you for watching the program and for asking that question. So I think this is, these are important things to keep in mind. And Hal mentions that we're entering a wormhole. What do you mean, Hal? What does that mean? We're entering a wormhole. I don't understand what that means. Can you clarify? I would say we're going backwards in time. We have all the far left that are telling us that you're racist if you don't do what they tell you to do. They're basically making modern day slavery. They're creating slaves out of the population. We're going back to the 1950s, not because Republicans are trying to take us there, but because the far left, the progressives, are already there. And you're a slave. The slavery isn't of your economics. It's a slavery of your mind. You have to obey. Oh. Yes, the mirror effect. That's what you meant, Hal? Yeah, it was kind of neat. But, I wanted to show people because we are live simultaneously on Rumble as we are here. We're on, I think, Twitter, and we're on Facebook. So, but I can see the comments from everywhere except Rumble. It's just the software, so I can't see it live. And so when I do see it, I like to show that on Rumble so people can see what's going on. But yeah, it is kind of a funny effect. It's like a mirror effect. It gets deeper and deeper and deeper as you go. So it's kind of neat. We're talking about life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. We're talking about Memorial Day. We're talking about remembering and seeing what is happening right now, how we are forgetting. We're talking about forgetting so much. And I think one of the big examples of that is Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris was at West Point this week. And the news media, wants to focus on the fact that Kamala Harris, where is this article? Where is it? Is it here? Nope. Give me 1 second. Kamala Harris. And let's look at the news. And what do you see here? Nope. All right, West Point. Let me just make it easier for everyone to see this. So West Point. Kamala Harris went to West Point. And I think this is important because this deals with life, liberty, about the pursuit of happiness. This has to do with why people died. Why people have died in the hundreds of thousands for America. The big news that you see, CNN, Kamala Harris becomes the first woman to deliver a commencement address at West Point. NPR, VP Harris. Harris becomes the first woman to give a West Point commencement speech. Harris welcomes West Point graduates into an unsettled world. This is the Army Times. Let's see. The Guardian. Kamala Harris becomes first woman to give West Point commencement speech. Politico. Harris, first woman to give commencement speech at West Point. People magazine. Harris becomes the first woman to deliver commencement address at West Point. USA Today. Harris gives West Point commencement speech. What are they focused on? What is the similarity? What's the thing that you see over and over and over again? Kamala Harris is a woman. We believe. We're not biologists, but she says she's a woman, so we must think she's a woman. Okay, fantastic. And she's a woman, and she gave a speech. Women give speeches. Who cares? She's the first woman to speak at West Point. She's not the first woman at West Point. I don't care. She gave a speech. She's not the first vice president to go to West Point and give a speech. President and vice presidents do that. That's part of the job. That's not unique. That's not special. She's a woman, though. So what? What makes that different? You notice when you look at these articles, I want you to think about this for a second. What is this about life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness? Harris, a vice president, delivered a speech at West Point. No one cares. If vice president, if this was a man, if this was a male vice president, no one would care. Why do we care? Because she's a woman. Here's the thing. What is her speech? Harris becomes first woman. What did she say? Vice President, again, from CNN, NPR, when we're looking at The Guardian, we're looking at Politico, we're looking at People magazine. What did she say? They're not telling you about the quality. They're not even talking, they're talking about quantity. Notice the difference there. They're telling you about the quantity. She's the first woman. Who cares? What did she say? That's the thing that's important. She's vice president. What did she say? What did she tell the next generation of our military? That's the important thing. Not that she's a woman. If you believe in equality, you shouldn't care. Remember, it's the left that tells us that there is no difference between men and women. Then why are you telling me she's the first woman? If there is no difference, why does it matter that she's a woman? If there's no difference at all, that's their thinking. Okay, so what did she say? Why are they afraid to tell the American people what she said to the military ahead of a holiday that celebrates those who gave their lives for America, in particular, the military? Why are they trying to hide what was going on, what the conversation was? Isn't that the thing that they should be focused on? Shouldn't they be telling us about that? Isn't that more important to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness? Is to know what she said to the people who defend our life, our liberty, and our happiness? Isn't that supposed to be the big deal? But they're telling us, no, you just don't understand. Oh, you're right, I don't understand. Because what I do understand what she said is she said diversity. That was the answer. So they're telling us, first of all, it's all about being a woman, even though being a woman isn't different than being a man. Even though there's no importance, even though it's the same thing. It's interchangeable, that you can tomorrow just turn around and decide that you're not a man or a woman anymore. You can be a toaster. So we shouldn't care that she's a woman. And so what do they care about? Diversity. Because that's what our military is built about. Because our military is about diversity and equity and inclusion. Our military is already integrated. We already have an integrated military. We already have women in the military. We've had women in the military before we had an integrated military. But we've always had blacks in the military. We can go back to the Civil War. Blacks were in the military. They weren't integrated, mixed units, but they were part of the United States military before the 1800s. But she's the first black woman talking to them. Big deal. She had an 18-minute speech, which is relatively short. Okay. And what does she want to talk about? She wanted to talk about inclusion. The milestones are a reminder of a fundamental truth. Our military is strongest when it fully reflects the people of America. Inclusion. I'm sorry. Our military isn't about inclusion. That's not necessary. Whether our military was all white, all black, all Asian, all Hispanic, a bunch of American Indians, it doesn't really matter. The job of the military isn't about representing and reflecting what it looks like in Chicago. It isn't about trying to reflect downtown Manhattan. That's not what the military is there for. It has nothing to do with that. Our military is to protect life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That's what our military is for. To protect Americans, to go into Afghanistan and get the 5,000 Americans that were abandoned and bring them back home. To go into the Ukraine and get the 10,000 Americans that were abandoned there and bring them back home. To go into the Sudan and get the 15,000 Americans that were abandoned there and bring them back home. That's what our military is for. It isn't to try and look like a Hollywood movie set. It isn't to try and look like downtown LA. That's not what our military is for. That has nothing to do with what our military does. It does not change our military whether there are an extra couple of women or whether there's a couple of extra Hispanics or a couple of extra Asians, a couple of extra black guys, or a bunch of extra white guys. It doesn't change what our military does. It has nothing to do with it. I was in the Marine Corps. It doesn't matter if the Marine Corps is all white, all Asian, all Hispanic. The mission of the Marine Corps is to engage the enemy through superior firepower and maneuver, and to remove their willingness and ability to continue to fight. To sum that up, the mission of the Marine Corps is find the enemy, search and seek out the enemy, find them, kill them, or maim them. That's the mission of the Marine Corps. Find the enemy, kill them, or maim them. That's it. It has nothing to do with the color of your skin. In fact, it doesn't even have to do with your gender. You could be whatever. You can say you're a toaster. You can say you're a woman, a man. Doesn't really matter. Find the enemy, kill them, or maim them. That's it. That's the Marine Corps. That's the job. Period. Doesn't matter if you're white, you're black. I don't care. You could be polka dot. It does not matter. So why do we care whether or not the Marine Corps looks like downtown Chicago? It doesn't matter. It's not important. It has nothing to do with it. It does not help the Marine Corps to be able to protect life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness by having the right racial mix so that it reflects the census. That's not their job. Is that harsh to say? Is that terrible to say? I don't think so. I don't think it's terrible at all. I think it's honest. And I think it's dishonest. And I think it's cheap and ugly when Kamala Harris is saying that it's all about diversity. It's about looking like the census. That's not what it's about. That's cheap. That's ugly. It's belittling what they do because that's not part of the job. That's not what the Army does. It's not what the Navy does. It's not what the Air Force, the Coast Guard, or the Marines have nothing to do with anything about someone's skin color. And you can maybe argue it has to do with gender, but that's about it. It's about getting the job done. It's about protecting life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And it doesn't matter who does it. They're Americans, period. That's the only thing that matters. Is that hard to figure out? And not only did Kamala Harris not talk about life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, she's talking about politics. She's talking about progressive ideology. She's trying to inject progressivism into the military, which doesn't care about politics, or at least it shouldn't. And what else did she do? She ignored the fact that Biden-Harris, her administration, went out and abandoned 5,000 Americans in Afghanistan. She ignored that there are 10,000 Americans that were left behind in the Ukraine. She ignored this 15,000 Americans that have been left behind in Afghanistan, in Sudan. 30,000 Americans have been abandoned by the Biden-Harris administration. 30,000 Americans. She said, and I quote, "The world has drastically changed. A once in a century global pandemic took millions of lives and disrupted life for billions more." That has nothing to do with the military. That has nothing to do with the military. It has maybe something to do with Dr. Fauci. It has something to do with the NIH. It has to do with healthcare, perhaps. Doctors, maybe. It has nothing to do with the military. That's not a military issue. Going on, she says, "America ended our longest war, and Russia launched the first major ground war in Europe since World War II." This is what she said to the students. Now think about that. So the pandemic has nothing to do with the military. Nothing at all. Our longest war, which is Afghanistan. She doesn't mention the nation by name. Why? She doesn't want you to think about Afghanistan. If you think Afghanistan, you think America retreated. Under the Biden-Harris administration, we ran away. It was the greatest embarrassment to the United States military in our history. We threw away 5,000 Americans, and we still won't mention their names to this day. We won't talk about this. She's terrified to say that Afghanistan happened, that because of Afghanistan, Russia decided America is weak, and they decided to enter into a war that we haven't seen in Europe since World War II. Those two things are directly connected. America ran away because Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are weak, and thus there is war in Europe. Something we have not seen since World War II. And she is such a coward, she would not even mention Afghanistan. She would not mention it by name. And she goes, but she did take the time to warn cadets that climate change, accelerating climate crisis, is the biggest challenge the military will face. The biggest challenge you will face in your lifetime is climate change. How is the Marine Corps supposed to fight clouds? This is what she's telling the West Point. You have to fight the clouds. You have to fight the sun. You have to fight the air and the water. I'm sorry, Marines are badass as hell. I can't fight a cloud. I can't fight the air. I can't fight water. You cannot seek out and through superior maneuver and firepower eliminate water. You can't do it. You cannot seek out and surround air. You can't shoot down a cloud. I'm sorry, that's not what the military does. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, you can't nuke the sun. It's already a nuclear power plant. Does it make any sense what Kamala Harris said? And she's saying this to West Point. Why? That's not their job. By the way, America isn't the problem for climate change. We're the solution. There is no other government on the planet that does a better job with climate change than the United States. There isn't one. We have made more improvements on climate change than all of Europe and the United Kingdom combined. We are the example for the rest of the world. China just doesn't care. India doesn't care. Africa don't care. They are the ones who are creating more difficulty, more climate gases than the United States. Each and every one of them. India by itself, China by itself, Africa by itself creates more global gases, climate change gases, than the United States reduces every year. That is a fact. It's not a question. It's not a debate. And that's not something that the military has anything to do with. The Air Force cannot strafe carbon dioxide. It just doesn't happen. It's not their job. And it's not a U.S. problem. Why is she wasting the time of West Point? And this is the reason why you see that the news media is so busy trying to convince you that Kamala Harris is the first woman. They're trying to distract you. They don't want you to actually listen to what she said for 18 minutes because it makes no damn sense. Because it doesn't protect life, liberty, or the pursuit of happiness. It is useless. She is useless. That is a fact. That's why they don't want you to think about it. Because the military doesn't fight climate change. It's not their job. It's not in their capability. And it's not supposed to be in their capability. It has nothing to do with the military. And she wants to hide and run away from what she did do, what were the consequences of what they did decide, which is run away. Run away from Afghanistan, run away from the Ukraine, run away from the Sudan, abandon 30,000 Americans. Something that no one in the military, that is not a decision made by the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Marines, the Coast Guard. They do not leave Americans behind. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris do. Is there anyone who wants to dispute that? Is there anyone on the left that would like to dispute that? Is there a single politician in America that would like to come on and spend as much time as you believe is necessary to correct me? Do you want to try and debate me on whether or not Joe Biden, Kamala Harris abandoned 30,000 Americans around the world over the last 3 years? And that is not what the mission of the military is. Any division of the military, that is not what they do. Is there anyone who wants to dispute that? Because I can tell you the answer is no. Is there anyone who wants to tell me how climate change is a problem for the military? How somehow the military, who is supposed to protect life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, is supposed to take on climate change? Not their job, especially when the United States isn't the problem. China is. India is. But they don't want you to think about that. You're not supposed to think about that. You're supposed to say, oh my God, Kamala Harris was the first woman to speak at West Point. She wasn't the first vice president to speak at West Point. She's just the first woman. Who cares? Who cares? If you believe in intersectionality, if you believe in the gender identity politics, then you don't care that she's a woman. You're not supposed to care. You're supposed to tell me it doesn't matter because women are the same as men. So of course she spoke. Who cares? What did she say? That's what you're supposed to tell me. That's if you're a leftist. That's absolutely if you're on the right. If you're an American, you should be asking, what did she say? And what did she say? Nonsense. She was useless. By the way, she's doing this instead of being at the southern border. She's doing this instead of doing the one job she has had since March of 2021, which is to take care of the southern border. That's her one job. She had one job and she has failed. But yet she's wasting time going to West Point to try and tell them about diversity, which has nothing to do with the military. And she's talking about climate change, which has nothing to do with the military. Because she doesn't care about the history of America. She doesn't care, and she has forgotten the hundreds of thousands that have given up their lives, that have given their arms and legs and blood for America. And I think that's really damn insulting. I really do. If there is anyone who disagrees, call in. Tell me why. Tell me how I am wrong. Tell me how, in any way, what Kamala Harris has done is uplifting. That's wonderful. Without mentioning that she's a woman. Here's the true test of what's important. What is it that Kamala Harris did at West Point that is important to America that has nothing to do with the gender or the color of her skin? Without mentioning the color of her skin or her gender, what's important about what she did? Why is it uplifting? How is that an example for America? You're going to tell me, well, climate change, Mike. Because climate change is the biggest threat to America. Tell that to 30,000 Americans that are in war zones right now. Let me be very clear. 30,000 civilians. Tell that to 30,000 civilians that are stuck in war zones with terrorist organizations like Al-Qaeda and ISIS chasing them every day. And by the way, we know about at least 100 Americans have been captured by ISIS and Al-Qaeda and are being held in Afghanistan at this moment. They are being tortured right now. So tell me again what Kamala Harris was talking about. Tell those 100 Americans being tortured by ISIS right now in Afghanistan, at least that we know of. Tell me how climate change is more important than their torture. It's insulting. It's aggravating. It is an abomination. It really is. And I think it's so obvious once you look at it. Once it's put into your face and you say, here it is. This is why they have to hide the truth. This is why they have to distract you. This is why you're not supposed to think about it. Because the moment you think about it, it is insulting. It is aggravating. It doesn't make any sense. Not even by the rules of the left. Even by their rules, even by their priorities, it doesn't make sense. Well, we've been on for 3.5 hours, folks. And I found this, and I hope everyone is finding this to be at least of some interest. We got another comment. Got another comment from over at Rumble. Sinners United. Politics is an acronym for the practice of lying intentionally to increase conflict socially. I wouldn't say that. You know what? That is actually, that's a very interesting. P-O-L. You know what? That's cute. I like that. Sinners United. That's unique. As Sinners United, sorry, I mistyped that, but you know what? That is great. The politics is an acronym for the practice of lying intentionally to increase conflict socially. I love it. That's actually really, really cool. That is a really cool comment. Matter of fact, I'm going to copy it from over at Rumble, and I'm going to put it up here for everyone else on YouTube and the other systems. So that everyone can see it no matter what system they're seeing this comment on. I think that's really cool. That's really brilliant. And it looks like I'm being blocked on Facebook at this moment. Don't know why. Don't know why Facebook has suddenly shut me down. Well, actually, I do. Because I'm having an honest conversation with the public. That's why. Oh, did we get a comment here? Hang on. Nope. Okay. Spam. Okay. But I think that was really cool. Thank you, Sinners United. Because you can't really argue about that. That's really true. But let me go back to some of the other comments. No, it actually did pull up from Rumble. About time. And I see that Mike Bowie says, I haven't seen her speech, but can't imagine what purpose it was supposed to serve. It was supposed to push politics. It was supposed to push the agenda, the political agenda, climate change. You're supposed to be scared. You're supposed to be terrified. Obey. Do what we say. Don't worry about Russia. Don't worry about China. Don't worry about the militarization of the world, something that we have been covering for well over 9 months on this channel. Don't worry about the fact that Iran is right now, that Iran is working right now with Russia to get weapons of war into Europe and increasing the amount of war in Europe. Again, that's something that came from, I showed it earlier in the show. This is coming from CNN. This is from the left. Iran has a direct route to send Russia weapons, drones. They are increasing their war capabilities. That affects the Middle East. That affects Western Europe. That brings us closer to 3 regional wars in Europe, in the Middle East, and Southeast Asia with China. And they're telling us that Iran is doing this every day, flaunting us. But Kamala wants you to think that the biggest problem is climate change. That Kamala wants you to think that the biggest deal is diversity. That's what she wants you to think about. She doesn't want you to think about the fact that that Iran, China, Russia, North Korea are laughing in their face. That they do not fear America, that they are not concerned at all about progressive politics. That doesn't matter to them. In fact, that is encouraging them to become more militaristic and destabilize the world. No, West Point graduates don't want to hear that, but they don't get a choice. They have to because they are trained well, they are proper soldiers, and they respectfully had to listen. Notice they didn't tell you, you're not hearing about how they were so enthused and excited to hear Kamala Harris speak, because no one in the world is excited or enthused about hearing Kamala Harris speak. Nobody is. Everywhere she has spoken, she has made more of a problem than what she has resolved. That is a fact. And I would imagine there are more people in West Point that are upset about Kamala Harris speaking than are happy to have heard her speak. Let me show you something. By the way, when she says, oh, well, diversity is the biggest thing. It's so important. Our military is already diverse. This is again from the New York Times. The class of 2023, 23% of the class of 2023 at West Point are women. 34% are minorities. So she's talking about diversity. We already have it. A quarter of West Point are women. A third of West Point are minorities. We have diversity. Why is she talking about it? It's not important. It's not an issue. So why are we talking about that? Because they're trying to distract you from the fact that the policies of the Biden-Harris administration are failing life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. They have forgotten about what Memorial Day stands for. They have forgotten about the blood and sweat and body parts of those who have given their lives and given everything for America. They have forgotten about the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, the amendments. They're so busy with the superficial that they're not paying attention to the details. They're so busy trying to maintain power, they are watching the rest of the world fall into chaos. Hal says, she was celebrating the diversity and the change in the policies of the military over the years. Nothing wrong with that. Yes, there is a lot wrong with that, Hal. I strongly disagree with you. Because we already celebrated that decades ago. That's not new. That's not something that just changed in 2023. It's not a big deal. It was a big deal in the 1960s, the 1970s, maybe even the 1980s. It's not a big deal in 2023. It's not something that's brand new. It didn't change. She's distracting us from what is important. Just like in her speech, she distracted us from talking about Afghanistan. Again, I will show you. What did she say in about Afghanistan? She said America ended our longest war. She didn't mention that we ran away from Afghanistan and we left 5,000 Americans in Afghanistan. She didn't mention the Ukraine. That happened because of Afghanistan, and we left 10,000 Americans, including children, in the Ukraine. She didn't mention Sudan, where we left 15,000 Americans right now. She's distracting. She's trying to hide. She wants to talk about diversity. That's not a new issue. We resolved that in the military. It's already been decades since we have dealt with that. It's not an issue. She wants to talk about everything except what is important and what is affecting us right now. Are we ready to deal with war in Western Europe, in the Middle East, and Southeast Asia? Because that's the thing that these kids who just graduated from West Point are going to be dealing with somewhere between 2025 and 2027. No, she's making the speech. Correction, Hal. When you see a public speech by the president or the vice president, they are always talking to the American public. They are always talking to the world. So no, she wasn't making a speech to West Point. She was making a speech to the United States military. She was making a speech to the world about the priorities of the United States under the Biden-Harris administration. What is the military stance, the international policy of the Biden-Harris administration? She was telling the world what our priority is, which is diversity and climate change. Not Europe, not the Middle East, not Southeast China, not the global militarization, not the global destabilization of peace. She was making it very clear. If you think she was just talking to, no, she's not talking to West Point. She's talking to the world. That's why that speech was televised. That's why there's a transcript. That's why the world got to see it. Because it wasn't about West Point. It was about the world. So you're misunderstanding who she was speaking to, who the audience was. Hal goes on to say, and why shouldn't we celebrate the progress and accomplishments of America? What's the statute of limitations on celebrating? Well, no, I'm not saying that you can't. I'm saying there's priorities. There are bigger priorities than saying, hey, diversity. Okay, great, fantastic. We've been talking about diversity for decades. It's not a new thing. Is that a priority? Is diversity a bigger priority than the fact that Japan is building a military they're getting ready for war in 2025? That our allies in South Korea no longer have trust in America and they're trying to build their own nuclear weapons? That Iran is militarizing right now and they are sending weapons to Europe that is endangering our allies in NATO? You mean to tell me diversity is more important than all of those things? That climate change is a more important factor than imminent war? That we are in the logistical stage of 3 separate regional wars? That's more important? That the fact that she is a woman is more important than the content of what she actually had to say? Because I don't agree with that. I don't think anyone agrees with that. I mean, those are talking points. I hear it. Those are the talking points of the left. That's what the left wants us to focus on the superficial, because that is superficial. It isn't substantive. We don't have a substantive problem with diversity in our military. That's not a problem. We don't have a substantive problem with women in the military. That's not an issue. We have those things. And West Point is a wonderful example of that. That's not the issue. We are missing our recruitment goals. People do not have confidence in the Biden-Harris administration, and they do not want to serve the Biden-Harris administration. The Army, the Navy, and the Air Force all missed their recruitment targets for 2022, and they expect to miss their targets for 2023. The Marine Corps, for the first time in 2023, may miss its recruitment target. We are having our military shrink. Our Navy is being shrunk in half. Those are important, substantive issues to discuss. Whether or not we have a diversity is not an issue. It has nothing to do with anything. It's not important. That is meaningless, especially in the face of threats to this nation, substantive threats to this nation. Attacks against our allies, attacks against the United States and our policies and our way of life, that's substantive. And the fact that Kamala Harris is a woman and she's speaking at West Point is superficial. It is a distraction. It has no relevance whatsoever. I don't care that she's a woman. I don't care that she's vice president. I care what is the content of what she said. And what she said was fluff. It was a bunch of, ooh, don't you feel good because you're on the left? You're a progressive. Don't you feel good? Who cares? That doesn't make America stronger. It doesn't protect our freedoms, our life, or our pursuit of happiness. It doesn't help our allies. It doesn't bring 30,000 Americans back home. That's substance. She avoided all of that. She ran away from that because she has nothing to say. She doesn't care. She wants to win the next election. And that's the problem. And again, Hal, I'm not upset with you. Let me be clear. Because sometimes people watch this and they think, oh my God, listen to Mike. I'm upset about the issue. I'm not upset that you've asked the question. I'm not upset that we're having the conversation. And we've had many conversations. And I have passion for the things I believe in, as I know you do, Hal. And I know many people who are watching this do. My argument isn't against Hal. And my argument isn't against the questions he's raising. They're valid questions. I'm glad that he is asking me these questions. And I am glad to be able to give you my opinion, my answer to those questions. My anger, the thing that makes me passionate, is that I am seeing a failure of leadership, a failure of planning, and a misunderstanding of the consequences that will affect this entire nation and therefore the rest of the world. Because the rest of the world is looking at this going, but America is already the leader in climate change. Why are they focused on that? Why aren't they focused on getting 30,000 of their people back home safely? Why is America worried about diversity? Their military is already diversified. Why aren't they worried about the threat of Russia going into Poland? Why aren't they worried about the threat of China attacking South Korea or Japan? Why are they not worried about the Middle East, where we see Iran is funding global terror, they are funding a war, and they are building up their military in the Middle East, and they are attacking oil tankers, affecting energy prices and inflation in the entire planet? There are priorities here. And those priorities are not diversity or whether or not she's a woman making a speech at West Point. That's not important. It's useless. Who cares? That's why I'm upset. Not because, and let me say it again, not because Hal is asking the question, not because Hal disagrees with me on the importance of the issues that we're talking about. We can have that discussion and we can have it passionately. I have no problem with that passionate discussion. But I am passionate. Don't confuse passion with the inability to hear what is being said. But I find that there is a priority here, a significant priority. It's not like, this is not 1970. This isn't the 1950s. We aren't integrating the military for the first time ever. We aren't introducing women as frontline troops ever. That's not a problem. It's not the first time that a vice president has spoken to West Point. So it is moot to emphasize those issues. Marines can't shoot clouds. The Air Force cannot clean the water. It's not their job. And by the way, we are already fixing that. We are the leader in the world at fixing that. So the things she is focused on are not problems. They are not issues. And if it is not an issue, then it is a distraction. By focusing on something that is absolutely useless, she is distracting us from what is useful. Does that make sense? I understand my passion elevates this, but does it make sense? Because the media is trying to make sure that you don't get that sense, that you are distracted completely and you're focused on, and they want people to be focused on the left-leaning, diversity, that's so important. No, it's not, because we already did it. It's old hat. It's not important at all. We fixed that problem a long time ago. Oh, but she's a woman talking at West Point. Not important. Content is important. The message to the world is important. And we just told, Kamala Harris just made a speech telling Iran that we don't care that they are giving weapons to Russia. She just told China that we are not supporting Japan. She just told Russia that we aren't worried about Poland or NATO. We're worried about the census numbers in the military. Do you think that Russia or China or North Korea or Iran are suddenly going to slow down or change their plans because Kamala Harris and Biden are more worried about clouds in the sky and the color of the skin of the military? That is not a defensive posture. That is not something that's going to make them quake in their boots. They neither respect nor do they fear that. They don't care. In fact, if you're talking about Iran in particular, and maybe even Russia and China, the fact that there's more women, that there's 25% of women in West Point in our military, that encourages them and gives them reason to attack because they don't respect women. Again, Iran is killing women for daring to show their hair. They're killing women, little girls, for going to school to learn how to read. Do you think that telling them that there's 25% of our military happen to be women is going to make them less likely to have a fight? That'll make them more willing to kill our millimen. Do you think that telling Putin that we're more concerned about the clouds, that's going to make him suddenly stop fighting in Ukraine and maybe go after Poland, go after Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia, Moldova? Do you really think that he's going to be concerned about that? Do you think China, which is the leading greenhouse gas producer in the world, cares whether or not America is going from 15 to 18% in greenhouse gas reduction when they're creating 25%? Do they care? They don't care as is. They don't care who's reducing it. That's not their concern. They're busy building the biggest navy in the world. They're busy threatening our allies, and they have guaranteed that they are going to invade Taiwan. It's not an if, it is a when. They have told us explicitly for years they are going to do this. It is going to happen. We just don't know when. Although it is theorized somewhere between 2025 and 2027. They've told us Point blank. They don't care if we're worried about the clouds. They don't care about diversity. That doesn't mean a damn thing to them. They're going into Taiwan, and they might continue into Japan and or South Korea. They don't care that she's a woman and she gave a speech. That doesn't stop them. That's why I'm upset about it. Especially as we are having this speech and we're having this conversation in the weekend when we are supposed to remember that people died, men and women, gay, straight, and everything else in between, have died for 2 centuries plus in the name of America, whether they're in the military or whether they're in the military, the police, the fire department, regular civilians walking around in their daily lives, that they have died because of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That's what's important to remember, and nothing that she spoke about is actually advancing life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That's why I'm upset about it. Again, that's not a personal attack against Hal. That's about the issue. We're talking about the issue. Please, people, understand. I'm upset about the issue, not the question, not the person who asked. Mike Bowie says, it's terrifying that this is the leadership our country and military have to look to. And on Memorial Day is sending a message of weakness to the world. That is exactly my point, Michael. Mike Bowie, you're absolutely correct. This is a message of weakness. It is a misunderstanding of the priorities. This is a misunderstanding of the mission of our military, the mission of America. Now, Hal, I know you're joking. Hal says, too late, my feelings are hurt. I'm going to cry in my safe space now. Hal, we've had far too many conversations and far too many disagreements for me to ever believe that. By the way, safe spaces are only for black people anyway. So you don't have a safe space. Hal, I know for a fact that you're not black. You may be transracial, which would be new to me, but you're not. You're white, or some other similar ethnicity. And I know you are thick-skinned enough because you're involved in politics. You're not hurt. But you don't get a safe space because according to the left, safe spaces are only for black people, and in particular, dark-skinned black people. At least that's what the colleges tell us. So you don't get a safe space. Sorry. White people don't get safe spaces. Not my rules. That's the rules of the left. Kind of screwed up, ain't it? But, I think this is important to have this conversation. And again, if people disagree with me fundamentally, if there is a fundamental reason to disagree with it, I understand. People may not like it. I don't care. I don't care if you don't like it. I'm not here to... Feelings aren't important. What's important is the consequences. What we can reasonably establish are the consequences. What is the best path? What increases the freedom and safety of the United States and our allies? What allows us to maintain the quality of life that we have, the quality of freedom that we have, the quantity of freedom that we have? That's what's important. And I can tell you, and I agree with Mike Bowie, this is showing weakness to people who have openly said over many, many years, in fact, many decades, they want to see us dead. And we're telling them we're not paying attention to what they're doing. We don't care about what they're doing. They're not the priority. Think about it. She said the priority is climate change, not global stability, not global stability, not global peace, not stopping Islamic extremism or any religious extremism in the world, not defeating terrorism, not protecting our allies. It's about clouds. That's the biggest thing in the world. That's the most important thing to her. Our allies, screw them. They get invaded. Americans that we abandoned across the world, forget them, screw them. They're forgotten already. I'm sorry, that sounds weak to me. I don't care if she's a woman. I don't care if she's black or Hispanic or Asian or whatever the hell she's calling herself today. I don't care what Biden thinks. It's what they said. And this is what Putin heard. This is what Raisi in Iran, this is what he heard. This is what Chairman Xi in China, this is what they're hearing. This is what Kim Jong-un is hearing in North Korea. This is what our allies are hearing. And this is why our allies don't trust us anymore. People, I'm always happy. Anyone can call in, 607-242-9247. Especially if you're a politician, anywhere in America, local, state, or federal, and you're watching this and you're saying, Mike is out of his mind, he just doesn't get it. Fantastic, call in. I'll give you all the time you need. I'll give you 12 hours. We can have this debate. Let's do it. I'm more than happy. But they never call in. They never have this debate. And I think it's very clear. And we should be very scared. Especially during Memorial Day, where we are hearing this comment. When we are hearing this during Memorial Day. It's terrifying, folks. Oh, maybe someone disagrees with me. I'm not seeing it. And I know Facebook caught back up. They cut us off for a little while. I think Twitter had cut us off for a little while. I know this is being suppressed. So a lot of people will see this after the fact. And I hope you enjoy this over the Memorial Day weekend. By the way, if you're watching this, if you've gotten to this point, please like, share, subscribe. Really, it helps us. Let's have this conversation around the world. Let's hear from people in Europe more than we already do. Let's expand the audience across America. Let's hear people explain what they think about this. And that only happens if you like, share, and subscribe, because the algorithm damn well won't do this. They will hide this from people. They don't want people to have this conversation. They don't want people to think about this. They don't want you to have an opinion. They want you to obey, which is why they hide this channel on a regular basis and have been doing so for well over 10 years. What are we, 14, 15 years? They've been doing that to our live stream for 5 years in a row. They do not want you to voice your opinion. They want you to feel like you're the only person who has these thoughts. You're the only person, and you're isolated and you're by yourself. And that is a lie. That is demonstrably a lie. That's why Target lost $9 billion, because you're not alone. That's why Disney lost half of its value, because you're not alone. That's why Bud Light is giving away their beer for free, because you aren't alone. Not even close to being alone. But they want you to be afraid. They want you to be silent, and they want you to obey. And that's why they want you to think you're alone, so that they can better control you, so they can better distract you, so that they can better keep power. Because that's what this is about. This is about power. It's not about you. They don't care about you. They don't care about you at all. Sorry to tell some people out there who might think it's something else, might think it's something different. Nope, they don't care about you. All right. So let's talk about, we've talked about what Biden is doing. We're talking about what Kamala has done. We've been talking about what's happening with the New York subway and women who have been paralyzed. because of defunding the police. We've talked about what's happening around the world. You know what we haven't talked about? Ron DeSantis. Okay, let's talk about Ron DeSantis. Let me ask a question. Well, how do I ask this? Who do you want to run in 2024 as of today? As of today, their choice for the 2024 election, because the left-leaning media is absolutely interested in. This is their main thing. They are terrified. Who are you going to pick? Do you want to pick Ron DeSantis? Do you want to pick President Trump? Which one is your choice? Because they are absolutely obsessed with this idea. They hate both of them. They hate them both. And they're trying to tear them both apart. Now, we know that this week, Ron DeSantis came out and he announced that he's running for the 2024 election. We know that Senator Tim Scott has announced he's running for the election. We know that Vivek Ramaswamy is running for the Republican nomination as well. Those are the big four names right now. And there's also Nikki Haley. So the top five people. There's Nikki Haley, there's Vivek Ramaswamy, there's DeSantis, there's Trump, and there's Tim Scott. I believe that Tim Scott and Vivek Ramaswamy, they're just looking to get positions in the administration, probably of Trump. That they're looking to either be vice president or they're looking to be cabinet members. That's what I think they're doing. You may disagree. You may say, well, no. They're trying to actually win the nomination. Tim Scott's not going to win the nomination. He's running. It's not that he's a bad man. Has nothing to do with him being black. Could care less. I don't care what his color of skin is. The color of skin is meaningless. Again, content of the character. Content of what they are saying. Tim Scott is a solid conservative. He's a bit of an establishment. He's more establishment Republican, but he's a good, solid Republican. He's conservative. Okay, I have no real problem with that. Vivek Ramaswamy, young kid. He's young, and he's outspoken. A little bit extreme to some people. Fantastic. But he doesn't have enough experience. He's not going to win. Tim Scott doesn't have enough of a following. And being black is not enough of a reason, because being black is not a qualification for anything. Except maybe suntan commercials. Quite honestly, that's the only thing that, being black, you're black. Okay, you're good for suntan commercials. Means nothing. Maybe if you want to sell hip hop, fantastic. But other than that, really, it's meaningless. It has nothing to do with politics. That's for damn sure. So let's throw out the color of the skin. None of the people's color of skin matter. And nor does it matter that what their gender is or their sexual preference. None of that is meaningful because it doesn't have anything to do with doing the job. Kamala Harris is a woman of color. Fantastic. She's a complete failure when it comes to immigration. That's a fact. So let's throw this out. Janet Yellen is a woman. She's a failure at her job. That's a fact. Let's throw out this gender doesn't matter. Color of skin doesn't matter. That's not important. What is important is content of character and their plans. And I want to know, Mike Bowie's already said, it's Trump. Who do you think has the best content? Who has the best character? Matter of fact, let's forget about their character. Because people would say, well, Mike, do I want to have a beer with him? Oh, wait a minute, we got a call. Hello, and thank you for calling into No Soundbites Allowed. This is your host, Michael Voss. And may I ask, what's your first name?
Jason.
Hey, Jason. So what's going on?
Well, you're talking about, DeSantis's him throwing his hat into the ring. Figured I'd chime in and give some of my opinions on this Republican primary that's going down, and kind of the way I see some of the issues being, presented in the way that, I kind of feel how it's going so far. Um, I mean, I suppose like the first thing I would look at is that, I believe that DeSantis, I mean, it's a DeSantis and Trump, primary in my opinion. And it's interesting right now to see the approach and the attacks that Trump has been using against DeSantis, so far, and he's coming, at DeSantis from the left. And this was one thing that actually drove me nuts, during 2016. And I think a lot of, 'cause maybe, a lot of Republicans have forgot, but he did the same, sort of attacks, from the left on Republicans then as well too. And I remember, with Ted Cruz especially, and it was one of those things where I remember at the time saying multiple times, I said, Trump, he has no track record, and there's no guarantee that half the things he says he's going to do, because he was on both sides of the argument all the time. One of the things that did happen though is that, given the way things, turned out, I felt that he actually did a far more conservative, or he ran a far more conservative presidency than actually I had, anticipated from the way that he actually ran his primary, like I said, in 2016. So, but the thing is here we are again, just some of the attacks that he is and positions he's taking against DeSantis. And then, even to the point where he's now defending, Governor Cuomo, saying that he actually did a better job than DeSantis when it came to, saving people's, lives during COVID, or not killing people during COVID. And it's just, obviously being from New York State and then dealing with Cuomo directly and what he had done, for Trump to even, remotely, put himself in a position where he appears in any former way, defend that position is just, it gets under your skin. And there's other, things as well too. I mean, when it came to the positions, with Disney, being able to, do what they want, and take positions, specifically against, the people of Florida, while getting tax breaks. And then, Trump's, taking a position, I think it was his son too, was taking a position with the Bud Light thing, saying, just, get over it. It's like, we don't want to boycott this. I mean, there's just, like I said, there's been, so far, it really seems like the position here is that, Trump is taking not the conservative part. He wants more of a moderate, push, in this primary to get himself, elected.
Okay, so let me see if I understand. Are you saying that you think Trump has the best content, the best plan for 2024 because he's taking a more moderate stance? Am I understanding that? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that what his position for the primary seems to be, he believes that I think that he can win. He believes that he can win the primary by actually hitting, DeSantis from the left. And that is, one of those things where, as far as being conservative, to watch him do that, it drives you nuts. And, I mean, but then again, if you want to look at an overall plan, and I mean, that's another problem too, is that, unfortunately, Trump is so caught up in talking about the 2020 election, how it was stolen from him, and, how many of these problems are. And yet, and then, he says that the system is identical to what it was, in 2020. And the thing is that if you're already saying that, it's set up against you and there's no way to win or beat the system, again, it puts in question, exactly how you were going to inspire people to get out to the polls. Because one of the things that, we found with Georgia is that the rhetoric that he used and his position that he took pretty much, gave away, in my opinion, the Senate seats that should have been a win, because at that point, Republican vote, and they didn't think their vote mattered, and so they just didn't show up at all. And again, that cost us the Senate. So again, we got a lot of different positions that, Trump has taken, and what his focus has been, that is not going to help move us forward. So, but again, like I said, he did the same thing, a lot of the same thing in 2016. I just couldn't stand a lot of his stuff. I'm like, oh my God. And eventually, he did put certain people in positions, which again did, good things, during his presidency.
But let's think about this. We know that Trump has been effective even when he had a Congress that was diametrically opposed to him. We know that Tim Scott is a good senator. He's been very effective in his role as a senator. We know that Ron DeSantis has been effective as a governor. We know that they are effective, but which one do you believe? And those are those three, and then there's, of course, Nikki Haley has been effective in her time. Vivek Ramaswamy is a bit of an unknown. He's out of left field. But looking at those four individuals in particular, since they have histories and they've all been effective, which one gives you the confidence and says, this is the most effective person going forward, in your opinion, at this moment?
Effective, being able to execute the plan, that they have, coming forward. I mean, honestly, yeah. I think that DeSantis is, is in a better position to do so. And part of my bias towards him is simply that some of the things that he did in Florida, to gain control, of the bureaucracies in his state, in that state, and if he was to implement the same, way of handling those bureaucracies in the state, towards, the federal government, I think that he could really clean up things far more effectively than what Trump did. I mean, unfortunately, what generally, in my opinion, happened is it just seemed that Trump ended up complaining about a lot of the issues, and then at certain points just didn't, wasn't able to execute, certain things. And don't get me wrong, I mean, there's a lot that was going against him, when it came to the federal government completely, when it came to the FBI, and then even the, even other Republicans, were against, him as well too, when it came to the Russian collusion and, all the other, crap that we now find that was, complete, conspiracy. I mean, it wasn't conspiracy. I mean, it was an actual conspiracy, by the former administration to frame, the president. And then it's exactly what it was. But that being said, though, even with those limitations and those things, against him, I think that, again, it's about, the style and his ability to get the job done when put under those circumstances. And I just don't think that, I think he is so focused on the past that he's not going to, do what's necessary to fix, things for the future. And not to mention the fact too is that I don't believe he effectively can accomplish what he needs to within one term, where DeSantis, he will at least have the opportunity to totally revamp, the government if given, a full 8 years, where Trump will not be, given that opportunity. And for so many people that actually believe that, Trump should get it and then DeSantis should follow him, I don't believe, politically that's even possible. And generally history, shows that, that will not be the case.
Well,
I mean,
that's not exactly correct. I mean, lately, going back to Reagan, we've seen that most presidents have not been one-term presidents, they've been two-term presidents consistently. That's been the consistent trend since Reagan. The exception being George and also George H. Bush. And
that was,
and for Trump.
I mean, that's questionable though, because of Perot, what happened with that circumstance there. So
whichever the reason, but we know that has been consistent. Every other president in that time frame since 1980 have been two-term presidents. So although Trump would be very old, and he would easily be the oldest president if he were to go for a second term in 2028 and win that would be unique. But he would have that opportunity. Now, again, in saying, if I'm understanding you right, in saying that DeSantis would be more capable of getting his objectives achieved, that's assuming that he has a Congress that'll work with him. Do you think that, and we already saw that Trump was able to largely, even with a Congress that was against him, including Republicans that were against him, he still got most of his agenda done. Do you think that DeSantis or Nikki Haley or Tim Scott or Vivek Ramaswamy is more of a wild card, but let's say Trump, DeSantis, Nikki Haley, or Tim Scott, they've all worked with Congress. Wouldn't they be just as effective? Or do you think what's different about DeSantis and being more effective than any of the other four?
Well, the thing is that honestly, I really hate to tell you, I really don't even want to waste the bandwidth on the other candidates because I just don't feel that they have, anything at this point that they've put forward that really needs much recognition. Like I said, I think it's a race between, Trump and DeSantis. Mm-hmm. The other candidates, they have some ideas that they throw out there, but, as far as being in a position, of executing, to a massive degree, and then having, something that gets the attention, on a national level. Even when it comes to national level issues, like the way that COVID was dealt with, there's going to be shown a massive contrast to the way that actual DeSantis, handled things versus Trump. Trump was knocking on DeSantis, for, being fully opened and doing different things and to allowing, their government to be open. And again, that's one of the reasons why Trump now is attacking him from the left, saying that freaking Governor Cuomo was the greatest governor on our planet. And, he saved millions of lives, and that's the game that he's going to be playing during this primary. And it's just like, I don't know. Like I said, I think it's a joke. And again, like I said, he did this. This is not a surprise though. Trump did the exact same things in the other primary. I did not like Trump in the last primary, and his positions were extremely. A lot of attacks were from the left that he took on the other candidates, especially Ted Cruz, because Ted Cruz was coming from the right, and so Trump was hitting him from the left. And again, when it came down to it, I thought, I was thinking, oh my God, if Trump gets in there, he's gonna run the government the identical way that that Hillary Clinton did, and guess what? I was actually proven wrong in that circumstance, But again, there's more on the table now, in this election than there was before. And the thing is that now then it comes to his electability. I think that Trump definitely has a way of getting the left out to the polls to vote against him far greater than what it would appear DeSantis would do, and that was only kind of proven to exactly the way that DeSantis has proven that he was able in this last election to actually get out the vote and to come out there with certain ideas that actually people were united around. You don't. So.
Well, I would just want to bring up, according to, and this is from Real Clear Politics, one of the few actually independent and neutral sites in the internet right now, and looking at the aggregate, looking at all of the recent polling, right now there are 11 candidates that are looking for the Republican nomination. The ones that really are of any interest, that have any real numbers here, are Trump, DeSantis, Nikki Haley, Mike Pence, which nobody's talking about, so I don't think he's even a factor. Right. Vivek Ramaswamy, who is just the new kid, so he's the new flavor. You've got Tim Scott, who's a senator. There's Youngkin Sununu, Christie Elder, Larry Elder, who I think is kind of more. Larry Elder is the shock. He's the far outside. He's way out. But I like Larry Elder. I think he's an impressive man, but he's just out there for
he's an interesting character.
Yeah, but I think he's there for just the attention and maybe some of the issues that he believes in. And Hutchison. So Sununu he's going nowhere. Youngkin also going nowhere. Chris Christie, dead in the water. No one cares about him. Larry Elder, again, like I said, he has a spin. Vivek Ramaswamy is obviously very popular. So right now, as you said, the real race is Trump and DeSantis. Trump is winning by 30 points. He's got 53% approval or leading in the polls versus DeSantis, who's at 22.4. And Trump has 53.2. So there's a almost 31 point lead for Trump. It sounds like you accept Trump, but you prefer DeSantis. Is that accurate?
Yeah, look, it comes down to what it is. I've elect Trump, over Biden any day, and that's not even the issue. My main point is that about electability of the candidate going forth, to out of the primaries and then into the actual general election, and then it's actually about executing a plan, and not just executing a plan for 4 years, but actually having a plan that'll be implemented for the full 8 years that I believe that would come down the pipe. And again, I just don't. Look, there's a lot, at stake now. There's a lot of downside for Trump, when you actually analyze the major situation. We talk about Biden as well too all the time of being old, and I hate to hold that against Trump, but
It's
reality's
a factor.
got us. Huh?
It's a factor. There's realistically, they are very old. That is a real factor. Yeah.
And it's just like, look I know he's, I don't know, he's probably on some sort of, pep pill of some sort that keeps him going every day, but it's like, I don't know how much you can, keep yourself that wired on whatever you're wired on, to perform at that level. And again, it's just not that I'm saying that it's not possible. You could do it forever, but again, I'm looking beyond just 4 years, looking for, complete 8. And again, if you did want to, specify, directly on policy and execution of policy, and,
What if? Wait a minute, how about this? What if Trump comes out and says, "I'm only going to run for 4 years"? Does that change the way you would vote?
Wait, if who says what?
If Trump says that he's only going to run for 4 years, he's going to run for one term because age, does that change your vote?
What do you mean? He can only run for one term.
No, he can't. He can run for 2.
No, he can't.
Sure, he can.
No, you can't. You can only have a total of 8 years.
No, that's consecutive. You can run again.
No, total. You can have if you get in power, like if you're a vice president and you have
that's consecutive.
Years.
That's consecutive term. He can run again.
No.
He can run for 8.
No, you can't.
Yeah, you can.
I'm 100% right on this one. You can't do twice.
Yes, you can.
You can't run for 8 years now.
Yeah, you can.
No, he can't.
Yeah.
You're gonna owe me a dozen eggs on this one. And I know for a fact that he can't run for more than 4 years. He can only have 4-year terms. That has been said by tons of commentators as well too, saying that that's one of the big downfalls of actually electing Trump at this point, is that he's only got a 4-year term. He can't run for 8 years. That's a huge problem.
Let me see here. This is under the 22nd Amendment, just for people to know. So it's 2-term limit on the presidency, and Section 1, no person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice, and no person who has held the office, this is the part that's important, the office of the president or acted as president for more than 2 years of a term to which some other person was elected shall be elected to the office of the president more than once. Shall not apply to a person holding the office of president when the article was proposed by Congress, and shall not prevent any person who may be using who may be holding the office of president or acting as president during the term when this article becomes operative. Huh. I stand corrected. You are correct. Jason, you're right.
Close, I'm right.
And how kicked in as well. No, it's one term. I stand corrected. As I had read it, and I admit, up until this moment, rereading the 22nd Amendment, I had misread it in the past, that it was twice in a consecutive term. That was my misunderstanding. Yeah. I am wrong. I don't mind admitting I was wrong, and I misread that. And that's why we brought it up. And I guarantee you, if I thought that it was consecutive terms, there are thousands of other people that believed it as well. So it's good to have this for everyone to be able to see and say, oh, no, the truth is, according to the 22nd Amendment, it's at all. If you've been elected at all, you can never be more than twice. So Trump can only get 4 years. Hey, I'm happy to say I get things wrong from time to time. It happens. I have no problem with being corrected.
I think, what's interesting, though, is just like, I think there's an office that, I know that wouldn't be a term, would be our own Bennington mayors. They can only, have, I think, so many, elected terms, two elected terms. But if they actually take a, break, and then they actually can come back, because there's nothing stipulating in the law that they can't actually run. They just can't have consecutive, elections running more than 2 terms at a time. So that would be a kind of like a different type of law that would work that way. But yeah, the presidency, the only other, like I said, I mean, if like, for example, if the president was impeached and then another person came into term, they could take part of it, and then they could run, like twice, depending on the length of the initial first term that they took into. But yeah.
Yeah, hey, people learn.
But anyway, back to what we were talking about, as far as the presidential primary there. Again, like I said, I've got my, opinions, on DeSantis. Another thing too is I was listening to, I think he had a, audio book that he came out with too, and he stated a lot of different, things about his past, his policies, and it was an interesting read. So I learned about, some of his ideas and the way that he thinks, in certain situations, and I think they're pretty strong. Now, as far as there's other things, like a lot of people are kind of going into, more of a personal aspect of just seeing the whether or not DeSantis is personable enough for the position.
I don't care about that. I don't care about that.
Yeah, and I don't either, and I don't think anybody really
that's
who's
not a
conservative.
Reason. Nobody. I don't care if you're conservative or not. You should never vote for someone because of the color of their skin, their gender, or whether or not you'd want to have a beer with them. Meaningless, absolutely meaningless to whether or not they do the job right. That's not a reason. Those are 3 things that are not reasons. And anyone who wants to say that doesn't know what they're talking about. But let's actually focus on something that is important. Did you see the launch on Twitter for DeSantis?
The what?
His launch, when DeSantis came out and said, "I'm running for president," that was on Twitter.
Oh, the launch. Yeah, I mean, I know
did
that
that affect
had multiple issues.
Yeah, did that affect your opinion?
No, not at all. I mean, I think that it's. I think it was interesting because it did one of those things where it usually does to Trump, is where the left goes crazy and they attack, DeSantis for his incompetence of execution on a certain thing, and you're watching them just go hilariously over. They hate Twitter, they hate the platform, because they can't control it, and it's just everything is just driving them nuts. And again, this is one of those things where you see this hiccup and this failure, coming as from my perspective as conservative, or from that side, and seeing how he's being attacked, and it's just like it draws you more to the defense of DeSantis, if anything, and honestly Elon as well, because he's coming across as a guy who says, I just want a platform. If you want to have your own launch, or you want to have conversations on the platform, he's more than willing to open it up.
Well, yeah, I know why Elon did it. It's publicity for him. I don't care
Yeah.
about that. But some people have said, and I've had a conversation with a couple of people already who have told me that the fact that that wasn't the only error. On the day that DeSantis announced, he had an email that went out, which is for his supporters and saying, hey, send me a check and support me going forward. And it was sent out twice. So it was a duplication error. They sent out the email once and then they sent it again. And between that and the problems with Twitter, I had some people tell me that they thought that that was a problem, that he has an issue with internet, and that lowered their opinion of him because he's not internet savvy. His team isn't internet savvy, and therefore means he's not ready. Did you get that feeling?
Yeah, I think the people who are saying that are morons. Honestly, I just generally don't even take them seriously if they're truly coming at it from that angle. I mean, you've got to be so far against or for Trump in that that to have that opinion about something that is so ridiculous.
I don't think
the
it's
thing
ridiculous.
Is everybody already knew that DeSantis was going to launch, and then the fact that he did, it's like, okay, now you're looking for the contents and opinions and maybe what he was actually saying right then and there. Again, I mean, if you've done any sort of research on the guy or read his books or, have, like the way you are, I mean, if actually people have just been listening to you, they would actually have some sort of idea what's going on and what his campaign has done, even in Florida, because, I mean, you've touched on it many times during the pandemic because of the way that he was running Florida compared to the way, Cuomo was running New York. And so we were constantly using it as contrast. But again, I mean, we know more than just this launch, it's a joke. I think that, I know that Trump was attacking from that angle. He's like, oh yeah.
Well, Trump's going to attack. I'm not really worried about the attacks. There are going to be plenty of attacks going back, forth, all over the place.
Right.
And they're going to look for holes. I'm looking at the substance. We're trying to have, I want to focus on that.
I don't think there's any substance to the launch, honestly. It's just a waste of time.
Well, some people found that to be of substance. So I was interested, since I had you on. Now there is a question, and now there is a question from the audience. I want you to answer. If you want, you can answer this, and then I'm going to open it up for anyone else who wants to call in. But we have a question here that isn't it. This is coming from Graham, and Graham is asking, looking at DeSantis, doesn't he have a popularity problem? Doesn't the president, the next president, whether it's 4 years or 8 years, doesn't he need the bully pulpit, the popularity of the public, to be able to get his message across and be effective? And if that's the case, isn't Trump more popular than DeSantis on those grounds? What do you think?
I kind of got part of that. You kind of broke up a little bit. So what you're saying is, as far as the ability to communicate with the public directly,
popularity, not communicate, but the popularity.
You mean just overall popularity and name wise? No, that's terrible actually for Trump, because the thing is that everybody's already baked in with Trump. Either you like him or you hate him, and the thing is that the hate him is so great that it actually ramps up the far left and the Democrats so much to get out for the polls just to vote against them. They're not voting for somebody; they just want to really vote against Trump. So yeah, as far as him communicating, yeah, I mean he'll definitely get people ramped up, but I think that the negative aspect of that will be worse. The thing is that I think though is what's going to motivate Republicans to get out to the poll or anybody to get out there should be more about Biden and what he's been doing to the country and the policies that he's put forth. Look, we're going to be in a pretty deep recession by the time this election comes around, and if all the focus is on Biden, then basically everybody's just if there's not a lot of noise saying, oh, here's Trump, everybody hates him, let's just vote, against him because Orange Man bad, then everybody's going to be focused on the recession and the economy and the job losses and everything else that's going to happen. And guess what? Biden's going to lose based upon those statistics rather than, just the distraction of, Trump, everybody, hating him or, some sort of controversy that he's, does. I mean, look at, yeah, I mean, it goes both ways with Trump. Sometimes, he, hits the nail on the head, and sometimes he just,
he's a wild card. He's a wild card.
You can't predict it,
No, I understand. That's again, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but since it was a question based on what we were talking about, I thought it was a fair question to ask. But let me do this. You've answered a lot, and I'm glad to hear your opinion. I'm sure you're not the only one. I've heard the same thoughts from a lot of people.
Right.
And I've heard people who are pro-Trump, pro-DeSantis. I've heard people who are still not sure. I've heard people switching back and forth. So I think it's a very interesting discussion. Let me open it up. Let me see. Graham said he might want to call in. Let's see what he has to say about it and see what his side of it is. Does that sound fair?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. I thank you for sharing your thoughts about it because I think it's important. Thank you for that.
Yep, bye.
All right. So, folks, that was just Jason who called in, and I'm happy to hear his voice and hear what he had to say about whether it's DeSantis, Nikki Haley, Tim Scott, Vivek Ramaswamy, DeSantis, or Trump. I think that's important, and we can see his thoughts. He's torn between them both, but I think he makes a very interesting argument about his position on it and where he's looking at it and why he's looking at DeSantis, Trump, how he's looking at them both. But maybe you have a different point of view, or maybe you have different reasons. I'd like to hear what you have to say about that. Go ahead, call on in, 607-242-9247. I'll also open this up to anyone who doesn't like any of the above. If you don't like Trump, you don't like DeSantis, you don't like Nikki Haley, you don't like Vivek Ramaswamy or Tim Scott, if you think it's someone else, or you think it's none of them, if you think it's Joe Biden, fantastic, call in. Why do you think that? I want to hear your voices. Graham, go ahead, call on in. I'm happy to hear what you have to say. Where you stand on this, whether it's Trump, DeSantis, or anyone else. I'd love to hear your opinion of that. Anyone can call in. Let's have that conversation. And maybe this is something I do for an entire show, maybe later in the week, maybe once we settle wherever I'm going to be moving to. Here we go. Hello, and thank you for calling in to No Soundbites Allowed. I'm your host, Michael. Oh, can you hear me?
Hey, this is Hal Stewart. You're really quiet and breaking up, though.
I know, it's just the way the phone connects. But Hal, go ahead.
Yeah, so there's a lot to unpack with the Republican primary this time around, to say the least. So first, you made the point that the media is looking forward to this. And above all else, you could say the media is liberal, they've got some progressive agenda, then you've got, some parts of media that are right-wing. First and foremost, the entire media has a bias towards sensationalism, and they are salivating at the prospect of these two going back and forth, without question. And there's a danger to that. Yeah, sorry, Graham. There's a danger to that, and that I think it is going to give the opportunity for a lot of stuff, a lot of maybe bills, policies, etc., to be snuck through, and that the media is going to be so hyper focused on DeSantis, Trump, that we are going to lose sight of a lot of important issues.
Well, hang on, let's address that for a second, because we've already seen that there has been a pretty discernible push in the media that's more pro DeSantis versus Trump. They hate Trump. We know that. We've seen that consistently since 2019. But we are also seeing a little bit more leniency as compared. When they're talking about Trump and DeSantis, they make it more friendly towards DeSantis than Trump when they talk about both of them. Now, obviously, when they're talking about Florida, they hate DeSantis too, because of the supposed say gay bill, because of the anti-CRT critical race theory, because of the issues with Disney. But when it's a conversation about both of them, we see already they're pro-DeSantis. Do you think that will influence how this moves forward?
I don't think so. I think the only thing that's going to influence how things, if you're asking about how the media is going to cover it, the only thing that's going to influence that is the tabloid material. I mean, we are going to hear nightly about what Trump said about DeSantis and DeSantis said about Trump, and just that nonsense, the stuff that doesn't matter.
I
But we're
agree.
just going to hear, it's just that's what I fear is going to happen. Is that's what the media is going to focus on. You're going to turn on, you know, NBC tonight, and it's going to be tonight. Trump says DeSantis' wife is ugly. DeSantis called Trump stupid.
Yeah, but didn't we see that throughout all of 2016? Didn't we see that?
It's going to be worse. I think it's going to be worse with these two, especially because I think there is a level of hatred for both of these men that, and not just hatred, but also likability um, for their supporters, that those people, the people that really hate them and really love them, are going to want to tune in to see this stuff. And look, at the end of the day, the only thing that matters for the media is eyeballs and clicks.
True.
That's it.
True.
They can sell ads. I mean, that's just how it works. And so that's going to be the approach. And of course, all that hinges on whether or not DeSantis can make this close. Because if Trump is running away with it, at some point it's DeSantis is going to be just talking noise, and at some point it's going to be not worth covering.
Well, as I mentioned earlier, according to the most recent Real Clear Politics poll, there's a 30-point lead, almost 31 points for Trump versus DeSantis. And it's very early. We've barely heard. I mean, we still see people coming out. But let me ask this.
Early, and if you
go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, if you think back to 2008, the Republican primary was supposed to be a Giuliani Romney battle, and McCain ends up winning.
Right.
So that was all that talk was early in the game. So who knows what could happen? Come Iowa, New Hampshire, South Carolina, as things tighten up, I imagine DeSantis is going to be counting on Florida, which is like the 4th or 5th primary, I believe. He's probably counting on that to be a wall to get him back into the race if he's still doing as poorly as he is now. So we'll see where things end up. But DeSantis definitely has to tighten things up, and he very well could. And who knows? I mean, you never know where another candidate could come out of the woodwork.
Well, let me ask one other question about that, because you raised a great question, like bringing up what happened with Romney and McCain and Giuliani. Do you see that happening now? Is it possible, and if it is, do you think it would be maybe a Nikki Haley, a Tim Scott? Would it be Vivek Ramaswamy, Mike Pence, or Christie? Do you think one of them would rise up, and if so, which one? Because of the stalemate or the negativity of Trump and DeSantis fighting each other?
Well, I don't think so. So I can let me give a long-winded answer to that.
Sure.
The short answer is probably not.
Okay.
It will probably be one of those two, and the reason is the primaries are, it's not a general, so it's going to be the bases that are going to decide this.
Right.
What I think might be possible, when you look back to 2016, Trump picked up a lot of momentum because the field was so large.
Right.
And he was able to gain a plurality of the votes and do well, and then eventually he just picked up momentum and couldn't be stopped. And if the field were smaller in the beginning, if it was just like this size, Trump may very well would have lost. We don't, that's hypothetical. I don't know that, but and so my point being is that it is possible, because I don't think the world is ready, or America is ready for Trump Biden 2. The far right and the far left they're fine. They're going to be okay with this. But what I'm talking about is the people like my wife who don't pay attention to politics. They get annoyed by all the noise and all the bickering and the back and forth, and they just she looks at Biden, she's like, she was happy enough to vote for him because she didn't like Trump, but she certainly now it's like, I don't want another 4 years. We've got to get somebody else. And certainly, I think I believe Jason, the last caller, talked on it, that Trump has the ability to bring people out to vote against him. So with that, if somehow one of those candidates can tap into that, and DeSantis falls into that in the way that he is very focused on social issues and being this, I hate to say this, but he's got like what I've always called short man disease. They're really short guys.
I know what you mean.
Acting like a tough guy all the time.
Yeah.
Getting popping off to reporters and stuff, and always tackling he's every week he's banning something, and whether you agree with it or you don't agree, whatever it is, there's an optic there where people are like, what is this guy? This is just Trump 2.0. And so there is a possibility that one of those candidates, if they can tap into that, stay committed, be themselves, don't fall into the trap of, and that's the problem, is they can get under your skin. Trump can get under your skin. And so you look at 2016, and we had the one debate where Cruz and, the Florida senator, Marco Rubio.
Yep.
Where they decided they wanted to play Trump's game and make fun of his hand size. And I mean, here we are, we have a Republican primary for the president of the United States, and one of the candidates is making a penis joke.
Yeah, I know.
About his size. I mean, think about that. That's what Trump can get you to do, where you think you're going to be this serious guy, and all of a sudden you're on stage in a very serious moment, acting like an 8-year-old. So that's my long answer to, could somebody come out of this? Yes, if they can tap into that look. I know we're tired. I know it's been a long time since we've had a president that can string together a whole thought in one breath.
Nah.
We've had 6 years now. I
don't know that. I have to say, in listening to a lot of speeches by Trump, and I've been live, I've covered him live at several events. So I can say, in hearing him all the way through, he does have very clear thoughts. It gets chopped up when it gets to the rest of the news media, but I've heard him speak live, and he does convey very clear thoughts. He's not a dumb man. Just to be clear on that.
He has his moments, but overall, I mean, look, when he gets into these, sometimes he'll talk about something because he has to be smarter than everybody else, and he'll give poor information, and he'll just stick with that, even if he's wrong. We're like, just with the, how many terms he could run for. You were wrong. You just said you were wrong. If he was wrong, he wouldn't admit it. And so he just sticks on that. But at any rate, I just think that there is, when I think about people like my wife that don't follow along, they are not looking forward to a Trump-Biden rematch.
And that could be something big for the other contenders. Yeah.
And so I'll leave you this thought, so other people can call in on this topic. I was talking this morning with a friend of mine who I consider far left, and he would tell you he is far left.
Okay.
And I asked him, if you get to pick, and you have no other choice but Trump or DeSantis, who would you pick? And after a pause, he said, I guess I would take Trump, because while Trump is an idiot, and this is paraphrasing his words.
Right.
While Trump is an idiot, he's not a complete jerk. And that's very paraphrased, far more colorful. And I like to consider myself independent. I definitely lean left. I don't try to hide that. I'm the same way. I would definitely want neither of these guys to be president. But if someone said, Hal Stewart, it's up to you, and you have to choose Trump or DeSantis, I would choose Trump for some of the similar reasons. I don't want a president that is just going to get mired in the the social issues or responding to right-wing media. Like, he just banned gain of function research, which I know why he did it. It's because there was controversy with gain of function research in the COVID, the COVID virus, COVID-19, but gain of function research actually serves a very useful purpose. So to just ban it because it's that's just a soundbite. That's all he's doing is attacking a soundbite. I don't know that I want a president like that. I don't know that I want a president who's going to retaliate against a corporation or a business because they didn't like his policies. That's just how it works. Not everybody's going to like him. So as an independent, I would definitely, who does not like Trump or DeSantis as candidates, I would choose Trump. And then again, my far left friend would choose Trump as well. And I would guess that's probably, I don't know this, but I would think that's probably across the board.
That's interesting. That's an interesting way of looking at it. I don't think a lot of people are talking about that Trump is he's the known evil from the left perspective. He's the known evil. You know what you're dealing with. And from the left's point of view, at least sometimes he gets it right from their point of view. I find that interesting. And you know what? It's a refreshing point of view. And
I'd be curious to find out like a greater poll, just to see what would happen. I think too, people look at Trump, and you know, even those that hate him can look at like the animal cruelty bill, you know, things like that. That he's not the prison reform bill. There is a spark of reason within him. Sometimes I think he's motivated by ego and impulse, but there is this spark of where he can say, you know what, this is a good idea. Let me sign this bill. This doesn't play to the base. Doesn't, you know, this isn't going to get me anything special, but this is the right thing to do.
Yeah. When he thinks he's right, he doesn't care if it's popular.
Nope, not in the least. No. I'll let you go now. Let's see if we can get somebody else to call in and hear what they have to say.
Well, I thank you for calling in, Hal. I do always appreciate hearing your questions and your comments, so I do thank you for giving a call in.
Yeah. We'll talk to you again.
Absolutely.
Bye.
Bye-bye. All right, folks. So you've heard Jason. You've heard Hal. So we've had an independent. We've heard someone on the right. I don't know that we'll necessarily hear someone who's on the left calling into the program, although I'm happy to hear their point of view as well. But Graham, the phone is free. Don't let it sit too long. Someone else may call in. And again, this is open to anyone in the world. So I'm happy to hear people. And I know we have an audience in the United Kingdom, in Sweden. We have people who listen to the program in Peru, in Canada, people who listen to the program out in India, Japan. Well, hello, and thank you for calling in. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I'm your host, Michael. And may I ask, what is your first name?
Hey, what's up, Michael? It's Graham. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you perfect. No problem.
All right. You know, I can actually count as a person from the left calling in, talking to you about Trump. I mean, before Trump ran for president, I volunteered for Democrats.
Okay.
In 2016, I volunteered for Bernie Sanders, and then I migrated. And then when the primary was over, I migrated over to the East Coast, volunteered for a congressional candidate down in Florida, and then a congressional candidate in New York.
Okay. So you have some left-wing credentials there. So tell me, when you're looking at, and again, to start off, it's looking at the top 5 candidates, the ones that really have, it seems to have some kind of staying power or importance. Tim Scott, Vivek Ramaswamy, Nikki Haley, we have obviously DeSantis, and we have Trump. Looking at that lineup, who is it that's catching your attention at this moment? Who do you think has the legs?
Sorry, so say that last part again.
Yeah, who do you think has the legs? Who has the staying power?
No, I mean, I think the Trump victory is inevitable. Of course, asterisk, unless they succeed in assassinating him, which is terrible to say, but I mean it's a reality. I mean even the Russian arms dealer was
Victor Bout.
He talked about it. So it's a dark reality that we have to be realistic about. But I think DeSantis is a good governor. I'm not very familiar with Tim Scott, although I've looked at him briefly. He seems like a very skilled legislator, which that might be a very valuable asset to have. I think there have definitely been cases where a very strong presidency, a strong administration, consists of an executive and a legislator. That was definitely the case with Trump's first term. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, Mike Pence came from a legislative background.
He did,
and technically, DeSantis has legislative experience too. But Yeah, I mean, I think DeSantis would be better off finishing his term as governor before he seriously ran for the presidency. But I don't discourage him from running this time around. I think it's good for him and Trump to have the ideological and the political philosophical debate, and to also see who the candidates are during moments of pressure, because there's even a lot of people now talking about like how DeSantis is too captured by his political consultants. I mean, a lot of people say, oh, it's silly and it's like small, low vibrational issues that we're talking about here, but it's actually, if you look at it from a zoomed out larger picture perspective, like it can be pretty important. I mean, I think it's I think it's kind of a big deal if a candidate has his own positions and he can vigorously defend them versus somebody who was given their political positions by consultants and then they're constantly going to poll and kind of move with the winds of political opinion, which can be manipulated like really well, especially in today's age with mass media and the fact that AI is going to change all that too once it really starts developing.
Well, that's interesting. Do you think AI is going to have a big impact in 2024? If so, how?
Yeah. I can't say how. I can't say how yet because it's still too early, and I'm definitely not a subject matter expert when it comes to it. I'm only keeping up with the conversations that people are having about it now. But if you think about the way that AI has been able to synthesize information, there's been a couple interviews where with the big AI developers, the heads of the projects, and they're saying that the potential for digesting information is going to increase exponentially, because from my very layperson's understanding of it, you can have an AI read through thousands of PhD papers, and instead of if a human knows how to use the AI tool correctly, effectively, instead of having to read every single one of those papers, and like let's say it takes I don't even know how accurate this is, but let's say it takes a day for a researcher to read through an entire like PhD like paper or thesis or even like a dissertation. Mm-hmm. If it takes them that much time to do it, like a day, and they have the AI do it, and instead of long sessions spent understanding where the author is coming from, instead you get like points on a map that the AI points you to, and you're able to put your the information that you're looking for together that much more quickly. It has the same. It has the same. I think it has the same potential to change political conversations, where for people who don't want to spend a lot of time trying to pay attention to the way that the political landscape evolves day by day, week by week, and month by month. Instead, they can have an even more, I guess it would be like the equivalent of like the Soundbites. The way that the Soundbites used to change campaigns. I remember there was that one guy, Howard Dean, and he had a rockin' and rollin' campaign, yep. And all of a sudden, he let slip the Howard Dean scream, and that was it. It was over. So the way that people digested news before that era and afterwards, I think it's going to be like that.
Okay. So you think that, and this has been said before, in 2016, 2015, it's been said in 2012 that the algorithms, like in Google, can already direct people, and so that could have an influence. In fact, there were several papers about 2012, 2008, how Google and search engines are manipulating election results because they direct people very specifically towards one point of view versus others. And you think that could be a factor. Am I understanding that right?
It's possible that there's quite a bit of overlap between what you just said and what I was talking about.
Okay, I understand. But we haven't. Do you believe that that the battle between DeSantis and Trump is too much of a distraction, and is that going to help someone else come up? And if you think so, who? Or do you think that's enough? Because we already heard just from Hal that some people who are middle of the road, they're so tuned out of it that they might want to pick someone completely different. What do you think?
I could be wrong, but I don't foresee anyone new coming along and gaining lots of popularity. At least on the center right to the right. On the left, it's a different story because you have Kennedy and Marianne Williamson.
I'm sorry, Williamson makes me laugh.
Yeah, for sure. But I'm not able to keep up with the opinions on the left. I'm not able to predict them that more than the people on the right, because the people on the right, I feel like whatever opinion they had of Trump, they at least paid attention to what he did during his first 4 years. Maybe they didn't vote for him, or maybe they didn't like him to begin with because they didn't have confidence in his ability to govern because he had never held previous government experience before. So and that includes me. In 2016, I voted third party. I preferred Trump over Clinton, absolutely. But coming from the left, my philosophy that year was I want to get the third party candidate to 5%. Of course, it didn't work, but but anyway, so I think people from the center right to the right watched what Trump did over his first 4-year terms, and I think that when the primaries arrive, everybody's going to make their own decision. But what I hope that people on the right, I hope that one mistake they don't make is not recognizing the opportunity there is with Trump to make conservative ideals more popular. Because I think up until, I think it was Jason who you were talking to earlier, and I only caught the last part of his conversation with you, but
yeah.
I think there are conservatives who say, oh well, if it's between Trump and DeSantis, well, I like DeSantis better, and so therefore I would vote for DeSantis. I think that's a mistake. I think even if you like the policies of DeSantis more than Trump, I think it's still a mistake to vote for DeSantis over Trump at this time period. Now, if it was for 2024, if something happens and if it's like Trump's 4 years older in 2028 and then it's 2028 DeSantis versus Trump, I think that's different. But right now, I think that if you're somebody who likes DeSantis's positions more than Trump's, I think it's more worth it to support Trump and to lobby him and his administration for DeSantis-esque policies. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you're saying that because of the strength of Trump, the popularity, the apparent,
Yeah.
excuse me, the apparent current momentum behind him, it's better for DeSantis to hold back and try and influence Trump to push his agenda, his political, legislative ideas, and get Trump to run with that, rather than to dilute Trump by voting for DeSantis and taking away some of the momentum of Trump, because you're just not going to be effective. Am I understanding that right?
I think so.
Okay.
I mean, even just the regional differences too. I mean, like, Trump was president for 4 years, and like by the time voting comes around, everybody should know what really happened during Trump's term, and especially during the campaign. And as Jason was mentioning earlier, in terms of all the forces that lined up against Trump, the other aspect too is, like, if look at what they did to Trump. Like, you think that they won't also do that to a guy like DeSantis? And DeSantis doesn't have the experience that Trump has. He doesn't have the experience at the national level, and the experience fighting the deep state. So, I mean, I think DeSantis is a good governor, and I think he has good policies, but it's too early. I think it's too early for DeSantis to ascend to the national level. I think he does a good job of representing the people who he governs. I mean, you know, I think it was maybe Howell or somebody who was mentioning that, like, oh, he's coming out and banning this or that every other week.
Yeah.
I will admit I'm not keeping up with that too much because I'm not in Florida yet.
Right.
But it seems to me that he's representing his constituency. It seems to me that the people of Florida want to make sure that they don't allow certain ideologies and certain interest groups to gain a foothold in their state, because there's quite a few people across the country right now who just, they don't have a tolerance for it, especially when it comes to children. They draw that line in the sand there, and they say, no, we don't want any of this, you know, around our children.
Absolutely.
Under any circumstance.
I mean, that's the Target boycott we see right now. That's $9 billion. We've seen that with Disney, and that's worth 50% of their market value in terms of their stock price. And we see that in billions of dollars for Disney. We've seen that for Bud Light, which has lost tens of billions, and they're continuing to crash. So, yeah, there's definitely, DeSantis is not alone in the view that he's been pushing out there. But you don't think that'll be enough. Okay. Let me ask you, do you think of the other people outside of Trump, outside of DeSantis, is there another person, either the ones I've mentioned or any others, that you think could fit the bill?
So you're asking, aside from Trump or DeSantis, are there any other candidates running for president that are interesting? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
I think Kennedy is. I think it's way too early to tell what is going to happen with Kennedy, because he's on the other side of the field, and just like we saw in the 2020 campaign, before a certain debate where I think it was like right afterwards, like 4 candidates from the field just like exited the race and then endorsed Biden. 2 of those were Klobuchar and Buttigieg, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, looking back, it was obvious that was coordinated. I mean, some people say it was Obama that called them up and said, "Hey, this is your time now. You know, if you want favor from the Biden administration, this is what you got to do now." I think that's been well documented and not even
No, there was a lot of phone calls. Same thing in 16 with Hillary Clinton, and 2008 with Hillary and Obama and Charlie Rangel and a few others got in touch with her and said, you're out. Just make the deal. We saw the same thing when we saw Hillary was able to run, and they basically bought off Senator Sanders. Bernie Sanders was basically bought out of that race to step out of the way. Democrats do that a lot. There's a lot of internal, behind the scenes. You're close, but it's not going to be you. Step out of the way. So we see that all the time.
Yeah, so that's what I mean in terms of we could very much see that happen again on the left, where Biden's going to say no, I'm not. They're going to debate, and his spokespeople are going to say no, Biden's the sitting president, he doesn't have to debate. But nobody knows what's going to happen between now and next fall.
True.
I mean, Biden could be impeached and not removed. Maybe it's unlikely, but he could be impeached and removed. Well, we'll see what happens with that. His favorability, his popularity could fall. Something could happen with all the stuff that's coming out.
Yeah, he could trip up.
And then all of us.
He could trip Colin going upstairs. He could have Hunter Biden take him down because of the influence peddling. Yeah, there's a lot of variables. Understood.
Right. So that's all I'm saying. Like, I just don't think Democrats have real primaries anymore. Ever since what we saw in both 2016 and in 2020, I think that politics on the Democrat side are much more orchestrated than they are on the right. So I do think. So that's why I include both Kennedy and Williamson. I know that a lot of people don't take Williamson seriously.
Nope, not at all.
But the thing is that she in 2016 she and Bernie Sanders decided to join with the establishment.
Yeah, but Williamson, honestly, I followed that very closely. Williamson had no chance. She was better. She had more support than Kamala Harris, absolutely. But I think Williamson topped out at about 11 or 12%. She never got above that. And personally, I find her to be a joke. I don't see her being realistic. Now, currently, based on the most recent, again, going by Real Clear Politics, Biden is leading by 40 points over Kennedy, or 42 points. He's got 42 points in the lead. We're seeing Kennedy at about 20 on the Democratic side. So it's about 20 to 40%, depending on which one you're looking at. He's crushing. And the most recent average, according to Real Clear Politics, shows Kennedy at about 16.8, with Biden with 59.3. Again, that's today. There's only 4 of them out there. Who knows what happens? So it's crazy.
No. So I don't see Williamson being more popular than Kennedy. But what I'm saying is like she's part of the team, the big team on the left, and so she has. She definitely has potential to be influential, just like all the other candidates that were not going to be the nominee back in the 2020 race.
True. No, I don't doubt. There is a lot of politicking behind the scenes. Absolutely. But I find it interesting. Again, these are conversations no one really takes the time to actually ask. So that's why I'm asking, because no one actually asked the public these kind of questions and let people just say what they think. And I think it's important because I guarantee you, you're not the only one thinking the way you're thinking right now, Graham. There are a lot of people who are doing that. Same thing with Hal, same thing with Mike Bowie, same thing with Jason. There are people who have a lot of nuances in there. We should hear them We should hear those nuances so we can better make a decision and say, okay, maybe there's something more I should pay attention to. Maybe people should be paying attention to Marianne Williamson more. I think she's a joke. I could be completely wrong. Maybe she's really brilliant. Haven't seen it, but it could be. Maybe it's Kennedy. Maybe he blows it out the water once he actually gets to be heard. Maybe it's Vivek Ramaswamy or Tim Scott. Maybe it's Nikki Haley. I don't know. Maybe we should be paying more attention to those people. But if we don't start doing it now, we'll never have the chance to do it later. So that's part of the reason why I'm asking right now. So people say, pay attention to all of them now. Pay attention to more of it. There may be more out there that we need to hear. And if we don't give them the chance now, you're not going to get that opportunity. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'll just, I guess maybe I'll just conclude with this.
Sure.
I hope that this time around, the American people pay attention to the presidential race, which includes the primary. I hope that they pay attention more this cycle than they did last cycle. And I hope that that trend continues over time, that everyone pays attention at least just a little bit more than they did last cycle, because we do need to be better citizens going forward. Because, I mean, as other people have mentioned, the stakes are higher and higher. I mean, we're a rapidly globalizing world. The internet and information communication is going to skyrocket more than it ever has before. And if we still want to be these leaders of the free world, well, we can't do that if we're burying our heads in the sand and saying, no, it's too painful, it's too difficult, it's too inconvenient to spend time out of my day to pay attention to who I have to choose from in terms of my leadership and what policies they are talking about. And when it comes to people who have political values that align more on the right, I would say I think it was the Heritage Foundation. I hope I'm not wrong about this. It was a very big institution on the right. I think they graded Trump's first term in office, and they said that he passed more conservative policies than any other president before him, including Ronald Reagan. Because up until that point, Ronald Reagan was like the best. It was like number one for them in terms of like the amount of conservative policies that he passed. And Donald Trump beat even, according to them, Donald Trump was even better than Ronald Reagan. So that's for people on the right. And then for people on the left, I would just encourage them to actually look at Trump's policies. I think he came out with a video recently about homelessness and how to combat the homeless problem. And I mean, it's a short video. It's like a two and a half minute video or something like that. And I was impressed. I thought that it was an idea that was long overdue. That we've had a homeless problem for a very long time. And they need to be, I mean, it's kind of a crude way to say it, but you have to offer people both the carrot and the stick.
No, it's
you
not
have to
crude.
say to them,
it's
like,
true.
Right. Well, you have to say to them, like, you can't stay here because it's not sanitary and there's nowhere for you to, like, go to the bathroom, and we can't be lining the streets with porta potties. It's not going to work. And porta potties smell really bad.
Yes.
And the thing is like they need to be offered transportation to places where there is infrastructure to house them and to offer them healing and therapeutic services and job training and nutrition. I mean, homeless people are not going to be able to just go. The vast majority of them, I would say, are not going to be able to just like jump up and like go right back into the workforce. That they've been
Depending on how long.
destitute.
Depending on how long you've been out there. Yeah.
I would say the vast majority. I could be wrong on that, but I would say the vast majority of homeless people are not will need time to transition towards being able to enter the labor market, like being both willing and able. You know, like when you've been sick for a long time, you're not, even if you're willing, you're not able.
Well, from my experience and from the data that I've seen, and I may be out of date on this, the majority of people who are homeless are short-term homeless. By short-term, I mean 2 years or less.
Okay.
And so transition back out of that, actually, the shorter the time you've been homeless, the easier it is to transition back out of it. There is a large number of people who are homeless long-term. Most of those people who are long-term homeless have mental issues, not just economic ones. But you are correct. The longer you're homeless, the harder it is to reintegrate back into society. But there is a substantial portion of homeless who are short-term, 2 years or less, that have been out of the workforce. So it's an interesting, there's a lot of nuance to that. It's a very big issue. And it really isn't being addressed. You're right.
Yeah, fair enough. And the last thing I'll say is that I hope we Americans, you know, pay attention more and more to the activities of the deep state. I know that it's not easy to recognize right away, you know, what are disingenuous attacks meant to sabotage someone's candidacy because they didn't go along with big power, big moneyed interests. It's not easy to recognize that stuff right away, but the longer you pay attention to the stuff, the more you're able to see it. And if we want to remain a free, independent, voting, sovereign people, we're going to need to be able to recognize corruption in real time, or else every candidate in the future is just going to be bought off, and you know, if they don't comply, they're going to be sabotaged successfully, and we need to be able to recognize that going forward, so that way we can combat against it.
No, absolutely. I think you're right. I think that's a very, and also very unspoken, important question of corruption. How we need to, especially in light of the Durham file and the Durham report, we know corruption is affecting elections. Whether you like it or don't like it, whether you think it's a lot or a little, it's happening. We need to take that into account. And we need someone who we can trust isn't going to be at least largely affected by the corruption and do something to at least try to minimize it or hold it even and not increase. So that's very big. You make a great point there. And that's something that people need to have a conversation about. I think that's an important question. I'm glad you brought it up.
Yep, happy to.
All right. Thank you so much, Graham, for calling in and adding your thoughts on this. I love it. I love that people are calling in about this and having so many different, very interesting and important points about this, and also about your points about homelessness, which I think is, I'm a big advocate on that. And so I'm glad you brought it up. I thank you about that.
Yeah. Hopefully, you know, we'll have a more fun and exciting primary as the process continues, and even for people who get exhausted by that stuff, you know, hopefully they'll find some way to enjoy it all as well.
Absolutely. I hope so. Definitely. All right.
All right. Cool. Thanks. See you, Mike.
Thank you, Graham. So, folks, just like you've heard now from Graham, you've heard from Jason, you've seen some comments from Mike Bowie. We've had so Hal, Jason, Mike Bowie, Graham. A few people have been calling in. I'm looking forward to it. I think what I would want to do is not only, I'm still listening if you want to call in, 607-242-9247. I want to give it a couple more minutes here. If you want to say, who do you think it may be the 2024 candidate? Who do you think at this moment is the most likely candidate? Is it Trump? Is it DeSantis? Is it Tim Scott? Is it Vivek Ramaswamy? Is it Nikki Haley? Do you think they might be able to rise up because of the battle between DeSantis and Trump? And people are just looking for a different voice? Do you think it's going to be Trump or DeSantis? That there's too much momentum for Trump? Is Ron DeSantis a middle ground candidate? I want to hear that. You think it's none of the above? I'm happy to hear that, and why you think that. And we've heard some very interesting points from very different points of view. And I think it's interesting because we need to talk about that. I think that I will do a separate live stream in the next week before I move, wherever I'm moving to. Still don't know where I'm going, but wherever I'm moving to. So before I get homeless and before I don't know where I'm going to be, I want to do a live stream, I think, that's going to ask a question that I just typed in a moment ago about who would you think is the best wartime president, assuming that China continues to move forward, as we've heard from an Air Force general, as we have seen from the militarization in Southeast China, that China in 2027 attacks Taiwan. Who do you want to be president at that moment? And that's open to Democrats, it's open to Republicans, it's all the candidates. I don't care whether it's Marianne Williamson or Kennedy, whether it's a Vivek Ramaswamy, a Mike Pence, Trump, DeSantis, Biden, Kamala Harris, whomever. Who do you think America would want to have as the president if China actually lands and is actively trying to take over Taiwan in 2027? Who's the person that you think it should be? I think I'm going to do just an entire live stream just on that question in the week coming up. I'll put up a notice. Look for me to send out tweets and stuff about it so that we can have this conversation. And I want to hear people call in. I want to hear what your voices are about who you think is the best person. Who would be the one who would lead America best in that situation? Because just like we just heard from Graham, the best, we have to worry about corruption. We know it exists. We know for a fact, that's the Durham report. We know corruption is affecting our elections now. So we need a candidate who can stand up to that. But I think we also need to have the conversation early, now, about who would be able to have a wartime stance, either to prevent China from taking action or in case they do. Yes, I've heard, and Graham mentions that he's heard 2025 for China attacking. It's basically, we've heard the time frame somewhere between 2025 and 2027, depending on sources that you're looking at, is a window of opportunity for China to attack Taiwan. But I want to say 2027. Let's say it's late in the term of whoever becomes president in 2024. Who would be the best one? Blaine. Hello, Blaine. Good to see you. Trump, the deep state will eat anyone else. That's a good question. And Blaine, I know it's first time I'm seeing you making a comment. I thank you and welcome you for being part of the audience. You can easily call in if you wish at 607-242-9247. And I would ask you, Blaine, does Trump's negatives, he walks in the door and he has negatives a lot. The media hates him. We know this. We know that there has been attempts at corruption, according to the Durham report, against him that have subverted him. Is Trump capable of being effective, more effective than the rest of the Republican lineup, even with that much negative against him? Can he win with that much negative against him? Jason makes a good point. Would China go forward with the predictions that we've heard between 2025 and 2027? Would they invade Taiwan if anyone except Biden or Harris are president? Would they even consider it? Or would it be like what we saw with Putin under the Trump administration, or China under the, China, Russia, Iran, under even North Korea under Trump, they all backed down. So that's a strong president. If we have a strong president, would China even do that? Well, I'm going to assume for the live stream that I'll do, again, this is not today, but going forward, I'm going to assume the argument's going to be there is going to be China deciding that it's their time. They're going to go in 2027 and take over Taiwan. Who do we want as president in that moment? And I'll flesh that out when I do the live stream, and I'll give the whole scenario about how that looks. And then I'll be happy to hear what people have to say. But Blaine, I'm happy to hear. So people have been asking, what do we think about Trump? Is he too old? Does that affect your point of view? Do you think he'll be effective? Do you think the deep state is so pervasive that Trump would be effective even that? You're saying that he will be. Actually, you are saying deep state will eat everyone else. That's an interesting point of view. It's an interesting point. We do have a deep state that's pretty invasive right now. There's so much to look into. We really need to have this conversation, people. We really need to consider what's going on. This election is not a straightforward one, and the answers, we really need to think about these problems. And I want to also bring up, you may have noticed that Graham had mentioned, what about AI? And I hope you can see, I asked the AI, who is most likely to win in 2024, the Republican primary? I asked this of ChatGTP. And as you can see, the answer from ChatGTP is they don't have an answer. It refuses to give an answer on who do they think is the most likely. I've gone to and this is Gipper, this is the Republican. Now, we all know ChatGTP is left-leaning. Its algorithm is left-leaning. And the right-leaning algorithm, the right-leaning algorithm, and there it is, AI is called Gipper, like in President Reagan. And it was busy. It's still busy. It's being overloaded right now. But that would be more of a conservative Republican AI and what it would think. So I can't get the answer because that's currently at full capacity. I'm looking forward to this. I think this is an important question. I'm looking forward to later in the week. Would people prefer me to do it, whether you're watching this live, if you're seeing this as a clip, or if you're, or if at any other point or way, please respond. When do you want? Do you think I should do that on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday? Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. What should be the day I do a live stream talking about who you want for president if China attacks Taiwan in 2027? Should that be on a Tuesday, a Wednesday, or Thursday? Matter of fact, I'll type out that question right now. Let me type it out here. Can't type. Okay. So for the next live stream, which will either be Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday this week, and no matter which day it is, we'll do it at 6 p.m. And the question will be, who should be president in 2027 if China invades Taiwan? Okay? So that's the question. Doesn't matter where it's going to be. We're going to ask that question. And leave your comments in the comments. If you see it on Twitter, you can leave an answer on Twitter or on YouTube and let me know which one you would prefer. And we'll do it live and we'll ask everyone that question. And I think it'll be really good. So again, I'll make one more request. We've been on for 5 hours and 53 minutes. It's been an interesting conversation. We've talked about everything going on throughout the week, throughout what's been happening in America, and the message about Memorial Day and why we should remember when we're talking about life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, what is impeding that right now, what can help that. But most importantly, at this part of the live stream, if you just happen to check in, please remember, we're asking you right now if you want to call in to 607-242-9247, whether you're a Democrat, a progressive, a libertarian, whether you're a conservative or a Republican, whether you're independent. We're asking you, of the choices, you have Trump, DeSantis, Nikki Haley, Tim Scott, or Vivek Ramaswamy. Which one do you think will get the Republican nomination at this point? Obviously, a lot of things may change going forward, but who do you think gets it and why? And that's the question we have. And you can call in right now. I'm going to stay on for the next, we've got 5 minutes that will stay on. Anyone can call in. If you call in, don't worry. I will not cut you off. You can speak and I will hear you out. But if I don't get a call within the next 5 minutes, we'll end the stream at that point. But otherwise, I want to hear what you have to say. Graham says, I would say Wednesday or Thursday because it's the middle of the week, halfway between my Sunday shows. And so Wednesday might be the day that we do the live stream at 6 p.m. to ask that question and hear what people have to say. All right. Well, we got one vote in. So far, Graham, you're winning. Wednesday it may be. Wednesday at 6 p.m. Unless we get a ton of people voting other ways. Hal says, so the assumption is China will definitely be invading. Yes, I say China. The presumption is it's going to be China does attack in 2027. And I'll flesh that out in the video, in the live stream at that time to say, okay, here's the parameter. But it's going to be China is invading Taiwan. It's 2027. Who should be sitting in the White House in America? Who should be the person that is the commander-in-chief of our forces at that moment? Who do you think it should be and why? Okay, so we got 2 votes for Wednesday. Looks like Wednesday at 6 p.m. is going to be the day. Remember, if you're not seeing this live, you can still comment and leave your opinion in the comments and say whatever day you think. Blaine, if you want, you can still call in. I'm happy to hear your thoughts about Trump instead of anyone else. Why you think he's the best choice? Why do you think he's going to be able to defeat the deep state better than anyone else? I'm happy to hear your voice on that. You can call into 607-242-9247. Or if anyone else wants to call in, or if you think it's none of the above, I'm happy to hear that. Mike Bowie says Wednesday is okay. So far, we're getting a consensus that people are saying Wednesday. Mind you, I'll be checking on the video. I look at the comments throughout the week. So if I get more people on Monday or Tuesday that say, no, it should be, a different day, I'll let me know. But that's what it seems like it's going to be. It's going to be Wednesday. So you may want to please share that with other people. Let them know that this is the question. This is the live stream that we'll do. It looks like it's going to be Wednesday. And I'll confirm that Tuesday. I'll confirm it Tuesday afternoon, what day it's going to be, just to make sure everyone knows. So you got today, the rest of today, and Monday to make your decision. But it sounds like Wednesday at 6 p.m. Sounds good. We've got 3 more minutes, folks. Come on. 3 more minutes. Doesn't anyone want to call in? And you can call in about anything from anywhere in the world. I'm happy to hear everyone and anyone who has a voice about any of the things that we've talked about today. Anyone who would want to talk about their choice in terms of the Republican candidacy, who do they think would be the best choice based on what we know so far? Is the launch, the announcement by Tim Scott, did that catch your attention? Did what happened on Twitter for Ron DeSantis, did that turn you off? Did you get 2 emails from Ron DeSantis, and did that make you feel like he didn't know what he was doing? Do you think Trump is too harsh? Or is he not harsh enough? Or is he just right? You know, we've had several people, besides Blaine, we've had Mike Bowie and others who said, nope, he's just right. He's exactly what we need for America. Do you think all of them are above corruption? None of them are above corruption. I'm always happy to hear your voices, folks, because this is how we make decisions in America. This is the freedom of speech. This is being able to get past the algorithms to understand what is really going on. And the sooner we have these conversations, the better the choice that we get to make at the end of the day. The best choice is only because we have the conversation and we say, oh, that makes sense. That's important. Let's have that conversation. Let's not forget life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Well, it was going to be. Mike Bowie, it was going to be, because for people who don't know, I've lost my house and I've lost my studio. So I won't be in the Southern Tier going forward. So at this moment, I expect that by Friday, I will not be able to broadcast. And so I'll figure out something for next week's Sunday. I will find a way. But I don't expect to be in the Southern Tier by that time. So doesn't change. You know, it's just a different location. But I'll still be here to have your voices. But Wednesday, I should still be in Binghamton, and I should be able to do that. So I'm going to do my best because this sounds like an issue that should be talked about. So I want to be here for everybody. We've been here 6 hours. The time flies so fast. You know why? I have a phenomenal audience. You guys are the best. Literally, I have the best audience possible. I cannot ask for better people to be part of my audience, to be able to have conversations with, to talk about all these issues. You guys are fantastic. You have so many important things to say. You raise so many good questions, and it's so intriguing. So I love hearing every single one of you. I'm going to, where is it? We're going to do a quick outro in just 1 second. Yeah, Blaine, go right ahead. Don't worry. Ask your question, Blaine. I'm always happy to answer questions for people. Blaine says, one question to ask before 2016, how much did you know about the government? I've been doing political commentary for 17 years. So quite a bit. In 2013 through 2014, I ran for Congress. So I was pretty active, and I have always been pretty active over the last 20 years in politics, local politics, state, federal, all the way. And in 2008, I was one of 2 people writing for, TV One, which is like the BET version of the alternative to BET. In 2008, I was covering the 2008 presidential election, Barack Obama, from the Republican point of view for TV One. I was the only Republican that was covering the election at that time. So I've been involved about the government, involved about politics since 2006. So quite a bit. I've even done, by 2016, I have done several speeches at colleges and at various events. I used to have a website where I had over 2,000 articles that I have written, actually 2,300 articles that I wrote with over 2 million words. I think you can still find it on the Wayback Machine under mvass.com. So I was prolifically writing about politics, even in 2016. Is there a reason about, why do you pick 2000, if I can ask, Blaine, why 2016? But, even in 2016, I was very, very familiar. The American? Yeah. Yeah, the American government. Quite a bit. I've been talking about American politics since 2008. I've been following congressional races, the New York 22nd since 2008. I ran for Congress in 2013 through 2014. I was deeply involved in the election for Congress for Claudia Tenney and covered all the candidates in the 2016, 18, 20, and 22 races. I've done interviews with members of Congress. I've reviewed virtually dozens and dozens of different bills, primarily on the First Amendment, Second Amendment, and just generally international policy, but also on local issues as well. So, yeah, I'm very familiar. I've been familiar for well over a decade, pretty close to 20 years, about 16 years now. So there isn't many issues I don't know, or rather I should say, there aren't many issues I'm not familiar with that have happened in American politics over the last 40 years. And I do a lot of research. And I've been doing it and in particular, I've been doing this political commentary for about 20 years. So your question is, how many Americans were paying attention to about the government before 2016, before Trump was involved, that's a good question. On average, Blaine, to answer your question as best as I can, in my experience, the average, we've seen consistently that in the last 2 decades, we have seen that the average non-presidential election, so not presidential year, not a midterm election, in the off years, kind of like this year, 2023 is an off year, we see that roughly 38 to 42% of Americans vote in elections. So roughly about 4 out of 10 people vote in an election. In an election year, we've seen that the average has been, even though we've seen some spikes recently, it's generally about 57 to 62% of Americans actually vote in a presidential year and or a midterm year. So in an off year, 4 out of 10, in a presidential or midterm, 6 out of 10. Average that out, you're talking about roughly 50% of America is involved in voting. In general, you see that the top, about 3 out of 10 people are involved in politics. That's the average, where they're either major donors, minor donors, or they are deeply involved in politics. They've been following it. So about 3 out of 10. That's not very good. And it's one of the lowest numbers of any nation that has free and open elections in the world. And that number has been decreasing since 1958. Since 1958, the number of people who have been voting, the peak, I believe, was in the modern centuries, was in 1958. We had higher percentages. We had 70% of people who were voting back in the 1890s, even in, I believe, 1920. But we kind of peaked at the recent levels at about 70%. I believe it was 1958. And we have been going downhill every single election since that time to where we are currently. It's really not good. We need more people to vote. And again, I'm not telling people how to vote. I'm telling people that they need to vote and they need to be informed about who they vote for. I don't care who you vote for, but have a reason. Have a reason that doesn't involve someone's gender. Have a reason that doesn't involve someone's skin color. Have a reason that it doesn't involve a 30-second ad. Have a reason that isn't a bullet point from some political party or some news organization. Have a reason why you vote for whomever it is you want to vote for. That's the thing I think is very important. And we need more Americans to do that because we can see that the system is failing because not enough people are voting. Yeah, and local elections are often worse. Yeah, that's the national averages. And depending on which state you happen to be in, depending on your local community, you may even see less. In some elections across America, in certain counties, you can see as low as 23% of people vote in an off year. So I've seen numbers as low as 23%. Roughly 2 out of 10 people are actually voting in a non-presidential, non-midterm year. That's not good enough. And that's part of the reason why we're in the situation we're in now. I truly believe that, Blaine. So that's one of the reasons why I cover so much when I do a show and why I can be on for 6 hours is because there's so much people don't know about that are affecting us and affecting the rest of the world as a consequence. And there's so few politicians that are actually talking about the consequences of what they are doing. And that's why it's important that we have to have these kinds of conversations because you can't escape the consequences. It doesn't stop when the election's over. And when we have people who aren't willing to talk about what's happening and how it's affecting us and what's it going to do to the next generation and the generation after that, it's terrifying. It really is. But I hope that answers your question, Blaine. I know it's the end of the show, and I do thank you for jumping in and asking questions. And I thank you for being part of my audience. I love it. But I hope that does answer some of your questions about that. And I hope that on Wednesday, it looks like it's going to be Wednesday at 6 p.m., you'll come back and check out the live stream, and you'll check out some of the other videos that we have. Like, share, subscribe. But I do want to end on this. I know it's Memorial Day, so I have 2 things that I want to show everyone. Please stick around, just watch this for a quick second, and we'll be right back. I know you've heard it before. What difference does it? You make the difference. When you watch, chat, tweets, your likes and shares, and your subscription, you make the difference. From across the world, you help us to keep the lights on and the stream alive. You are making the difference to fight the woke and the crazy legislation that we see before. We at No Soundbites Allowed, and I want to thank you for everything that you do in helping us reach our goal, and your likes, your tweets, your comments, and your subscriptions to the channel. We want to thank you from the bottom of our heart. And this is a special thank you to those who have donated to the channel and helped us in all of our efforts. We will strive to make this channel the best that we possibly can because you deserve no less. Thank you. Thank you for that, folks. And let me also just end with, we started the show. Oh, no worries. I love serving my country. I love America. And so I had a great time. in the Marine Corps. I thought it was fantastic. But I started the show talking about the, it's Memorial Day. And I want to end the show talking about Memorial Day and some of those that we may not have remembered. So I want to end the show talking about that as well. And so let me just play this. This is from 2012. And again, this is Memorial Day. Let us never forget.
Good evening and welcome. As you entered the field this evening, you may have noticed a small table in a place of honor. It is set for one. This table is our way of symbolizing the fact that members of our profession of arms are missing from our midst. They are commonly called POWs or MIAs. We call them brothers and sisters. They are unable to be with us this evening, so we remember them. This table is set for one is small, symbolizing the frailty of one prisoner alone against his oppressors. Remember. The tablecloth is white, symbolizing the purity of their intentions to respond to their nation's call to arms. Remember. The single red rose displayed in a vase reminds us of the families and loved ones, our comrades in arms, who keep the faith awaiting their return. Remember. The red ribbon tied so prominently on the vase is reminiscent of the red ribbon worn upon the lapel and breasts of thousands who bear witness to their unyielding determination to demand a proper accounting of our missing. Remember. The candle is lit. Symbolizing the upward reach of their unconquerable spirit. Remember. A slice of lemon is on the bread plate to remind us of their bitter fate. Remember. There is salt upon the bread plate, symbolic of the family's tears as they wait. Remember. The glass is inverted. They cannot toast with us this night. Remember. The chair is empty. They are not here. Remember. Remember. All of you who served with them and called them comrades, who depended upon their might and aid and relied upon them, for surely they have not forsaken you. Remember. Now Corporal Finn will place a flag upon the table, symbolizing the legacy that they have passed on to us, to continue to account for those who are missing from our ranks. Remember. Until the day they come home, remember. Please remain standing for the playing of Amazing Grace. And now this concludes our ceremony.